Chapter 1 of The Silver Bullet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer, San Antonio, Texas. The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. The House in the Pinewood. "We had better lie down and die," said Robin peevishly. "I can't go a step further," and to emphasize his words, he deliberately sat. "Infernal little duffer," growled Herrick. Might have guessed you a Joyce." He threw himself down beside his companion and continued grumbling. "You have tobacco, a fine night, and a heather couch of the finest, yet you talk as though the world were coming to an end." "I'm sure this war will never end," sighed Joyce, reminded of his cigarettes. "We've been trudging it since 8 in the morning, yet it still stretches to the back of beyond." Hey! The pedestrians were pronouncedly isolated. A moonless sky, thickly jeweled with stars, arched over a treeless moor, far stretching as the plain of Shinar. In the luminous summer twilight, the eye could see for a moderate distance, but to no clearly defined horizon, and the verge of sight was limited by vague shadows, hardly definite enough to be mists. The moor exhaled the noonday heats in thin white vapors, which shut out from the external world those who nestled to its bosom. Sense of solitude, the brooding silence, the formless surroundings, and above all, the insistence of the infinite, would have appealed on ordinary occasions to the poetical and superstitious side of Robin's nature. But at the moment his nerves were uppermost. He was worn out, fractious as a child, and in his helplessness could have cried like one. Herrick knew his friend's frail physique, and inherited neurosis. Therefore he forbore to make bad worse by ill-advised sympathy. Judiciously waiting until Joyce had in some degree soothed himself with tobacco, he talked of the commonplace. 9 o'clock, said he, peering at his watch. 13 hours walking. Nothing to me, Robin, but a goodish stretch to you. However, we are within hail of civilization, and in England. A few miles further, we'll pick up a village of some sorts, no doubt. One would think you were exploiting Africa, the way you howl." He spoke thus callously, in order to brace his friend, but Joyce resented the tone with that exaggerated sense of injury peculiar to the neurotic. "I'm no Hercules like you, Jim," he protested sullenly. "All your finer feelings have been blunted by beef and beer. You can't feel things as I do. Also," continued Robin, still more querulously, "it seems to have escaped your memory that I returned only last night from a 2-day visit to town. If you will break up your holiday into fragments, you must not expect to receive the benefits its enjoyment as a whole would give you. It was jolly enough last week, sauntering through the Midlands, till you larked up to London, and fagged yourself with its detestable civilization." Joyce threw aside his cigarette and nervously began to roll another. "It was no lark which took me up, Jim. The letter that came to Southberry Inn was about her business. Sorry, old man, I keep forgetting your troubles. Heat and the want of food makes me savage. We'll rest here for a time and then push on. Not that a night in the open would matter to me." Joyce made no reply, but lying full length on the dry herbage, stared at the scintillating sky. At his elbow, Herrick, cross-legged like a fakir, gave himself up to the enjoyment of a disreputable pipe. The more highly strung man considered the circumstances which had placed him where he was. 2 months previously, Robin Joyce had lost his mother, to whom he had been devotedly attached, and the consequent grief had made a wreck of him. For weeks he had shut himself up in the flat, once brightened by her presence, to luxuriate in woe. He possessed in a large degree that instinct of martyrdom, latent in many people, which searches for sorrow as a more joyous nature hunts for pleasure. The blow of Mrs. Joyce's death had fallen unexpectedly, but it brought home to Robin the knowledge, strange as it may sound, that a mental pleasure can be plucked from misfortune. He locked himself in his room, wept much, and ate little, neglected his business of contributor to several newspapers, and his personal appearance. Thus the pain of his loss merged itself in that delight of self-mortification, which must have been experienced by the hermits of the Theobald. Not entirely from religious motives was the desert made populous with hermits in the days of Cyril and Hypatia. Herrick did not realize this transcendental indulgence, nor would he have understood it had he done so. Emphatically a sane man, he would have deemed it a weakness degrading to the will, if not a species of lunacy. As it was, he merely saw that Robin yielded to an unrestrained grief detrimental to his health, and insisted upon carrying him off for a spell in the open air. With less trouble than he had anticipated, Robin's consent was obtained. The mourner threw himself with ardor into the scheme, selected the county of Berks as the most inviting for a ramble, and when fairly started, showed a power of endurance amazing in one so frail. Jim, however, being a doctor, was less astonished than a layman would have been. He knew that in Joyce a tremendous nerve power dominated the feebler muscular force, and that the man would go on like a blood horse until he dropped from sheer exhaustion. The collapse on the moor did not surprise him. He only wondered that Robin had held out for so many days. "But I wish you had not gone to London," said Herrick, pursuing aloud this train of thought. "I had to go," replied Joyce, not troubling to query the remark. "The lawyer wrote about my poor mother's property. In my sorrow, I had neglected to look after it, but at Southbury Junction, feeling better, thanks to your open-air cure, I thought it wise to attend to the matter." Then Joyce went on to state with much detail how he had caught the Paddington Express at Marley, their last stopping-place, and had seen his lawyer. The business took some time to settle, but it resulted in the knowledge that Joyce found himself possessed of $500 a year in consols. "Also the flat and the furniture," said Robin. "So I'm not so badly off. I can devote myself wholly to novels now, and shall not have to rack my brains for newspaper articles." Herrick nodded over a newly filled pipe. "Did you sleep at the flat?" "No, I went up on Tuesday, as you know, and slept that night at the Hull Hotel, a small house in one of the Strand side streets. Last night I joined you at Southbury." "And it is now Thursday," said Herrick, laughing. "How particular you are to detail, Robin. Well, Southbury is a goodish way behind us now, and Saxham is our next resting place. Feel better?" "Yes, thanks. In another quarter of an hour I shall make the attempt to reach Saxham. But we are so late. I fear no bed." "Oh, that's all right. We can wake the landlord. I calculate we have only 3 miles. "Quite enough, too. By the way, Jim, what did you do when I left you?" In the semi-darkness Herrick chuckled. "Fell in love," said he. You lost no time about it. And she?" "A daughter of the gods, divinely tall, dark hair, creamy skin, sea-blue eyes, the figure and gait of Diana, and—" "More of the Celt than the Greek," interrupted Joyce. "Blue eyes, black hair. That is the Irish type. Where did you see her?" "In Southbury Church, talking to a puny curate, who did not deserve such a companion. Oh, Robin, her voice like a Aeolian harp. It must possess a variety of tones, then, Jim. Did she see you?" Herrick nodded and laughed again. "She looked and blushed. Beauty drew me with a single hair. Therefore I thrilled responsive. Love at first sight, Robin. Hi-ho, never again shall I see this Helen of Marley." "Live in hope," said Joyce, springing to his feet. "Allons, mon ami." The more leisurely Herrick rose, markedly surprised at this sudden recuperation. Wonderful man. 1 minute you were dying, the next skipping like a 2-year-old. Hysterical all the same, he added, as Joyce laughed. "Those 3 miles," explained the other feverishly. "I feel that I have to walk them, and my determination is braced to breaking point." "That means you'll collapse halfway," retorted the doctor, unstrapping his knapsack. Light a match. Valerian for you, my man." Robin made no objection. He knew the value of valerian for those unruly nerves of his, at present vibrating like so many harp-strings twanged by an unskilled player. His small white face looked smaller and whiter than ever in the faint light of the match, but his great black eyes flamed like wind-blown torches. The contrast of Herrick's sun-tanned Saxon looks struck him as almost ludicrous. Joyce needed no mirror to assure him of his appearance at the moment. He knew only too well how he aged on the eve of a nerve storm. For the present it was averted by the valerian, but he knew, and so did Herrick, that sooner or later it would surely come. "We must get on as fast as possible," said Herrick, the knapsack again on his broad back. "Food, drink, rest. You need all three. Forward." For some time they walked on in silence. Robin was so small, Dr. Jim so large, that they looked like the giant and the dwarf of the old fairy tale on their travels. But in this case it was the giant who did all the work. Joyce was a pampered, lazy, irresponsible child, in the direct line of descent from Harold Skimpole. If Jim Herrick must be likened to another hero of romance, Amias Lee was his prototype. The shadows melted before them and closed in behind, and still there was nothing but plain and mist. At the end of 2 miles, a dark bulk like a thundercloud loomed before them. It stretched directly across their path. "Boogie," laughed Robin. "A wood," said the more prosaic Jim. "This moor is fringed with pine woods. Remember the forest we passed through this morning?" "In the cheerful sunshine," shuddered Joyce. "I don't like woodlands by night. The fairies are about, and the goblins of the worst." "Ah, yonder, the lantern of Puck. Oberon holds revel in the wood." "Puck must be putting a girdle around the earth then, Robin," said Herrick, and stared at a white starry light, which beamed above the trees. "Hecat's torch," cried Joyce, "a meeting of witches," and he began to chant the gruesome rhymes of the sisterhood, as Macbeth heard them. "The scene is a blasted heath, too," said he. By this time the moon was rising, and the silver shafts struck inward to the heart of the pines. The aerial light vanished behind the leafy screen as the travellers came to a halt on the verge of the undergrowth. "We must get through," said Dr. Jim, "or if you like, Robin, we can skirt round. Saxon village is just beyond, I fancy." "Let us choose the bee-line," murmured Joyce. "I want a bed and a meal as soon as possible. This part of the world is unknown to me. You lead." "I don't know it myself. However, here's a path. We'll follow it to the light. That comes from a tower of sorts, too high up for a house." With Herrick as pioneer, they plunged into the wood, following a winding path. In the gloom, their heads came in contact with boughs and tree trunks, but occasionally the moon made radiant the secret recesses, and revealed unexpected openings. The path sometimes passed across the glade, and on the sward, of which Joyce declared he saw the fairies dancing, and anon plunged into a Cimmerian gloom, suggestive of the underworld. No wind swung the heavy pine boughs. The wild creatures of the wood gave no sign, made no stir. Yet the explorers heard a low, persistent swish, swirr, swish, like the murmur of a dying breeze. It came from no particular direction, but droned on all sides without pause, without change of note. Herrick heard Robin's hysterical sob as the insistent sound bored into his brain. He would have made some remark, but at the moment they emerged into an open space of considerable size. Here, ringed by pines, loomed a vast grey house with a slim tower. In that tower burned the steady light, outshining even the moon's lustre. But what was more remarkable still was the illumination of the mansion. Every window radiated white fire. "Queer," said Robin, halting on the verge of the wood. "Not even a fence or a wall, a path or an outhouse. One would think that this was an inferior Aladdin's palace, dropped here by some negligent genie. All ablaze, too," he added wonderingly. "The owner must be given a ball." No signs of guests anyhow, returned Herrick, as puzzled as his companion. Queer thing to find, Versailles, in a pine wood. However, it may afford us a bed and a supper. It was certainly strange. The circle of trees stopped short of the building at 50 yards. On all sides stretched an expanse of shorn and well-kept turf, pathless as the sea. In its midst, the mansion was dropped, as Joyce aptly put it, unexpectedly. A 2-storied Tudor building with battlements and mullioned windows, terraces, and flights of shallow steps. The whole weather-worn and gray in the moonlight, overgrown with ivy and distinctly ruinous. The dilapidated state of the house contrasted in a rather sinister manner with the perfectly kept lawn. Also another curious contrast was the tower. This, tacked on to the western corner, stood like a lean white ghost watching over its earthly habitation. Its gleaming stonework and sharp outlines showed that it had been built within the last decade, a distinct anachronism, which marred the quaint antiquity of the medieval mansion. "He must be an astrologer," said Joyce, referring to the owner, "or it may be that the tower is an inland pharos to guide travelers across that pathless moor. Another horrible place," he muttered. "Why horrible?" asked Dr. Jim, as they crossed the lawn. Robin shuddered and cast a backward glance. "I can hardly explain, but to my mind there is something sinister in this lonely mansion, ablaze with light, yet devoid of inhabitants." "We have yet to find out if that is the case, Robin. Hello! The door's open, and in the strong moonlight they looked wonderingly at each other. The heavy door, oak, clamped with iron, was slightly ajar. Herrick, bent upon consummating the adventure, pushed it slightly open. They beheld a large hall with a tessellated pavement and stately columns. Between these last stood black oak, high-backed chairs, upholstered in red velvet. Also, statues of Greek gods and goddesses, holding aloft opaque globes, radiant with light. A vast marble staircase, with wide and shallow steps, sloped upwards, and on either side of this, from the height of the landing, fell scarlet velvet curtains, shutting in the hall. The whiteness of the marble, the crimson of the draperies, the brilliance of the light, these sumptuous furnishings amazed the dusty pedestrians. It was as though, on a lonely prairie, one should step suddenly into the splendors of the Vatican. "The palace of the Sleeping Beauty," whispered the awestruck Robin. "Who can say romance is dead, when one can stumble upon such an adventure?" Herrick shared Robin's perplexity, but of a more practical nature. He addressed himself less to the romance than to the reality. Seeing no one, hearing nothing, he touched an ivory button. That glimmered a white spot beside the door. Immediately a silvery succession of sounds shrilled through the apparently lonely house. "Electric bells, electric light. The hermit of this establishment is up to date." "He's also deaf, and has no servants," said Joyce impatiently, after a few minutes had passed. "Has a Borgian banquet taken place here? The guests seem to be dead. Hi! The whole thing is damnable." "Don't let yourself go," said the doctor roughly, squeezing the little man's arm. "Wait and see the upshot." Again and again they rang the bell, and themselves heard its imperative summons, but no one appeared. Then they took their courage in both hands and stepped into the house. Passing through the crimson curtains, they found themselves in a wide corridor, enameled green, with velvet carpet and more light-bearing statues. On either side were doors draped with emerald silk. Herrick led the way through one of these, for Joyce, rendered timorous by the adventure, would not take the initiative. In the first room an oval table was set out for a solitary meal. The linen was bleached as the alpine snow, the silver antique, the crystal exquisite, the porcelain worth its weight in gold. An iridescent glass vase in the center was filled with flowers, but these drooped, withered, and brown. The bread was also stale, the fruits were shriveled from their early freshness. Magnificently furnished and draped, the room glowed in splendor, under innumerable electric lights. But the intruders had eyes only for the sumptuous table, with its air of desolation and its place set for one. Anything more sinister can scarcely be conceived. "No one has sat down to this meal," said Herrick, lifting the covers of the silver dishes. "It has stood here for hours, if not for days. Let us see if we can find the creature for whom it was intended." "Perhaps you expect to find the beast that loved beauty, since you call him a creature," said Robin hysterically. "Here is wine." Dr. Jim went to the sideboard, whereupon were ranged decanters of Venetian glass containing many different vintages. Passing over these, he selected a pint bottle of champagne. "We must make free of our position," he said, unwiring this. "Afterwards we can apologize." "Ugh!" cried Robin, as the cork popped with a staccato sound in the silence. "How gruesome! Give me a glass at once, Jim." "I don't know if it is good for you in your present state," replied the doctor, brimming a goblet. "However, the whole adventure is so queer that an attack of nerves is excusable. Drink up." Robin did so, and was joined by Jim. They finished the bottle, and felt exhilarated, and more ready to face the unknown. Again Herrick led the way to further explorations. Adjacent to the dining-room, they discovered a small kitchen, white-tiled and completely furnished. "Our hermit cooks for himself," declared Dr. Jim, eyeing the utensils of polished copper. "This is not a servant's kitchen. Also, it is off the dining-room." Robin made no reply, but followed his friend, his large eyes becoming larger at every fresh discovery. They entered a drawing-room filled with splendid furniture, silver knickknacks, costly china, and Eastern hangings of great price. There was a library stored with books in magnificent bindings, and with tables piled with latter-day magazines, novels, and newspapers. "Our hermit keeps himself abreast of the world," commented Jim. Then came a picture gallery, but this was on the second story and lighted from the roof. Treasures of art, ancient and modern, glowed here under the radiance of the light, which illuminated every room. A smoking-room fashioned like a ship's cabin, a Japanese apartment crammed with lacquer work and stiff embroideries of Yedo and Yokohama, a shooting gallery, a bowling alley, a music-room containing a magnificent Erard. Finally, a dozen bedrooms furnished with taste and luxury. To crown all, they discovered a gymnasium, fitted up completely even to foils and boxing gloves, and a huge bathroom. This last was throughout of white marble, with a square pool of water in the center. "What a pond to bathe in!" cried Jim enviously, for he was hot and dusty. "Our hermit is an ancient Roman. He understands how to enjoy life. Come along, Robin." By this time they had explored almost the whole of the wonderful house. There remained the back premises, but on entering they found nothing but darkness and dirt, squalor and coldness. The hermit's attention to his mansion stopped short at the servants' door. "And I don't believe he has any servants," declared Joyce. "How the deuce does he keep all this clean?" The doctor shook his head. He hardly knew what to say. The situation was beyond him. A palace in the wilderness, with an open door inviting thieves, crammed with treasures, brilliant with light, uninhabited, deserted. Was there ever anything so wonderful? He had to pinch himself to make sure that he was awake. "We have got into the world of the fourth dimension, the fairyland of the Arabian Nights. What do you think, Joyce?" "I think we had better climb up to the tower," said Robin, with unusual common sense. "It is the only place we have left unexplored. There's a light there, too. Aladdin may be aloft." Herrick shook his head. He would have heard the bell. However, come along. We must find someone. With some difficulty they discovered the staircase leading to the tower. It was narrow but straight, and not so steep as might have been expected. At the top Herrick, leading as usual, was confronted by a closed door of plain deal. It was not locked, however, and having knocked without receiving a reply, he opened it. Joyce at his heels peeped over his shoulder and beheld a small square room with windows on all four sides, and a large central globe burning in the ceiling. In contrast to the rest of the house, This room was absolutely bare. Blank walls, Chinese matting on the floor, a camp bedstead in one corner, a deal table without a covering in another, and 2 cane chairs. No anchorite could have had a more ascetic cell. Herrick took in the scene at a glance, took in also its, to him, central feature, the body of a man lying face downward near the bed. Joyce saw the corpse also, and remained at the door, shaking and white. Murder or suicide, Jim asked himself, as he turned over the dead. That which had once been a man was in evening dress, in the finest of linen and jewelry, the most immaculate of clothes. It lay under the scrutinizing eye of Dr. Herrick, a lean, evil face, with a hook nose, scanty gray hair cut short, and a long mustache carefully trimmed. The left hand gripped the revolver. The shirt front, over the heart, was covered with blood, and a stream, coagulated and black, streaked the matting. "In God's name," cried Joyce, not daring to enter, "what is it?" "It was once the owner of this house, I suppose," said Herrick, grimly. "Now it is a piece of carrion. Suicide, apparently. Dead over 24 hours. Shot through the heart. A steady hand to do that. Left-handed, too. Is it suicide or murder? Here's a damnable discovery to cap the adventure," said Dr. Jim, gravely. From the doorway came a gasp, a tittering laugh. Jim had just time to spring forward when Joyce lunged into his arms. The long-expected nerve storm had come at last. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. De mortiis nil nisi malum. And sunset fire, the Saxon spire, my guide-post unto heaven. So sang midway in the last century a local poet, who died long since and passed, poems and all, into oblivion. But the famous spire in its coppered sheathing still catches the sunlight and glows at the center of Saxum, a veritable pillar of fire. Those natives who have emigrated, enlisted as soldiers, taken situations in London and elsewhere, shipped before the mast, as some have done, always remember church and spire. The children recall its ruddy blaze when they read Exodus. Saxum was not a large place. It might have contained a couple of hundred inhabitants, probably less, and these principally agricultural laborers. They worked on the farms and estates which dotted the vast alluvial plain stretching to Berominster. As the city, like that one mentioned in the Bible, it is set upon a hill. The twin towers of the cathedral and the Bishop Gandalf's spire can easily be seen from Saxon, but the villagers prefer their own spire and their own parson, rarely venturing the 3 miles to Beominster. Those who do go always return to their beloved hamlet, more convinced than ever as to the superiority of their birthplace. A sturdy, stubborn set of rustics, these men and women of Saxum. The topography of the country, as set down in Herrick's map, showed that Saxum was almost the center of the district, taking Berominster as the real navel. The great plain was covered with many such hamlets, each clustering around its parent church, but Saxum was the nearest to the city. Far away on the other side was smoky Iron Grip, the manufacturing town, and also in sight of Marley and Heathcroft, thence 16 miles across Southbury Heath, which Herrick and Joyce had so wearily trodden on the previous night. Southbury Junction roared with perpetual traffic from here. The great main line tapped the local railway, which converged from all points. The pine woods sheltering Saxum from the chill winds of the moor also barred it from the outside world, as Southbury was considered to be. Saxum, with its neighboring hamlets, claimed to belong solely to Berominster. The folks would have called themselves autochthonous had they known of such a word and its meaning. The plan of the village was simple. In its center was a genuine village green, with a quincunx of immemorial elms. From this ran 4 streets through the mass of houses, until they passed beyond them altogether and out into the country. On one side stands St. Edith's Church in a nest of trees, and on the other the Carr Arms, an inn of undoubted antiquity. The remaining 2 sides are occupied by rows of medieval-looking houses, inhabited by those whom Saxon calls the best people, by which is meant the tradesmen. There was no doctor or lawyer, and the rector, representing the gentry in the village itself, dwelt on its outskirts. The country people lived outside the village on their estates, and visited only on business, and as there were no radicals in Saxon, these were looked upon as more than mortal. Under the red-tiled roof of the Carr Arms, Robin Joyce was still sleeping the next morning when the green was filled with excited people talking of the murder, so they called it. The event of the previous night had so shaken the nerve of the little man that it was all Herrick could do to get him out of that ghastly mansion and down to the inn. Dr. Jim, rousing the landlord, had told his story, and after seeing Robin to bed, had turned in himself. What did it matter to him that the great house was still ablaze in the pine wood, still filled with precious things, and its doors and windows open to thieves? He was too tired almost to think, and the moment his head was on the pillow, he fell into a heavy, dreamless slumber, which lasted until 10 the next morning. From this much-needed rest he was awakened by Napper, the landlord, a burly man, with a ruddy face suggestive of beef and beer in large quantities. In no very pleasant humor, Jim sat up, to demand with a growl and an adjective what was wanted. On being informed that Mr. Inspector Bridge, of Barrowminster, waited to see him, the events of the night came back on his still drowsy brain with a rush. Thoroughly awakened, he promised to be down in half an hour, and forthwith tumbled into the largest cold bath Napper could provide. After a douche and 10 minutes of gymnastics, the doctor hurried in the clean shirt and his homespun suit. While he dressed, he meditated on the fact that Napper had lost no time in telling the police what had happened. In a few minutes he looked into Robin's bedroom, finding his companion still in an exhausted slumber. He went downstairs alone to face the officer. Inspector Bridge was a tall, lean man, with a serious face, and, what was surprising, taking in conjunction with his funeral looks, a jocular manner. The man's humor lurked in his eyes, a grey pair of twinklers, which belied the turned-down corners of his mouth. His movements were slow, his tone was brisk and businesslike, rather a contradictory personality, Herrick thought, and concluded that Bridge resembled nothing so much as an undertaker out for a holiday. His profession would thus account for the solemnity, and the slowness, and the holiday explained his brisk jocularity. The incongruous officer considered the young man with a pursed-up mouth and a humorous eye. He saw that Herrick was a gentleman, and this opinion being confirmed in the inspector's mind by the sight of a signet ring, he treated him with more deference than he had been prepared to show. Napper's report of the pedestrians had led Bridge to infer that they were of the genus tramp. "Good morning, sir," began the inspector genially. "I have come to see you about this murder of Colonel Carr. My card, Mr. "Dr. Herrick," said Jim, glancing at what he profanely called the official ticket. "Have you breakfasted, Mr. Inspector? If not, or if you have, it really doesn't matter. Take the meal with me. I must eat before I can talk." Bridge was only too willing, and Herrick went up several degrees in his good opinion. "Napper can cater excellently," said he, rubbing his hands. "I have often tested his hospitality." Dr. Jim privately thought that the inspector was not averse to testing anyone's hospitality, but the man seemed decent enough, and Herrick was sufficiently worldly wise to make himself agreeable to Jack in office. In another half-hour the two were seated in a pleasant parlour before a well-spread table. Bridge performed wonders in the way of eating. How he could remain lean with such an appetite was a wonder to Jim. But the doctor himself was not far behind, and between the two of them they swept the table clean. Then Herrick lighted his pipe, ensconced himself in a chintz-covered armchair near the window, and prepared to answer the inspector's questions before asking several of his own. At the outset Bridge detailed all that had been done up to that moment. 3 policemen were looking after the Pines, so was the house called, and guarding the dead. A doctor was expected from Beorminster to inspect the body, the coroner to attend to the inquest, and the relatives of the deceased had been notified. Then Mr. Inspector put Herrick through a stiff examination, and took down all he said. When the officer was quite satisfied and his notebook was full, Jim proceeded to make inquiries on his own account. The strangeness of the whole affair roused his curiosity, and, as Bridge pleasantly observed, he showed marked symptoms of detective fever. This was the first time Jim had stumbled across the disease. "The dead man was called Colonel Carr?" asked Dr. Herrick, crossing his legs. The inspector nodded. "A well-known county name," said he. "Wilford Lloyd Carr. You can see it in Burke's Landed Gentry. But what you will not see," added Bridge, with a dry cough, "is the name he was known by hereabouts. Wicked Colonel Carr, sir. That is what every man, woman, and child called him. Not without reason, doctor." It does sound as though he had a bad reputation." "Bad, sir?" echoed the inspector, not without pride. "A regular out-and-out rip. But that he belonged to the gentry, he would have been through my hands, I can tell you. And to think of him being murdered. I ain't astonished. No, I ain't astonished. He was too wicked to die in his bed. As the Christian he wasn't." "Why do you say he was murdered?" asked Jim alertly. The revolver was in his hand. "Looks like suicide to me, at the first glance, of course." Bridge laughed grimly and shook his head. "Colonel Carr was the last man in the world to take his own life, sir. Too much afraid of the burning pit for that. I examined the body this morning, and I say murder. Certainly my examination was cursory. But if he had shot himself through the heart, the linen over it would have been scorched. There is no mark of powder, not even a singe. No, sir. That shot was fired at long range. If you did not alter the position of the body, Dr. Herrick, I should say that the shot had been fired from the door." "I did not alter the position of the body, Mr. Inspector. I merely turned it over and replaced it." Murder, you say? And the assassin placed the revolver in the dead man's hand to hint at suicide? Clever man or woman, Mr. Inspector? Which?" "Lord knows," replied Bridge, rubbing his grey hair. "The Colonel had heaps and heaps of enemies, I can tell you. Whether man or woman, I do not know. But I'll tell you one thing, Dr. Herrick. Whosoever fired that shot knew the Colonel excellently well." "I see what you mean. The assassin knew that his victim was left-handed." "Yes, sir, you hit it. Now," added Bridge meditatively, "could it have been Frisco?" "Frisco? Who was he or her?" "Frisco was a servant of Colonel Carr," explained the inspector, "and as great a mystery as his master. San Francisco he called himself, and that, I take it, is the name of a town. The wicked Colonel shortened it to Frisco for short. Yes, Frisco might have killed him. If you would only give me a concise biography of Carr, I should be less in the dark, Mr. Inspector." "Oh, you'll hear plenty stories about him, none of them credible. But to put all you need to know at present into a nutshell, I can only say that the wicked Colonel returned here from foreign parts 10 years ago. He built that tower and shut himself up to live the life of a recluse. He brought Frisco with him, and the two inhabited that house all alone. No one thought of going near it." "Ah, That is why the crime was not discovered earlier? Certainly, doctor. The milkman, the baker, and the butcher were always instructed to leave their goods in a porch at the side of the house. In that porch, added Bridge, we have found 2 days' provisions. Today is Friday. Last night when you discovered the body was Thursday, and the provisions for that day and Wednesday were untouched. So Carr was alive on Tuesday? I believe, doctor, that he was murdered on Tuesday night. According to Napper, Frisco was drinking here on that evening and spoke ill of his master. Carr must have been alive then. If Frisco killed him, he would leave Saxon on Tuesday night. Therefore, the provisions for Wednesday and Thursday would not be taken in. Did not the baker and the rest suspect anything when they found 2 days' provisions untouched? Lord bless you, no, said Bridge jovially. The wicked colonel was that queer that nothing he did seemed strange. Well, said Jim after a pause, from what you tell me, it seems likely that this man Frisco knows something of the murder, if he did not commit it himself. Can't you find him? There's no sign of the man, sir. What about his appearance? A stout sailor, that's what he looks like, said Bridge, reflecting. Red hair and blue eyes, an American way of speaking, and a cross on his forehead right above the nose. A cross? What do you mean? A scar, sir, a criss-cross slash with a knife. Frisco said he got it in South America, but I don't rightly know how. Frisco could be secret if he liked, even in his cups, and he could drink rum by the bucket. Have you set the detectives after him? Not yet. I'm waiting for the inquest to be held. It takes place today at the Pines. You'll be there, Dr. Herrick, and your friend? Certainly, but my friend can tell you no more than I can. If I were you, though, Mr. Inspector, I should certainly seek out this Frisco man at once. What is his real name? I don't know, nor anyone else, sir. He was a mystery, I tell you. Has to be looking him up. I like to do things in an orderly manner. First the inquest, and all the available evidence, sir. Then we shall see. Herrick shrugged his broad shoulders. It was not his business to instruct Bridge, but it seemed to him foolish to delay hunting for this mysterious Frisco. The man might be innocent, but on the face of it, there appeared to be a strong suspicion against him. Men do not disappear without some reason, and as Frisco was gone, leaving a dead body behind him, it looked as though terror had winged his heels. His reason could resolve themselves into only one of 2 things. Either he had murdered his master himself and had fled to avoid the consequences, or he knew who had committed the crime and, intimidated by the assassin, had made himself scarce. While Herrick was turning over the situation in his own mind, a knock came to the door. Immediately afterwards, a girl entered. She was a slip of a thing who looked about 19, slim and well set up. Her face was oval and thin, and burnt red by wind and sun. Herrick had never seen before hair of such glorious red. It resembled ruddy gold, and was wreathed in burnished coils around her well-shaped head. This young lady had eyes of a sapphire blue, and a firm set mouth. Dressed in a navy serge, plainly made, with a linen collar, a brown leather belt, and gauntlet gloves, she looked trig and neat. A girl likely to be passed over in a crowd until one looked into her wonderful eyes. The soul that looked out of them proved she was a woman of no common intelligence. Her manner was refined and well-bred. She was remarkably cool, and after a shrewd glance at Herrick, addressed herself to the inspector. I beg your pardon for interrupting you, she said in a brisk but not unmusical voice. This inquest, Mr. Inspector. It takes place at the Pines this afternoon, Miss Endicott, replied Bridge, who seemed to know her well. But surely, miss, you will not attend? Certainly, Mr. Bridge. I do the copy for the Chronicle. Besides, poor Colonel Carr was my friend, and I want to hear the truth about his death. Herrick looked sharply at the only person he had heard speak sympathetically of the dead man. "There lives some soul of good in all things evil," he quoted, and a flash of the girl's teeth showed that she perfectly understood. "Oh, I know that everyone speaks ill of the Colonel," said she a trifle sadly. "He was bad enough, no doubt, yet your quotation applies to him more than the gossip about him would lead you to suppose." Here she glanced at Bridge, not so much to emphasize the fact that he talked ill of the dead as to invite an introduction. Bridge was quick to see her real meaning. "This is Dr. Herrick, who found the body," said he, "and this lady, Doctor, is Miss Bess Endicott, who reports for the Beorminster Weekly Chronicle." Jim was a trifle surprised and disappointed to find that this charming young lady occupied such a position, though why he should have been either he could not explain even to himself. However, he bowed with a smile, and received the same courtesies in return. Miss Endicott's eyes rested approvingly on his splendid figure. "This is what I call a man," they seemed to say, but with her tongue she uttered quite different sentiments. "I'm glad to meet you, Dr. Herrick," she said gracefully. "You must tell me all about your discovery. That is, you do not mind my making copy out of you?" "Not at all," responded Herrick eagerly. "I am accustomed to be made copy of. My friend Mr. Joyce, who is at present upstairs asleep, is a literary man. I'm quite hand and glove with the guild, I assure you." "In that case we must be friends," said Miss Endicott frankly. "Mr. Joyce was with you last night?" "Unfortunately, yes, Miss Endicott. He's a nervous man, and not strong. I'm sorry to say that the terrible sight upset him. All the good I hoped he would obtain from this walking tour has disappeared." "Are you on a walking tour?" asked Bridge, who was putting on his cap. "Yes, for the last fortnight we have been tramping over the country. The last place we stopped at was Southberry. Then we crossed the heath to stumble on this disagreeable adventure. Why do you smile, Miss Endicott?" The girl flushed a trifle. "I've heard of you." "Of me?" Jim stared. "But I am not known in this part of the country, my dear lady. Have we met before? Somehow your face seems familiar." "It would be more familiar if I were 2 inches taller and had dark hair," said Miss Endicott, with an amused look. "If you will stare at—" "Ah," interrupted Jim eagerly, "I remember now. The lady I saw talking to the little curate in Southberry Church." "Was my sister," replied the girl. "When you mentioned Southberry, I remembered that she mentioned how you stared at her, and described your appearance. Then I recognized you." "I hope your sister did not think me rude," said Jim, rather confused, "but the fact is, she is so—" "I know," interrupted Miss Bess composedly. "Ida is accustomed to admiration. But this is not business," she added, turning to Bridge. "Well, what's to be done now, Mr. Inspector?" "Nothing can be done until the inquest is held," he replied, going towards the door. "But I recommend you, Miss Bess, to interview this gentleman. He can tell you much that will be of interest to your readers." The inspector slipped out with a laugh, and Miss Endicott turned her sparkling eyes on Dr. Herrick. "I hope you won't think me a nuisance," she said hesitatingly, "but if you could—" "Only too pleased," said Jim, placing a chair. "What is it you wish to know, Miss Endicott?" "All about yourself and your friend, and the walking tour, and the discovery." Thus far she rattled on blithely, but then flushed and stammered. "Please do not think me rude," she murmured. "In my present capacity I am simply a machine for the Beorminster Chronicle. If you do not wish to tell me anything—" "I have not the slightest objection," replied Jim, laughing. "Do you object to my smoking? I can answer your questions better if I smoke." "Please do," cried Miss Endicott eagerly. "I'm used to it. My brother Frank is never without a pipe in his mouth." "Your brother and I should get on well together, then," said Herrick, artfully. Not that he wanted to meet the brother so much as the beautiful sister of Southbury Church. However, this interview, Miss Bess, as the inspector called her, pulled out a pocket-book and became the reporter at once. She was versed in her profession, and put the shrewdest of questions. All the same, she appeared to be nervous at times, and Herrick guessed that it was an innately refined woman struggling with the necessary obtrusiveness of the breadwinner. However, he did his best to put her at ease, and told his story as concisely as possible. "My name is James Calthrop Herrick," he said. "I'm a doctor, supposed to be practicing in West Kensington, London. My friend Joyce was one of my patients, is, I should say. He lost his mother and fell ill. By the way, you need not put that down, Miss Endicott. All you need to let your readers know is that Mr. Joyce and myself have been on a walking tour, and stumbled, as I said before, on the pines and the body." After which statement Herrick detailed the arrival at the lighted house, the exploration, and the discovery. Miss Endicott put all this down, and promised to amplify it in such a manner that would not trench upon Herrick's private affairs. Then he asked the girl about Colonel Carr. She was rather reticent on the subject. "I do not feel that I am justified in speaking of the matter," she said, shaking her head. "All I can say is that Colonel Carr was better than his reputation. From what I can gather, he was murdered. Well, he expected to be. That is—" She broke off and flushed. "He expected to be murdered?" Herrick looked keenly at her. "Hush," said Miss Endicott, with a glance at the door. "I have no right to say that. It is a long story, and not very clear. If you remain in Saxham, if we become better acquainted, I might. How long do you stay?" "It all depends upon my friend," replied Herrick, his curiosity at fever heat with these hints. "He is still ill, I'm afraid. I must go up and see him now. We shall meet again, I hope." "I think so. I shall be at the inquest. And you?" "Of course. I must give evidence. Joyce also, if he is well enough. By the way, Bridge mentioned some relatives of Carr's. Who are they?" "Miss Marsh and her son," said the girl, with some reluctance. "They live in Bishop's Close, in Beorminster. It will be a great shock to them, although they were not on good terms with the Colonel." "Will they be at the inquest?" "Mr. Marsh will be there, but his mother is very ill. She caught cold a day or two ago, and is now in bed with a sharp attack of pneumonia." "Troubles never come singly," said Herrick sententiously. "By the way, the suspicions of Bridge about Frisco?" "I'm sure he is innocent," cried Miss Endicott, flushing. "Frisco was bad, but he loved the Colonel. He would not have killed him. I. She suddenly shook her head, checked herself, and walked out of the room. Herrick stared. Was it possible that this charming girl knew the truth? End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The verdict of the jury. Robin awoke calmer after his rest. The nervous excitement had passed away, but the reaction had left him as weak as a child. He looked shriveled up and pale when Herrick saw him. At once the doctor sat down to feel the little man's pulse, which was slow and faint. "You must stay in bed today," ordered the doctor, replacing his watch. "I shall send you up some strong soup. Sleep as much as you can. That is the best thing to pull you round." "Should I not get up and look after this business with you?" "There is no need. The police have taken charge of the case. Your evidence is exactly the same as mine, so I shall represent you at the inquest." "Is there to be an inquest?" asked Joyce, with languid interest. "Certainly, this afternoon at the house. From what Inspector Bridge told me, it would seem that Colonel Carr was shot on Tuesday night." "Is the dead man's name Colonel Carr?" "Yes, wicked Colonel Carr. From all accounts, He was one of the worst. Why did he commit suicide? He did not, if Bridge is to be believed. He insists that the man was shot, perhaps by a servant, who has vanished. However, we shall hear all that is to be heard this afternoon. The color crept into the wan cheek of Joyce. I should like to get up and hear all about it, he said. There might be material for a story. You can hear details later on. At present you must stay in bed until we return to town. What about our walking tour? I have decided to cut that short, replied the doctor. This adventure has given me a distaste for the trip. In a day or so, when you are rested, we will return to London. My practice is small, but I must attend to it. And what about me, Jim? Well, reflected Herrick, you are now well enough off not to make work an imperative necessity. I think you should go abroad for a time and do nothing, until you are quite yourself. Explore Italy or Spain, and don't do a stroke of work. Change of scene and company will make you your old self again in a short time. Never, never, moaned Joyce. I shall never get over her death. Nonsense. Don't give way, Robin. You must be a man. It was so sudden, pleaded Robin piteously. I know. Didn't I attend her? But apoplexy always ends suddenly. Your mother was a stout woman and took no exercise. That fit might have been expected. I warned her often. You know I am sorry for your loss, Robin, but sorrow will not bring back the dead. You have your part to play in the world, so you must put this grief behind you. If I talk a little brutally, you must excuse me. To a man of your temperament, sympathy is the worst thing possible. In Herrick's hands, Joyce was more or less of a child, so he submitted, rather against his will, to remain in bed while his friend went forth to hear the news. As might have been guessed, Robin employed his solitude in gloating over his sorrow. This weakness he did not dare to reveal to Jim, fearing lest he should be lectured again. Still, he could not but acknowledge to himself that Herrick's advice was sensible. Meantime, the doctor made a tour of the village. The villagers, swarming like bees in the excitement of the moment, recognized the stranger and guessed that this was one of the two gentlemen said to have discovered the body. Hence Herrick found himself the subject of considerable curiosity, but was not molested or accosted in any way until he met with a clergyman. This was on the outskirts of the village, where a gorse-covered common stretched up to the pine wood surrounding the house of Colonel Carr. The parson seemed to have been wandering on the waste land, for he appeared suddenly at Herrick's elbow like a ghost. Probably he had seen the stranger coming, and had just stepped out from behind a bush. "You are Dr. Herrick?" he asked nervously. Jim signified that he was. "I am addressing the vicar," he hazarded. "The rector," corrected the other. "I am Mr. Pentland Corn. You will excuse my breaking in on your meditations," he continued, "but I guess that you were the finder of the body of our late lamented friend." From all I have heard, there is very little lamentation over the colonel's death." "Scandal and evil tongues," replied Mr. Corn, rather tautologically. "Carr had his good points." "That is what Miss Endicott says." "Indeed, I was not aware that you knew Miss Endicott." "She came to the inn this morning to see Inspector Bridge about this." "Wait," said the Reverend Pentland in a hurry. "Some mistake. Miss Bess is the journalist. Her elder sister, Miss Ida, is the head of the family. The nominal head, I should say, since Miss Bess manages everything." The rector smiled as he spoke, and Herrick, on account of that smile, took rather a fancy to him. The Reverend Pentland Corn, wonderful name, was something under 40, and looked more like a soldier than a parson. He had a smart soldierly figure, wore a moustache, and his hair cropped close. But for his clothes, Herrick would have taken him for a military man. He looked pale. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he seemed to be laboring under considerable stress of emotion. Perhaps the death of Carr had been too much for him. Yet, after the first remark, he shirked the subject and talked of the Endicotts. "That is the proper name of the family," said Corn hurriedly. "Very old family in these parts, but Miss Bess calls her collective brothers and sisters the Biffs." Dr. Jim smiled. There seemed to be something fascinating about the name, something characteristic of the girl he had met at the inn. "The Biffs," he repeated, laughing outright. "And how is that derived from the high-sounding name of Endicott?" "It is not derived from that at all, Dr. Herrick. It is simply the initials of the family. There are 5 of them, Bess, Ida, Frank, Flo, and Sidney." "I see. Biffs. How amusing. Do they live near here?" "A quarter of a mile away at the back of my house. Sidney is my pupil, and a strange boy he is. But I have no business to tell all these things to a stranger," added Corn in confusion. "Anything you say to me is perfectly safe," replied Herrick pleasantly. "I think Miss Bess a clever young lady." "And as good as she is clever." "A great friend of the late Colonel's, I believe," said Jim. Pentland Corn moistened his dry lips. "He was kind to her," was his reply, delivered in a faint voice. "You will excuse my emotion, Dr. Herrick, but I am rather shaken by his death. Usually we are free from crime, and for this to happen in my parish, it is terrible." "You knew Colonel Carr well?" "Very well. I tried to win him from his evil ways, but he was cut off in the midst of his sin. Oh, it is awful. Yet I liked him. He was a good friend to me on one occasion. The reason I stopped you was to ask if you met anyone in the house last night." "No one. Myself and my friend hunted all over it. The servant bolted, I have been told." "Frisco has certainly disappeared," responded Corn, looking at the ground. "But I do not think he is the guilty person. He was devoted to the Colonel." "Then why did he run away?" "Ah, who can say? There was a mystery in Colonel Carr's life, Mr. Herrick, which I fear will never be cleared up. You will be at the inquest?" "Yes, it takes place at 3 this afternoon. And you, sir?" "No, I shall not be there. I cannot bear to. But that is neither here nor there," broke off Corn hurriedly. "Tell me, was the house alight?" "Every room was lighted. It blazed like a palace in the wood." "Colonel Carr's whim. He surrounded himself with the most beautiful things, and installed the electric light. Water-powered, you know," added the rector, rather inconsequently. "I expect the wheel was going constantly for 2 days before the body was discovered." Herrick recollected the murmur in the wood, and now guessed that it came from the waterfall, which turned the wheel for the dynamos. There was no doubt that Colonel Carr surrounded himself with every comfort. "Did he ever have guests to stay with him?" he asked. The rector made a gesture of surprise. "If you had known Colonel Carr, you would not ask such a question. He hated his fellow mortals." "Then why had he so many bedrooms?" "I cannot tell you, but I am certain that he never had anyone to stay in the house. I have been in it once or twice myself, and Miss Bess has paid a visit, but no other person has ever entered." "Quite a mystery. What about Marsh?" "I expect you heard of him from Miss Bess. He's a great friend of the Biffs. Stephen Marsh will inherit the Colonel's property, I expect." "What relation was he to Carr?" "His nephew, but the 2 never spoke. They hated each other." "Mrs. Marsh, then, is the Colonel's sister?" "Oh, dear me, no. The present Mrs. Marsh is only stepmother to Stephen. Violent, terrible woman with Italian blood in her veins. It was she, I think, who put Stephen against his uncle." "She is very ill, I hear. Pneumonia." "Dear me," said Corn, startled. "Why, she was at my house on Tuesday. But it was raining when Stephen came for her. I expect she got a chill then." "No doubt. At all events, she is seriously ill now, I understand." "Ah," said the rector, looking down again. "I wonder if any doctor will attend her. She has quarrelled with them all. Well, There's no more to be said, Dr. Herrick. By the way, if I have talked freely, you must excuse me for doing so. I have a reason. Some day I hope to tell it to you. Are you stopping here for long? A day or so. I'm on a walking tour with my friend Mr. Joyce. We return shortly to London. Good day, Mr. Corn. Good day, replied the rector, raising his hat, and slipped away into the gorse bushes like a ghost. Herrick walked on, somewhat puzzled. What was the meaning of this frank speech to a stranger? The parson looked smarter and more of a man of the world than many serious-minded people would have approved of. Yet he had talked, to say the least of it, in the most indiscreet manner. Moreover, he had promised, quite unnecessarily, to explain his reason for doing so to the doctor. What did it all mean? Does he know something, as well as Miss Bess? Thought Herrick, returning to the inn. Both of them seemed to have a better opinion of Colonel Carr than the rest of the people. I seem to be surrounded by mysteries here. Well, we shall see what the inquest will do. Robin proved more fractious than Herrick expected. He was most anxious to be present at the inquest, but in the end, overruled by the stronger will of his friend, he consented to remain where he was. The doctor walked by himself to the Pines, and was received by Inspector Bridge, who introduced him to the coroner, and to Dr. Tiller, who had examined the body. After some discussion, Bridge collected a jury of mixed villagers and Beorminster citizens. After these had inspected the body, the witnesses were called. Herrick gave evidence of his discovery, of the position of the body and the condition of the house. He was followed by Tiller, who declared that in his opinion Colonel Carr had been shot on Tuesday night. Going by the condition of the body, he flouted the idea of suicide. The shirt front was neither blackened nor singed, said Tiller, and it would have been had the deceased fired the revolver at so close a range. He was shot through the heart, and, as I believe, by someone who stood at the door. It seems to me that he was standing by the bed and heard a footstep on the stairs. At once he turned, only to meet the levelled revolver. The shot passed through his heart and embedded itself in the opposite wall. Again, there are 3 other shots in different parts of the body, one in the neck, another in the abdomen, and a third in the right leg. But the shot that killed the deceased was the first that went through the heart. How do you know that such a shot was the first? Asked the coroner. From the examination of the wounds, replied Tiller. The remaining 3 shots were fired when the man was down. And dead, said the coroner, aghast. Certainly, the deceased must have died almost instantaneously. A thrill of horror passed through those present at the idea that the assassin had fired 3 more shots at the dead body. There was something horrible about the wreaking of such vengeance, and vengeance it must have been, for Bridge proved that no robbery had taken place. But the most interesting part of Bridge's evidence was yet to come. He produced the revolver found in the hand of the dead man. All 6 chambers proved to be loaded. Therefore, it would not have been this weapon which had been used. The idea of suicide was out of the question. Also, gentlemen, continued the inspector, the first shot was fired with a different weapon to that employed to fire the other 3. The bullet which passed through the heart and embedded itself in the wall has been extracted. Here it is. The other 3 shots were found in the body and in the floor. Here they are. The pieces of evidence thus produced were placed before the jury. The first bullet was round, of the old-fashioned kind, fired from a muzzle-loading pistol. The remaining 3 were conical in shape, and of the most modern manufacture. Plainly, then, 2 pistols had been used, one of an antique pattern to fire the first shot, the shot which killed the colonel, and the other a revolver of the most modern type. And this latter had been merely employed to make a target of the dead body. Finally, said Bridge, after explaining all this, the 3rd pistol, or rather revolver, found in the hand of the deceased was not fired at all. The chambers are loaded. There is no smoke stain on the barrels. It was simply put into the left hand of the dead man to hint at suicide. The person who did so knew that Colonel Carr was left-handed, but in his agitation forgot that the 6 chambers were loaded. In fact, he defeated his own scheme. This evidence was surprising enough. Why should the assassin use 2 pistols when one would have sufficed? And, asked the coroner, why do you say he, Mr. Inspector? Do you then think that the guilty person is a man? I don't think a woman would have committed so brutal a murder, said Bridge bluntly. She would have been satisfied with killing the man and not have proceeded to mutilate the body. Also, the idea of putting a revolver into the hand of the dead would not occur to a woman. There I differ from you, Mr. Inspector, contradicted the coroner. A woman might do such a thing, and it is more likely a woman would forget in her agitation that the revolver was loaded than would a man in the like circumstances. Inspector and coroner argued out this point. At length, Bridge, losing his temper, stated that he believed Frisco shot his master and called Napper as a witness. The landlord stated that on Tuesday night at 6 o'clock, Frisco had been drinking rum at the Carr Arms. He seemed to be angry with his master, whom he alleged had treated him badly. As he left the inn about 7 o'clock, he said, "Let him take care, or he won't live long." At the time Napper thought it was merely a drunken threat, but in the face of the death and Frisco's flight, he thought that the man was guilty. Of course the coroner, who had lost his temper with Bridge, told Napper that he did not want his opinion, but simply his evidence. There was further trouble about this remark, in which the inspector got the worst of it. The final witness was Stephen Marsh. He was a tall, slight young man, with bowed shoulders and a pensive face. He stated that he had called on the evening of the murder for his mother at the rectory. She had been up at the Pines in the afternoon, and as she drove home, told him that Colonel Carr had expressed his intention of living for many a long day. Coroner: why is Mrs. Marsh not here to give evidence? Marsh: my mother is seriously ill in bed and could not come. Coroner: her evidence must be taken. Did she say how the conversation came about to induce the deceased to make such a speech? Marsh: yes, my mother wanted the colonel to lend her some money. He refused. She said that he might as well, as when he died the estate would come to me. It was then that my uncle expressed his determination to live for many a long day. I merely give this evidence to show that my uncle had no thought of committing suicide. Coroner: have you seen your uncle lately? Marsh: no, not for 6 months. We were not on good terms. Coroner: how was it then that Mrs. Marsh called to see him on the afternoon of the murder? Marsh: she was determined to go. I asked her not to, but she insisted. At this reply there came a smile upon the faces of those of the jury who lived in Beorminster. Afterwards Herrick learned that Mrs. Marsh was well known as possessed of a violent temper, and there was no doubt, as someone remarked, that she had given the colonel a good talking to. However, the evidence of Marsh did not point to who had killed Carr. At the time there was no more available evidence. Bridge insisted that Frisco was guilty. He had left the house in the clothes he stood up in, evidently driven forth in a panic. He had made inquiries and had heard from the police at Southbury that Frisco, or a person answering to the description of Frisco, had gone to London by the morning train. At this moment Herrick asked to be allowed to give further evidence. He had just recollected they had seen such a man as was described. I was stopping at Southbury, said Herrick, waiting for my friend Mr. Joyce, who had gone to London. He went up on Tuesday morning. I was stopping at the inn near the railway station. I got up early about 7 to send a wire to my house in London. I had to go to the telegraph office at the station. On the platform, I saw a stout man with a soft hat pulled over his face. He was dressed in a blue serge suit with a red tie, and looked like a sailor. I waited until the London train went, and saw him get into the third-class carriage. Coroner: How is it, Dr. Herrick, that you recollect this only now? Because I never thought of the matter before. Since Inspector Bridge has given a description of the dress, and especially the red tie, I am sure the man was Frisco. I did not see his face. The coroner was displeased with this evidence, and said so. In fact, he was a disagreeable man, with a strong animus against Bridge. As there was no more evidence, he summed up, trying to prove that Frisco could have had nothing to do with the murder. However, the jury were of a different opinion, and more sensible, so they brought in a verdict of wilful murder against Frisco. This made the coroner ill-tempered again, and he left the Pines in a great rage. However, the verdict was given, the inquest was at an end, and the jury left the house. Stephen Marsh, as the nearest relative of the dead man, asked Bridge to allow the 3 policemen to remain in the house, as he had to return to his mother. Bridge consented, and then Marsh went up to Herrick, who was standing in the hall. "Doctor," he said, "will you come with me to Beorminster? I want you to attend my mother." Herrick stared. "She is a doctor already, has she not, Mr. Marsh?" Marsh shook his head. "No," he replied in a low voice. "No Beorminster doctor will attend her. Please come, sir, she is so ill." Although he was partly prepared for this explanation, Herrick could not help staring. What had Mrs. Marsh done that the medical fraternity at Beorminster should boycott her in this way? "You are quite sure that no one will attend her?" he asked incredulously. "Perfectly. She has quarreled with all the doctors. I am very lucky to find you, Dr. Herrick, or I should be obliged to send to London or to Southbury, and we are so poor that the expense would be too much for us. You will come, I hope." Jim liked the young man's face. It was soft and mild, but remarkably handsome in a dark way. He could quite understand, from such a face, that a woman of imperious temper, such as Mrs. Marsh appeared to be, could dominate and bully her stepson. In fact, Stephen gave Herrick the impression of being crushed. It seemed to be Herrick's fate to meet with people who needed to be bolstered up. Witness Robin Joyce. Also, he had a shrewd suspicion that the Reverend Pentland Corn was of the weak type. The proverb says that some men come into the world booted and spurred, others saddled and bridled. Herrick was of the former type, and these 3 weaklings of the latter. However, in spite of his strong will and dominating character, Jim had a kind heart. He therefore consented to do Marsh the favor he asked. "But I must go first to the inn," he said. "My friend is there, and I must see after him." "I'll wait for you," said Stephen, "but pray do not be long. I think my mother is dying." "Nonsense," said Jim cheerily. "I'll pull her round. Never give way." Marsh put out his hand and shook Jim's. "I have wanted a friend for many a long day," he said. "I believe I have found one in you." "That's all right, Marsh." And so Jim took a second burden on his shoulder. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At Beorminster. On their way to the inn, Herrick and his companion met Bess Endicott. She looked angry, and her eyes sparkled as she advanced towards the 2 men. "Isn't it a shame?" she said rapidly. "That verdict, I mean. I don't believe that Frisco killed the colonel." "If he did not, there was no reason why he should have run away," replied Marsh. "Well," cried Miss Endicott indignantly, "I did not expect to hear you say that, Stephen. You know as well as I do that the colonel always said that Frisco was in the same danger as he was himself. "What danger was that?" asked Herrick, sharply. Bess hesitated, and seemed to regret that she had let her tongue wag so freely, but Marsh answered for her. "We do not know what it was," he said simply, "but my uncle always hinted that he had enemies. Frisco knew his secrets, we did not." "And if that is the case, why should Frisco kill him?" retorted Bess. "However, what is done can't be undone. I suppose Frisco will be arrested." "They'll have to catch him first," said Dr. Jim, a trifle grimly, "and as the man has got away so rapidly, and is now lost in the wilderness of London, I expect they will have some difficulty in doing that." "You are sure it was Frisco you saw at Southbury?" "Well, I did not see his face, but the clothes of the man at the station were the same in all respects as those described by Napper." "I put everything down," said Miss Endicott, "and now I am going home to Biffstead to put the article into shape. But I do not believe that Frisco is guilty. Who is? I do not pretend to know, but I intend to find out." "What the police fail to do, you cannot, Bess," said Stephen, wagging his head. "But we must not wait. Dr. Herrick is coming with me to Beorminster." "I'm so glad," cried the girl. "It's a shame none of the doctors seeing your mother. How lucky that Dr. Herrick is here. I shall see you again, doctor, shan't I? I have much to say to you." "I shall call on you with pleasure," said Jim, gravely shaking hands. "At Biffstead, I suppose?" Both Stephen and Bess laughed. "Oh, that is only my joke," said she. "I call our family the Biffs, and the house Biffstead. The Grange is where we live. Anyone can point out the place. Come when you can." As the two men resumed their walk, Herrick could not forbear expressing himself about Bess. "What a clever girl she is," said he. "Those eyes of hers twinkle like stars when she grows excited. You know the family, do you not, Marsh?" "I have known them all my life. We played together as children. Ida is my greatest friend." Herrick glanced a little jealously at the young man. "I saw her by chance at Southbury," he said carelessly. "She's very beautiful." "Very, but not so clever as Bess. Bess is the head and tail and middle of the family. Were it not for her, it would go to pieces. But here we are at the inn. I'll wait for you here, Herrick." "I won't be long," said the doctor, and ran up the stairs. As might be guessed, Robin, the selfish, was by no means pleased to be left alone. He did not want Jim to go to Beorminster, not even although the call was so imperative. "What shall I do without you?" he asked. "You will go to sleep," replied Herrick calmly. "Now, no nonsense, Joyce. I have promised to see Mrs. Marsh, and I must keep my word." "How long will you be?" "It all depends upon the state in which I find Mrs. Marsh. If she is very ill, I may stay all night. Good-bye, Robin." "Good-bye," returned the little man, a trifle sulkily. "There is far too much of the Good Samaritan about you, Jim." "You never think of that in relationship to yourself," said Herrick, with a laugh. "I hope to be back this evening. Make yourself comfortable." As he ran down to rejoin Marsh, he could not help contrasting the two natures of Stephen and Robin. It is true that he had not had much experience of Marsh, but from what he had seen of him, he judged that he was of a grateful, kindly disposition. Joyce, on the other hand, although he looked upon Jim as his best friend, was selfish to the core. Herrick, from long association, and because he had plucked him back on one occasion from the grave, was attached to him, but he ofttimes acknowledged that were not Robin an interesting case from a medical point of view, as he undoubtedly was, he could not stand much of him. Still, he had been so long the little man's friend that he could not tear himself away from old associations. Nevertheless, Robin's yoke was beginning to gall, and Herrick was glad to get a day away from his society. Friendship is a tender plant, and nothing kills it sooner than selfishness. but Robin, in his peevish self-satisfaction, had not the sense to see that. "Do you mind going by the bus?" asked Marsh with a flush. "I am not rich enough to afford a cart of any sort." "I am quite used to public conveyances," said Herrick gaily, "and as to your being poor, the dark days are over now." "I suppose so," replied Marsh thankfully. "At least my uncle always told me that I was to be his heir, although we quarrelled so much. I have to take the name of Carr and fulfill certain duties. I do not know what they are, but I shall do them, if only to get the money. I do so want to be rich. Ah, here's the bus." "What about the will?" asked Herrick, as they climbed up to the roof of the clumsy conveyance. "Pardon me, perhaps I should not ask you." "I do not mind in the least," said Stephen. "Indeed, I am glad to find that you take an interest in me. I have had a lonely life. The Biffs are my only friends. By the way, who told you about the Biffs?" Herrick described his meeting with Pentland Corn, and the conversation that had ensued. "He was remarkably confidential," said Herrick. "That is strange," said Marsh thoughtfully. "He usually keeps his mouth very much closed. However," he added in a lighter tone, "we can talk of him again. At present we will speak of the will. I have written to my uncle's solicitors, informing them of his terrible death. I expect to hear from them tomorrow or the next day, perhaps later." "Who are your uncle's lawyers, or rather I should say yours?" "Firth and Firth." "Of Steel Lane, Cheapside?" asked Herrick in a tone of surprise. "Yes. Do you know them?" "I know of them. They are the solicitors of my friend Joyce." "That is strange," said Marsh gaily. "The world is very small after all, is it not? But I'm forgetting my mother," he added sadly. "I was told that Mrs. Marsh was your stepmother." "So she is, but we get on very well together. She is devoted to me. I expect you have heard of her violent temper." "Well, I have," said Herrick hesitatingly. "It seems to be well known, if you'll excuse my saying so." "Oh, it's town talk," replied Stephen, with a vexed flush. "But she is really a good, dear woman, and her own worst enemy. Since my father's death 5 years ago, she has been my best friend. Once she nursed me through a most serious illness. There are worse women in the world than my stepmother, Herrick, as you will find. She is a noble-looking woman, and I am glad to be rich, if only for her sake. She is fond of luxury, but for my sake has borne poverty. And we have been very, very poor," finished Stephen, with a sigh. Every word the young man uttered revealed his good heart. Jim was pleased to find such an unsophisticated youth for once in his life. The young men he knew were usually old before their time, and took a pride in being so. But Marsh talked with such candour that Herrick saw he was as simple as the day. "You are a good fellow, Marsh," said Jim. "I am glad to have met you." "I echo your compliment," said the other. "But here we are at Beorminster. I hope my mother is no worse." The vehicle stopped at the foot of the hill upon which the cathedral was built. Herrick followed his companion up a winding street, as steep as those at Malta, and after a breathless climb found himself in the great square. The vast fabric of the cathedral rose black against the saffron sky, and the bells were ringing for the evening service. Stephen led the way towards a far corner of the square, and turned into a dingy side street sloping down the other side of the hill. Stopping at a tall, narrow house 3 doors down, he admitted himself by means of his latch-key, and conducted his companion into a dark passage. A woman with a candle held high above her head appeared at the end. She was very old, with white hair and fierce black eyes. A foreigner, as Herrick guessed. "How is my mother, Petronella?" asked Stephen hurriedly. "Ah, gran Dio! Bad, very bad, Signor," replied the old Italian. She die if no doctor come. I have brought one, Petronella. Thanks be to the saints, cried Petronella. This way, Signor Doctore. My signora is up the stair. Piano, piano. She is bad, so bad, piano. Herrick suppressed a laugh. The piano of Petronella reminded him of the opening chorus in The Barber of Seville. However, he recovered his grave air when introduced into the bedroom of Mrs. Marsh. A very few minutes' examination convinced him that she was extremely ill. Her pulse was rapid, she was in a high fever, and her face looked scarlet. Still she was conscious, and when the doctor had finished with her for the time being, she beckoned to her stepson. "The death, the examination?" she asked hoarsely. "The jury have brought in a verdict of wilful murder against Frisco." In spite of the pain she was suffering, Mrs. Marsh sank back on her pillow with a smile. "I always thought that man would kill Carr some day," she muttered. "Who is the doctor, Stephen?" Marsh detailed all he knew about Herrick, while that gentleman was giving directions to Petronella. His stepmother listened attentively, and nodded when he finished. "I am glad that he had the decency to come," she said. "These wretches here should be punished by the law. I don't want to die now. There's a chance of being comfortable for the rest of my life." "You must not talk, Mrs. Marsh," said Herrick, coming to her bedside, "and I think your son had better go downstairs." "Am I very ill?" asked the woman. "Oh, you are not so bad as you might be," replied Jim cheerfully. "Do not excite yourself. Obey my directions, and you will be all right shortly." "I suffer such pains," moaned Mrs. Marsh. "I can get no sleep. Chloral." "What's that?" asked Herrick sharply. "Chloral or morphia. Give me something to soothe the pain." "I'll see to it," said the doctor cheerfully, and looked at the handsome face of his patient. He saw that she was a highly strung woman, and from the words she had used he guessed that she was in the habit of taking chloral to induce sleep. Mrs. Marsh was the kind of person who would end her days in a madhouse, if not soothed by artificial means. From the passionate expression in her eyes, the wrinkles on her face, her impatient gestures, Herrick saw that she had absolutely no control over her temper. Perhaps the rumors he had heard of her influenced such a judgment, but afterwards he found that he was absolutely right. The outbursts of rage to which Mrs. Marsh was subject were little removed from madness. The only person who could deal with her was Petronella, who, as Herrick learned, had been her nurse, and knew how to manage and humour her. "I shall stay here all night," he said to the Italian, after certain remedies had been applied. "Make up a bed for me somewhere, and send out to the chemist for this prescription to be made up." It was late when Jim descended. He found Stephen waiting for him at the foot of the stairs, and was conducted by him into a small bare room, sparsely furnished with 2 armchairs, a few books, and a table covered with writing materials. Herrick, rather tired, threw himself into one of the chairs and informed Stephen that he would stay the night. "Is my mother so ill?" asked the young man anxiously. "Pretty bad, but I've seen worse cases. Don't you trouble yourself, Marsh. I'll do the best I can to save her life." "Save her life?" echoed Stephen sadly. "Ah, what a terrible thing it will be if she dies now, when wealth is coming. She always wanted to be rich, and now life is very cruel." "That depends upon the way you look at it," said Jim. "Give me some supper, Marsh, and a whiskey. I feel rather played out." The meal was waiting in a poverty-stricken looking dining room. Jim saw that the pauperisms of the Marshes was no fiction. They were evidently terribly poor. Certainly the Colonel had done nothing to alleviate their distress. "He would not give us a penny," said Stephen after supper, and when they were smoking in the small room which proved to be the young man's special sanctum. "All the time he kept telling me that I was his heir. but refused to help my mother and me. I do not want to speak evil of the dead," added Stephen, "but Colonel Carr—" He shook his head. By this time Herrick had seen his patient sinking into a sleep, and leaving Petronilla to call him should anything go wrong, was prepared for a little conversation. He utilized the time by asking Marsh about himself and his uncle. The young man answered him with the utmost frankness, and indeed seemed glad to have a friend in whom he could confide. "My father was a gentleman farmer," he said, "but he attended more to pleasure than to business. While out hunting, he saved the life of Miss Carr, the colonel's sister. Afterwards she married him. I was her only child, for my mother died when I was born. My father lost all his money from reckless living and went abroad for economy. In Italy he met my stepmother, who is the daughter of an English consul by an Italian mother. He met her in a little town on the Adriatic coast. Her father was dead, and she was alone save for Petronilla. It was her intention to become a singer, but she fell in love with my father. He brought her home to Beorminster, along with Petronilla, who would not leave her. With what remained of his money, my father bought this house. 5 years ago he died, leaving my mother 200 a year. With his freehold and that income, we have managed to scrape along. I was educated at Bedford, and afterwards went to Oxford. My father said that though he could give me no money, he could at least afford me a decent education. I believe he pinched himself to do so. Mrs. Marsh helped me, for she has always been good to me. I was 21 years old when my father died, and after the funeral I wanted to go to London and become a journalist. Mrs. Marsh, however, would not hear of this. She insisted that I was the colonel's heir, and that I should wait until he died. "Ah," interrupted Herrick, shaking his head, "bad thing waiting for dead man's shoes." "Do you think it was my wish to do so?" protested Stephen, passionately. "I should have much preferred to earn my own living and fight my way in London. I have some talent as a poet and a writer, and I was prepared to battle with the world like other people. But Mrs. Marsh made me stop with her. I am 26 years of age now, and I have done nothing. I write poetry and send it to the American magazines, also a few prose articles. These keep me supplied with pocket money. It was Bess who put me on to the New York papers. There the editors are more open to new talent." "And the colonel refused to help you?" "Always. But I never asked him. I hated that man," said Marsh between his teeth. "I never went near his house. At times my mother called to see him. She always fought viciously with him, and I think he liked her for that. Most people were afraid of him, and he admired her for standing up to him. Colonel Carr thought me a fool and a weakling because I stayed with Mrs. Marsh instead of going out into the world. But I ask you, Herrick, what else could I have done? Mrs. Marsh has always been good to me. She sacrificed much so that I might be well educated. So the least I could do was to stop with her. Again and again I wanted her to come with me to London, but she always refused." "I understand," said Jim, filling his pipe. "She wished to keep an eye on the colonel." "I think so. Carr always said that I was to be his heir. He has no relative but me, and he was reported to be wealthy." "I should think so, Marsh. That house is filled with treasure. Did he inherit his money?" Stephen looked up alertly. "Ah, now you are touching on the secret of Carr's life," he said, with some excitement. "His father died ruined, and left him nothing but the pines, with a few acres of farm and corn land. Do you know how old Colonel Carr was, Doctor?" "No, I saw him only after his death. Not very old, I should say." "Just 60, replied Stephen, "and into his life he crammed enough wickedness to fill a century. He was 20 when his father died, and in the army. By gambling and speculating, he supported himself and left his sister, my mother, in that old ruined house. Afterwards he left the army, cashiered for cheating at cards, and led a hand-to-mouth existence. But he would never sell the Pines, however hard up he was. He stopped there on occasions and played the devil all round. I can't tell you how bad he was. It is the common talk of the countryside. He was called Mad Carr and Wicked Carr. Colonel Carr, put in Herrick. No, he was only a captain when he left the army at the age of 30. I believe he called himself colonel when he returned 10 years ago. From what quarter of the world? Marsh shook his head. I cannot tell you, he said slowly. For 20 years Carr vanished from England. My mother was left behind in the old house, and afterwards married my father. She should have made a better match, but she had little money, and the reputation of her brother did her no good. However, she married my father, and afterwards died when I was born. That was the end of her. The colonel left his lawyers to look after the property and remained away. I always heard that it was in South America he picked up his money. At all events, he returned here 10 years ago with plenty of cash. The first thing he did was to put the house in order and fill it with splendid furniture. He engaged a staff of servants and wanted to entertain. At first the people were disposed to be friendly, but he went on worse than ever, and everybody cut him. In a rage, he sent away all the servants and only kept Frisco. Did Frisco come back with him from South America? Yes, but whether it was South America or North I cannot say. Frisco could hold his tongue when he chose. However, Carr turned his back on the country people and went on worse than ever. He was said to be mad, but I think it was merely devilment myself. One queer thing he did. No, 2 queer things. The building of the tower was one, said Herrick shrewdly. Marsh nodded, and the other mad act was the throwing down of the walls and fences around the Pines. Dr. Jim looked puzzled. Said he. I noticed that the house had no fences round it. One came upon it suddenly, as if it had been dropped from the skies. Carr threw down the walls to show that he was not afraid. On the other hand, he must have built the tower to show that he was. I do not understand what you mean. Why, it is not difficult, if you remember what you said to me when we met that girl. You hinted that Carr was afraid of something in which Frisco was concerned. Well then, evidently, his first attitude was one of defiance towards this fear. Afterwards, he thought better of it and built the tower. A man would not leave that splendid house to sleep in a bare room at the top of a tower, unless he was afraid. I think you are right, said Stephen, musingly, but I don't know what he was afraid of. It was the 3rd year after he returned that he built the tower, and he was in such a hurry to get it done that he had the men working at it by night. You know he has a magnificent system of electricity round about the Pines. Well, the lights were on night after night until the tower was finished, and relays of workmen replaced one another. The whole county wondered at the way Carr went on. He gave no explanation. No, he saw no one, but shut himself up like a hermit. Frisco attended the house and cooked the colonel's meals, but I think Carr often cooked for himself. He was fond of cooking. For 8 years he never went outside that house. That accounts for the gymnasium, the bowling alley, and the shooting gallery. What about his business? He did it all by means of letter. Firth and Firth sent down a clerk occasionally. Carr was a clever man of business, and invested his money in good securities, so my mother said. She used to beard him in his den. And the clergyman, Corn? Yes, he called also to try and reform the colonel, but he did not succeed. A good fellow, Corn, but weak. Can hold his tongue, though. On the contrary, he talked a good deal to me. So you said, muttered Stephen. I wonder what he meant by that. Did he know the secret of Carr's life? Not that I know of. Carr always kept his mouth shut, as I said. Why should he have talked openly to you, I can't say. It seems to me that there are mysteries on all sides, said Herrick with a shrug. Miss Bess used to visit Carr, you say? She did once or twice, but I shall leave her to tell you of her visits and her opinion of her host. Marsh, said Dr. Jim after a pause, have you any idea who murdered Carr? No, not the remotest, unless it was Frisco. On the face of it, one would think so. Why did Frisco run away? Stephen rubbed his chin. I think we must ask Bess, said he, thoughtfully. If anyone knows what is at the back of all this, it is Bess Endicott. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Theory of Mrs. Marsh. For the next week or so Herrick had his hands full. Mrs. Marsh grew rapidly worse, and several times nearly slipped through his fingers. But the doctor's skill, Petronella's nursing, and above all, the indomitable determination of Mrs. Marsh not to die, enabled her to turn the corner. She became much better, but still suffered from racking pains. At times, Herrick gave her morphia, but did so sparingly. From Petronella he learned that she had taken chloral for years past, and feared that if she gained a taste for morphia, she might take to it instead of the weaker drug. For Stephen's sake, Jim could not let that happen. Never had Herrick had so unruly a patient. He did not wonder that she had quarrelled with all the Bealeminster doctors. The wonder was that she had a friend left. Her temper was ungovernable, and she fought Herrick on every point that did not chime in with her inclinations. In spite of the fact he was attending her out of sheer kindness, and had intimated to Stephen that he expected no fee, Mrs. Marsh abused him virulently whenever she felt so inclined. But then she abused everyone, even Petronella, who was her slave. As to Stephen, devoted as he was to her, she could not find words bad enough for him sometimes. He was a fool, a ninny, a milksop. He lived upon her charity, etc., etc. Yet there were times when the young man was all that was good in her eyes. Even Herrick came in for a share of praise at odd moments. Gran Dio, Petronella would say to Herrick after some tussle, was there ever such a diavola as the padrona? The old Italian woman had taken a great fancy to Dr. Jim. He was good to her mistress, whom she idolized. He was kind to Petronella herself, and could speak her language. He had once made a tour of Europe for 3 years with a young dipsomaniac, and had contrived to pick up 3 or 4 tongues, which he spoke remarkably correctly: Spanish, French, German, Italian. Dr. Jim knew them all, and could both read and write them with wonderful accuracy. In the eyes of Petronella he was a marvellous man, and she often talked to him on subjects which she would not discuss with anyone else. Do not be angry with the padrona, Signor Dottore, she said sometimes. It is the blood of the Michelotto family, eh? The Michelotti were wicked. Like Colonel Carr, Petronella? Signor Dottore, the colonel was an angel of light to the wicked Michelotti. The padrona is the last of them, and it is not wonder she is angry. Per Bacco, added Petronella, who could swear on occasions. See this casa, a fitting casa for the last of the Grand Signori. But it is all right now, Petronella. As soon as your signora can be removed, we shall take her to the Pines. That is a fine casa, if you like. Petronella spat, and shook her white elf locks. It will bring no luck. Ah, signor! But that man had the evil eye. Once I went with a madrona to see him. He overlooked me, although I made horns, and I hurt my foot. If my padrona goes to that casa, she will die." Herrick shrugged his shoulders and did not argue. There was no means of persuading Petronella out of the spite she had taken to the Pines. It was now the property of Stephen Marsh. The senior partner of Firth and Firth had come down personally with the will. This left Stephen the house on condition that he pulled down the tower. Furthermore, the personal property of the late colonel, amounting to $8,000 a year well invested, was given to the young man on a still more curious condition. "You are to have a special vault constructed in Saxham churchyard," said Mr. Firth. "It is to be built of stone and lined with sheet iron. The body of our late client is to be put in there, and you alone are to hold the key of the door. Once a month you are to enter the vault and see that the body is safe. If you do this for a year, then the property becomes yours absolutely. If you miss going once, the money goes to Frisco." "To Frisco, the colonel's servant?" said Stephen in surprise. "And by that name, Mr. Firth?" "Yes, it is legal enough. But the man evidently murdered his master and has gone away to avoid consequences. I do not think you will be troubled by him. Also, Mr. Marsh, or rather Mr. Carr, since you have to take the name, you can avert all chance of this man getting the money by visiting the vault monthly for a year." Here was another mystery. Why the money should have been left to Frisco, no one could guess. Stephen often talked it over with Herrick, but could come to no conclusion. However, he set to work to carry out the terms of the will. A body of workmen were employed to take down the tower, and Mr. Corn was seen about the construction of a new vault. Evidently the colonel did not consider his remains would be safe in the ancestral burial place. In spite of all secrecy, the countryside came to know of this strange provision of Carr's will, and it was said that he wanted to make sure that his body would not be carried off by the devil to whom he had sold himself. In fact, the general opinion was that some night the remains would be carried off like those of the old woman of Berkeley. The villagers grew confused over the matter, and did not distinguish between the body and soul. While Mrs. Marsh was slowly getting better, and Stephen was attending to the carrying out of the will, Dr. Jim remained at Saxham, or rather, for the sake of his patient, he lived at Beorminster, paying occasional visit to the village. Robin had long since returned to London, and had left in much anger at Jim's refusal to accompany him. "You have found a new friend," he said angrily, "and I must go to the wall. I do call it unfair, Jim." "My dear Robin, I cannot be your shadow. You are quite well able to look after yourself now. I took you for this walking tour to do you good. Now you are in excellent health. I must remain here until Mrs. Marsh is quite well. Remember, if I go, she has no doctor to attend her." "I can't do without you," persisted Robin. "You have such an influence over me that I am lost if you are away." "You must take up your life on your own shoulders," replied Herrick impatiently. "It is no use relying on other people. But if you feel that I am so indispensable to you, why not stay here? You have money, no ties. You can do your work here better than in London." "I want to go back to town. If I stay here, I shall not see much of you. Marsh is your friend now." "I like Marsh. He's a good fellow, and I can make something of him. I suppose, Robin, you think I'm after his money, but you know me better than that. The 300 a year I have is enough for me. I was never a man for luxury." "I never thought or hinted such a thing," said Joyce with a blush. "Well, if you like to stay here, Jim, I'll return to London, and we can meet when you return. I suppose you'll be back some time. That is, if Miss Endicott will let you go." "Nonsense," replied Dr. Jim. "She has no thought of me. I like her very much, but in my present state of poverty I could not ask her to be my wife." Joyce said nothing more, but the next week took his leave. He was much missed in Saxon, where his bright talk and merry face had made him a general favorite. The Biffs especially were sorry. Bess had foregathered with Joyce on the common ground of literature, and she lamented when he departed. "Why can't you stay here?" she said in her blunt way. "You can work better in the country." "No, Miss Bess, I'm like Charles Lamb. London is my home. I cannot get enough of the divine fire in this tame locality." "There's nothing tame about it," cried Bess, fired with indignation. Joyce laughed. "Not to you, perhaps, but I prefer London myself. However, I hope you will let me come down and see you at times, and we can correspond. And if you have any manuscripts you think well of, send them to me. I will see what I can do with them." This arrangement was made, and Robin, taking a friendly leave of Jim, went back to his West Kensington fiat. He wrote frequently at first, but after a time his letters became rarer. Herrick was sorry, but on the whole somewhat relieved to be rid of such a burden. For Robin was one of those people who are delightful to meet and terrible to live with. Had he been ill or in trouble, the conscientious Jim would have stayed with him. But since he had been particularly well after that attack of nerves, when the body was discovered, there was no necessity for Herrick to martyrize himself further. And besides, Jim had fallen seriously in love with Ida Endicott. When Mrs. Marsh was fairly on the road to recovery, Stephen had taken Jim over to Saxham and had introduced him to the Biffs. They lived in a tumbled-down house of considerable size, down a deep and leafy lane. At one time the Endicotts had been great folks, but the late Mr. Endicott, who had married the daughter of an earl, had squandered the revenues of the family. His wife, Lady Arabella, had died of sheer worry, and Mr. Endicott had found himself alone with 5 children and an impoverished estate. For a time he did his best to keep things together, but ultimately died, as it was said, of a broken heart. It seemed probable that the 5 children would go on the parish. What a fall for the haughty Endicott! It was at this juncture that Lord Gartham stepped in. He was an Irish peer and poor himself, but he could not see his sister's children entirely penniless. Ida was the eldest at 24 when her father died. Bess had reached the age of 23, and Sidney, the youngest, was 16. The 5 Endicotts were all handsome, and had high spirits, but poorer than the proverbial church mouse. What was to be done? "We'll earn our own living," said Bess, who was the most energetic of the 5. "Ida can look after the house, Frank can manage the farm, and Sidney can go to school. And I shall ask Mr. Arch to take me on to the Weekly Chronicle." "But, my dear child," expostulated the Earl. "What does it matter?" cried Bess. "We are the Endicotts, whatever we may do. Everybody knows who we are and what we are. There's nothing disgraceful in earning our own living, Uncle Gar." The Earl, rather a helpless person, who had never done a stroke of honest work in his life, was rather surprised at the energy of Bess. However, her scheme recommended itself to his favor, since there was absolutely no other way of settling the matter. In one way or another, Lord Gartham paid off the debts by selling some of the land, and arranged that the United 5 should have a small income with which they had to increase as best they could. Thus it was that the Endicotts found themselves with their ancestral home, a small farm, 200 a year, and the world before them. They were all young and hearty, so they thought very little of the matter. Bess obtained a post on the Weekly Chronicle at Beorminster. Ida looked after the house, and Frank managed the farm. Flo was put to a Beorminster school, when she returned once a week to Saxham, and Sidney studied under Mr. Corn, who expressed a desire to take him. The countryside all approved of this independent spirit, and made much of the Biffs. When the Colonel died, this had been going on for 3 years. Ida was still unmarried, as she had refused several offers. "I cannot leave the children," she said, and people were divided as to the wisdom of this attitude. Some said it was right, but the majority agreed that it was a pity such a beautiful girl should develop into an old maid. But the fact is, no one knew Ida's secret. She was in love with Stephen, and although they had never spoken on the subject, they understood one another very well. Hitherto, Stephen's poverty had prevented him from speaking openly. Now the inheritance of 8,000 a year had altered all that, and he intended to ask Ida to be his wife on the very earliest opportunity. It was a pity Jim did not know of this. He had fallen in love with Ida, and as she was always pleasant to him, it never crossed his mind that her heart was engaged. Open on most points with his new friend, Stephen, out of delicacy for Ida, was reticent about his love. So Jim continued to live in a fool's paradise, and not even the sharp-eyed Joyce had been able to enlighten him. Certainly Mrs. Marsh had spoken to Jim on the subject. She wanted Stephen to marry Miss Endicott, but Dr. Herrick thought that was merely her own desire, and did not think there was anything serious between the young people. Nor could Mrs. Marsh inform him of more than the fact that they liked one another, and that it was the desire of her heart to see them married. One day when Stephen was at Saxham, Mrs. Marsh had a long talk with the doctor, in which he saw more of her stormy character than had ever been shown to him before. She could sit up in bed now, and, wearied of the society of Petronella, frequently asked Herrick to stay beside her. "You are one of the few sensible men I have met," she said, drawing her black brows together. "Come and talk. I want you to tell me what you think of Stephen." "What can I think but that he is the best of fellows?" replied Jim, taking a chair by the bedside. That sounds like the weakest of men. Stephen, I mean. You are strong enough in every way. That is why I want you to look after Stephen." "How do you mean look after him, Mrs. Marsh?" The widow mused for a time before replying. "He is a good-hearted fool," she said at last, "and with his sweet nature is likely to be imposed upon in this world. Now he is rich, and scoundrels will prey on him. I want you to see that he comes to no harm." "But I have to return to London," remonstrated Jim, rather taken aback by the responsibility thrust upon him. "I am not a rich man, Mrs. Marsh, and I must look after my practice." "I can arrange all that," she replied sharply. "You are a good man, Dr. Herrick. I can see that, and I'm no fool. All your influence over Stephen will be for good. I can get him to offer you some inducement to stay beside him, at all events until he is married." "Until he is married?" echoed Jim, puzzled. "Has he any intention of getting married?" "Not that I know of. He is too much wrapped up in his poetry. But I wish him to marry Ida Endicott. She's a well-born girl, and a good woman. I think she will make Stephen an excellent wife. She likes him." Jim felt the blood flush in his face. "Liking is not love," he said, in a rather irritated tone. Mrs. Marsh pulled the curtain aside so that the light fell on the face of the young man. Then, after a scrutiny, she gave a short laugh. "So that's is it?" she said. "You are in love with a girl." "I never said so, Mrs. Marsh." "Pshaw! You can't blind me. I'm a woman. Come, you are in love." Herrick shrugged his broad shoulders. "I do not see why I should deny it," he said coldly. "I'm in love with Miss Endicott, but so far as I can judge, she is not in love with me." "I don't think she's in love with anyone," replied Mrs. Marsh, "but I have not seen enough of her to judge. If I could only see them together, I could tell. She likes Stephen, though. But here I am chained to this bed, and cannot get out to attend to matters of importance." She eyed Herrick steadily. "So you are in love with her? Well, it has been the desire of my life to see Stephen married to Ida. But for all that, I want you to stay. Stephen shall give you 1,000 a year to stay. My dear Mrs. Marsh, now don't contradict me, or you will put me out of temper, and you know what that means. I ask you to stop, to show my regard for you. Many another woman would get you out of the way rather than see her pet scheme interfered with. I am not that sort of narrow-minded person. You shall have your chance along with Stephen. If she loves you, marry her in God's name, and let's have done with the matter. If, however, she prefers my poor Stephen, sweet-hearted fool that he is, you must promise me not to put any obstacle in the way of the marriage. If Miss Endicott prefers your stepson, I certainly should not think of objecting, Mrs. Marsh, said Herrick stiffly. Your remark is rather unnecessary. I don't think it is, retorted the widow. You are a gentleman. I know, but you are also a human being, and when love comes into the question, there are few things a man will not do, or a woman, for the matter of that. She clenched her thin hand that laid outside the coverlet, and her face darkened. I know, she muttered between her teeth. Who should know but I, who have suffered? Give me something to drink, doctor. My throat is dry with talking. I think I'd better leave you, said Herrick, after her thirst was assuaged. You are wearying yourself. Don't go, cried Mrs. Marsh abruptly. I have much to say of importance. I may not be here long to say it. Nonsense, Mrs. Marsh, you are getting better, much better. All the same, I may die, one never knows, said the widow gloomily. Herrick laughed at these forebodings. What, said he, trying to joke her out of so morbid a mood. Have you enemies like Carr? Anyone who came into contact with Carr was bound to have enemies, said Mrs. Marsh bitterly. He was a devil, if ever there was one. However, this is not to the point. She went on impatiently. I want to know if you will stay with Stephen for 1,000 a year. It is a tempting offer to a poor man like myself, said Herrick, with some hesitation. But until Stephen himself asks me to stay, I cannot promise. He may not wish. Oh, that is all right, Dr. Herrick. Stephen knows that you are his best friend. I want you to take him in hand and make a man out of him. He is too fond of poring over books and too careless of his physical health. Make him ride and golf and all the rest of it. I have been a fool keeping him so much beside me. But I love the boy, and that was my woman's weakness. Now he is rich. Teach him how to use his riches and be happy. You have the most influence over him, said Herrick, still hesitating. I have had too much, and not for the best, was her gloomy reply. No, you are the teacher he wants. Besides, who knows what may happen to me? Herrick looked at her uneasily. Again she had hinted at something of danger to herself. I wish you would be plain with me, he said. What do you mean? Asked Mrs. Marsh with a frown. I think you can guess, retorted the doctor. You hint at your dying. So far as I know, there is not the least likelihood of your doing so, unless you take an overdose of that chloral which I am always advising you to leave off. Have you some enemy who is likely to? No, replied Mrs. Marsh with unnecessary violence. I have no enemy, but I have a presentiment that I am not long for this world. As an Italian, you know, I am bound to be superstitious. I should think that the English part of your blood would revolt against such morbid nonsense. Again I say, you are not plain with me. I am. How dare you talk to me so? Cried Mrs. Marsh furiously. You are the one man I have met in this world of fools, other than that dead devil Carr. If I made a confidant of anyone, it would be of you. But so far as I personally am concerned, there is nothing to say. But Stephen, she hesitated, and fell to plucking restlessly at the coverlet. Well, you wish me to be his bear leader? If he is willing, I am willing. 1,000 a year is not to be despised. Moreover, my conscience is perfectly clear as regards Miss Endicott. I understand. If she loves you, marry her by all means. If Stephen is her choice, you must promise. I promise nothing, said Herrick impatiently, walking to and fro. There is no necessity to promise. I'm a man of honor. If Stephen and Miss Endicott love one another, I am the last man in the world to step between them. You know that." "If I didn't, I should not ask you to stop and look after him," said Mrs. Marsh cynically. "However, you complained of my want of confidence. I'm going to amend that. Do you know why I want you to stay with Stephen?" "To make a man of him, so you said." "That certainly, but it is something of an excuse. I also want you, and this is the main reason, to guard him." "Against whom? What are you hinting at?" asked Herrick sharply. "At Frisco," was the unexpected reply. "Oh, you may look astonished, but if you remember the will, well—" "The will," repeated Dr. Jim. "I see what you mean. The money goes to Frisco if Stephen should neglect to visit the vault monthly for a year. What of that?" "This much. Frisco killed Colonel Carr. Oh, I am sure of it. If not, why did he fly? Besides, there is no one else I can think of who had an interest in Carr's death. I do not know what secrets he had, but what there were, Frisco knew. That was why Carr left the money to him, failing Stephen." "Nonsense! If Frisco possessed Colonel Carr's secrets, he could have blackmailed him without the necessity of murder." "Ah, you don't know," cried Mrs. Marsh mysteriously. "I have heard Frisco and Carr quarrel. It is my belief, if you remember Napper's evidence, that they quarreled on the night of the murder. They must have fought a duel, which is just what two devils like them would do. Frisco killed his master before he could fire a shot. That is why all the chambers of the revolver were found loaded. Well, Frisco has had to fly, but he will not give up his chance of getting the money. No, he will." Here Mrs. Marsh bent forward to whisper, "He will try and maim or kill Stephen, so that he may not fulfill the conditions of the will and visit the vault. Then Frisco will claim the money. I have thought this all out while lying here." "It is ingenious," replied Herrick, "but you forget that if Frisco shows himself he will be arrested. That stops his attempting to harm Stephen." Mrs. Marsh shook her head. "You do not know Frisco. I do," she said, and not another word could Herrick extract from her. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Changeling. While the tower at the Pines was being pulled down, Stephen paid frequent visits to Saxham. Sometimes Dr. Herrick went with him, and together they would go through the wonderful house. Marsh had never before been inside it, and he was amazed at the luxury. His life had been so simple, so deprived of all beauty, that his artistic temperament had been starved from lack of nutriment. Highly gifted with the imaginative faculty, possessed of a keen perception of loveliness, Stephen revelled in the beautiful things which filled every corner of the house. "You will have to get a wife to share it all," said Herrick one day, after his conversation with Mrs. Marsh. He looked keenly at the young man as he spoke. Stephen, however, betrayed no emotion. "I suppose I shall have to marry some day," he said coolly. "If I were to die without children, my cousin would get the property." "I did not know you had a cousin," said Herrick, rather astonished. "I believe so, a distant cousin, although I have never seen him. My mother can tell you all about him. It seems that Colonel Carr's father had a younger brother who was turned out by his father. He went to America and married there. Then he died, leaving a widow and a daughter. The widow died, and the daughter married someone in the States. I do not know the name, but my mother may. I believe there is a son, but whether he is in America or in England I cannot say." Said Jim. "Very interesting. I must ask your mother about this. If you secure the property by complying with the conditions of the will, it will be yours entirely. Even if you do not marry, you will be able to leave it to whomsoever you please." I should leave it to my cousin, whatever his name is, said Stephen in a careless tone. It seems to me that he has a right to enjoy it after me, since he is of the Carr blood. Always provided you do not marry and have children. Of course, but there is time enough to think of marriage. I want my mother to be sole mistress of this beautiful place for a time. She has had such a dose of poverty that I should like her to taste luxury. You are not in love, then? Asked Herrick in a jocular tone. I don't know, this time. Stephen flushed. I'll tell you when I am. Meantime, let me enjoy the present. I'll soon have this tower down and the house put to rights. Then my mother can come. I hope you will stay also, Herrick, he added rather anxiously. I don't want to lose my friend, you know. It all depends, replied Jim with a flush. He was thinking of Ida. I will remain until your mother is quite well. You may be sure of that. Nothing more was said at the time. Herrick could not be certain that Stephen was in love with Ida, or that the girl had set her heart on Marsh. They were excellent friends, but in spite of Herrick's lynx eye, he could not learn if they understood one another. As a matter of fact, they did, but neither of them wished to hurry matters. Both felt that Mrs. Marsh would have to be consulted before anything was settled, and therefore waited until she recovered her health and was established at the Pines. Mrs. Marsh slowly regained her strength and almost dispensed with Herrick's attendance. She never recurred to the subject of Ida or of Frisco after that one interview, although Herrick several times tried to make her speak. Evidently she knew something about the man, perhaps had heard the Colonel speak of him. But whatever it was, she kept her own counsel. There was no need that she should do otherwise. Perhaps, if Frisco had made his appearance, she might have been induced to speak out, but the ex-sailor, as Herrick learned he was, had vanished completely. He was traced to Paddington Station, and after that all signs of the trail was lost. Like a raindrop, he had disappeared into the mighty sea of London life, and in spite of all offers of reward, not a hint could be gained of his whereabouts. It was generally considered that he was the criminal, most people holding that he had shot the Colonel unawares. Napper's evidence went to prove that the two men were on bad terms with one another, and probably Frisco, excited by rum and a sense of his wrongs, whatever these might be, had returned to the Pines with the intention of righting himself. No one entertained the idea of a duel having been fought. Only Mrs. Marsh gave Frisco that grace. Herrick considered her theory as a feasible one, and felt that it was confirmed by the fact of the revolver found in the dead man's hand being loaded. If Frisco had fired first, the Colonel would have fallen with his weapon undischarged, and this would account for the 6 chambers being filled. But what it would not account for was the fact of one bullet being different to the remaining 3. That was a puzzle, and Dr. Jim could in no wise arrive at the solution of the problem, although he thought over it a great deal. Bess Endicott was the only person who insisted on Frisco's innocence. She declared that the man was too devoted to his master to kill him, and that there could be no reason for the crime. This she explained to Herrick a week after the interview with Mrs. Marsh. Both Herrick and Marsh had come over to Bifstead to spend the afternoon, intending to return to Beorminster by the last bus, somewhere about 10 o'clock. It was characteristic of Stephen's simple habits that he still went to and fro by the public vehicle, although he could now have afforded a cart, a horse, a bicycle, or even, had he so chosen, a motor car. But before taking full advantage of his new position and of his wealth, he wanted his mother to be well enough to direct matters. She had held him in subjection for so many years that he hesitated to do anything without her approval. So Herrick and Stephen came to Saxham by the bus or used their legs. For the sake of his health, Herrick made Marsh walk as much as possible. The man was visionary, and it was necessary to shake him into something like practical life by exercise. On arriving at the Grange, the 2 young men found the whole family at home. There was Ida, tall and beautiful, who welcomed the visitors in her usual placid way. She was of the Juno-esque type, stately and maternal, moving like a large goddess amongst minor mortals. Bess, who was all alert and vivacious, was accustomed to make fun of Ida's stately ways. "The sacred white cow," said Bess, folding her hands, and when Ida remonstrated, pointed out that the term meant no disrespect. "Juno was called ox-eyed, and I'm sure the cow is a most beautiful animal," said she inconsequently. "Why should a comparison to a useful animal be taken as an insult? If I said you were like a fawn, or a stag, or a swan, you would be quite pleased. But because I call you a lovely snowy cow—" "You are a beautiful cow," broke off Bess, with a shrug. "The sacred white cow. There." "Really, Bess, you are getting more dreadful every day," cried Ida, helplessly. "Please don't call me this horrid name when Stephen and Dr. Herrick come." "Dr. Herrick would understand. He is a scholar. However, I won't call you anything but Juno. Will that do?" "I should prefer to be called by my proper name." Bess made a mouth, but yielded the point. She was devotedly fond of Ida, and always said that her beauty would raise the family into affluence once more. "My brains may do something," she said, "but Ida's looks will attract all the men of wealth and position." "I do not want any of them," protested Ida, with a blush. "Do let me see after my own future, Bess, darling." Undeniably, Bess was the cleverest of the family. She was so bright and quick, and possessed of such indomitable perseverance, that she easily exercised a despotic sway over the weaker vessels. Ida looked after the house, but Bess was the real head who paid the bills, and bullied the tradesmen, and saw that everything was in order. Even Frank gave way before her, but Frank was rather like Ida in the matter of bovine simplicity. He was a big, handsome fellow, never out of temper. When he was not looking after the farm, he strolled in the fields, and searched into the secret workings of nature. Sometimes he wrote articles for the papers and magazines. A Gilbert White of the parish of Saxon, that is what Frank Endicott was. Some of his articles had even been accepted in London, and when he could be induced to write, he usually made a few guineas. But Frank was lazy, and it needed all the scolding of Bess to make him do his duty in the way of literary work. So far as the farm went, he was never idle, as he loved an open-air life, and took a genuine interest in stock, top drainage, and crops. Florence, who was now home on her weekly holiday, bounced out on Dr. Jim and Stephen as they came up the avenue. She was a girl in her teens, more like Bess than any of the rest, and bubbled over with animal spirits. This was her last quarter at school, and now her hair was turned up, she had arrived at the dignity of long frocks. But at heart she was still a schoolgirl, and on this especial day had let down her long hair, much to the dismay of Ida, who was nothing if not conventional. "Oh, Stephen," she cried, clasping him by the arm, "I am so glad you have come. Frank is writing, Bess is typing, and Ida is making a new dress. I have no one to amuse me." "Where's the changeling?" asked Stephen, laughing. "Sidney? Oh, he has a holiday, and has gone over to see the Pines. You know how fond he is of going there. He was the only one of us that was not afraid of the Colonel." "I don't think Bess was. No, it would take an army to frighten Bess. How are you, Dr. Herrick? I am rude not to have spoken to you before. Come inside and wake us all up. I'm sure this place is like the palace of the Sleeping Beauty." "Suppose we go over to the Pines and have an afternoon tea in one of the rooms," suggested Stephen. "There's no food there, but we can take what we want from here, and have a picnic." "Jolly!" cried Flo, the schoolgirl. "There are kettles and teapots and all the rest of the things we want at the Pines, I suppose." "The house is remarkably well furnished," said Herrick, laughing. "It is a good idea. 3 o'clock. We'd better go at once." The others entered into the scheme with avidity, and thus it was that Herrick found himself walking beside Bess to the pines. Not without a pang had he relinquished Ida to his friend, but bearing in mind the confidence reposed in him by Mrs. Marsh, he desired to act as fairly as possible. Besides, he was growing fond of Bess. She was such a bright companion, and so clever. At first she was disinclined to speak of the Colonel and Frisco, but gradually became more outspoken. In his quiet way, Herrick had a wonderful gift of making people talk. "I wouldn't say it to anyone but you, Dr. Jim," said Bess, for so she now called him. "But there is something about you that makes me believe in you. I think you must have some kind of demonic influence like Goethe." "I am sympathetic, if that is what you mean," said Jim. "I took to you immediately I saw you in the inn parlor." Bess blushed a little through her tanned skin, and cast a keen look at the big man. Somehow Herrick was conscious of that look, and wondered what it was for. Perhaps with a woman's quickness Bess divined that he admired Ida and did not approve of it. However, she was too clever to say anything, if such was the case, but went on to talk of Colonel Carr and Frisco. "I liked Frisco," she said, in her quick, decisive way. "He was a bad man, and some of the things he told me he had done were really dreadful. But somehow he was attractive, much better than the Colonel." "I thought you liked the Colonel," said Jim, with a side glance. "Well, you see, it was this way," replied the girl, laughing. "I was rather bold in introducing myself to him, and he was so kind that I forgave him his bad reputation." "How was it that you met him?" "I wanted some copy for the Chronicle, and did not know what to write about. Something had to be done, so I kept my ears open for an idea. Ida happened to mention something about the Pines, so I thought it would be nice to see all the wonderful furniture that was in the house. Would you believe it," she added, lightly, "I went straight to the Pines and asked to see Colonel Carr. At first he refused, but I was so persistent that he let me come in. I told him frankly what I wanted and how hard up I was for an article. He was so taken back by my assurance that he said I could describe the Pines provided I did so under a fictitious name. Then he took me all over the house himself, gave me tea in the big drawing-room, and sent me off. I got a good article out of what he showed me, but of course I said that it was a description of a millionaire's palace in Park Lane. Nobody believed that. I think the Colonel guessed they wouldn't. He just let me write the article to make the people's mouth water, with telling them about things he would not let them see." "A nice Christian spirit," remarked Jim grimly. "Ah, but you must remember that he was treated very badly by the country people when he came back from America." "Oh, that America was the place of his exile?" "So Frisco said, Mexico and Peru. The two had many adventures, and used to tell me about them. I made up several stories out of the material I got from them." "You called to see the Colonel again, then?" "Why not? He was always polite, and I wasn't a bit afraid of him. Oh, I know he had a dreadful reputation, but he was never rude to me. Poor man," said Bess, letting her eyes rest pensively on the house which they were now approaching. "I think he was very weary of living alone." "Were the Colonel and Frisco good friends?" "The very best. Frisco adored the Colonel, who had saved his life. Both of them seemed rather afraid of—" Here Bess was silent. "Of what?" "I hardly know, but they hinted at some enemy who would kill the pair of them if he discovered their whereabouts. That was what Frisco meant at the public-house when he hinted about his master not living long. If Frisco had given information, the enemy would have killed the Colonel." "I wonder if Frisco did, and then went away to escape the consequences." "No," said Bess thoughtfully. "Frisco would have been killed also. I think myself the enemy found out the Colonel and murdered him. Then Frisco ran away to save his own life." That's one way of looking at the matter. Did you hear if any stranger was seen in the neighborhood on the night of the murder?" Bess looked quickly at her companion. "No," she said, with some hesitation. "I never heard of anyone. Besides, it would have come out in the evidence." "You have no idea who killed the man?" "Certainly not. If I knew, I should tell. There was something. I'll tell you that later." "Tell it to me now." "I can't do that until I get my facts together," said Bess firmly. "Look here, Dr. Jim. I intend to find out the truth about this mystery. From something the Colonel let drop, I believe it is concerned with the money he came back with." "From South America, or from North America," replied Miss Endicott musingly. "I am not quite clear, but I'll ask you to help me when I get my facts together." "You rouse my curiosity. Tell me now what you—" "I said no, and I mean no," retorted Bess, setting her mouth firmly. "You will be here for some time yet. If you go away, I shall write to you. I am sure we shall find out who killed the Colonel, and I am equally sure that Frisco is not the man." "Well, have it your own way. Tell me one thing. How is it the Colonel was so anxious about the preservation of his body?" "Ah, now you are asking more than I can tell you." "You know, though," said Jim, looking at her sharply. "I think. I am not sure. Wait, Dr. Jim. In good time you shall know all that I know. This is a romance in real life." "A tragedy, rather," said Herrick grimly. "Mind you keep your promise." "You can be sure I shall keep it," said Bess, nodding, and for the time being the matter ended. But Jim was considerably puzzled. How could she have got hold of information of which the police knew nothing was difficult to say. All the same, he had more confidence in the brains of Bess than in those of Inspector Bridge. As it was Saturday afternoon, the workmen had knocked off for the day. By this time the tower was half demolished, and curious it looked in its dilapidated state, with the pile of debris round about its base. The visitors looked at it for some time, then went into the house. In the kitchen off the dining room they found an old woman who agreed to boil the kettle for them. After some deliberation they fixed on the library as the best place for the meal. On entering they found the boy reading in the corner under the window. "You're here, Sidney," said Ida, amazed. "How can you come here without asking Stephen's permission?" "Stephen doesn't mind, I'm sure," replied Sidney with a smile, and Stephen assured him that he was welcome. While the others were talking and admiring the place, Dr. Jim stood looking at the boy, who was leaning back on the sofa, taken up with his own thoughts. There was something peculiar about Sidney Endicott, which procured in him the name of the changeling. This was given to him in fun by Bess, but many people in the village really believed that he was half a fairy, if not a whole one. This reputation rose from the fact that the lad possessed that gift which in Scotland is called the second sight. No one in Saxon who saw Master Sidney's large blue eyes fixed upon him or her but turned pale. In Italy he would have been credited with the evil eye, and indeed old Petronella always crossed herself when she chanced to meet him. Once or twice Sidney had foretold the death of those who had afterwards died. Thus he had an uncanny reputation. He was a small, thin boy, looking much older than his years. Although he was but 16, yet on occasion he looked quite 20. Pale, thin-faced, with large blue eyes and a curious, insistent gaze, he sometimes made even his own family feel uncomfortable. Then he had such peculiar habits. At night he was generally wakeful, and slept much of the daytime, particularly in cold weather. Sometimes he would slip out of his bedroom by the window and remain away for hours. When questioned where he had been, he used vaguely to answer, "In the wood." The doctor, who had seen him, could make nothing of him. He was healthy in his own way, his head was clear, and Corn reported that he learned rapidly. But about him hung a glamour not of this world. He might have been a male Kilmeny who had returned from fairyland. Bess sometimes called him Thomas the Rhymer. When she did so, Sidney would nod and laugh in so strange a way that Bess herself grew frightened and dropped the name. "How do you feel today, Sidney?" asked Jim, sitting down beside the boy. "Not very well," he replied vaguely. "I feel that I am not myself. I came here to read myself to sleep." "Why did you want to do that?" "Because I could go away then. I always do when I feel like this." "Like what?" Jim was puzzled. The boy was by no means mad, yet he talked in a manner quite beyond the comprehension of a sane person. Jim had never met anyone like him before, and was much taken up with the oddity of the case from a medical point of view. "I can't explain. You would not understand," said Sidney. "Please leave me alone, Dr. Herrick." At this moment Bess called to Jim from the other side of the room, and he hurried across to her. Sidney remained vaguely staring into nothingness. After a time his eyes closed, and he looked as though he were fast asleep. The others gathered round the tea-table and prepared to eat. Bess would not allow her brother to be awakened. "It makes him ill if he is roused suddenly," she said. "He will wake up himself and be all right." "It doesn't look to me like a natural sleep," said Jim anxiously. "How pale he is, don't you think?" "No," said Ida sharply. "I agree with Bess. Sidney had better be left alone. He gets into these states at times. Let us have tea. I am so hungry, and it's past 5. "A quarter past," said Stephen, glancing at his watch. They began to eat and drink, laughing and enjoying themselves. No one took any notice of Sidney, and even Jim's attention was distracted. The boy remained on the sofa, leaning back, white as snow, and drawing long, deep breaths. He looked like a dead person. After a time, the conversation languished. The tea was done, the food was finished, and they talked about packing up to go. "Poor Sidney's tea is quite cold," said Ida. "I really think we might wake him now. Oh, he's coming to himself. Wake up, Sidney, and have some tea. It is nearly 6, and we must be getting home." The boy's face now had a delicate pink tinge on it, and he seemed more himself than he had been when he fell asleep. For a moment he was silent. Then he looked slowly round at those who were present, until his blue eyes fixed themselves calmly on Stephen. "Mr. Marsh," he said quietly, "you had better go home. Your mother is dead." Ida gave a cry, and Stephen turned pale. Bess alone retained sufficient presence of mind to cross over to the boy and shake him. "Sidney, what do you mean by saying such a horrible thing?" "It is true," replied the boy quietly. "Mrs. Marsh is dead. I have just seen her. She died at 5:30. Go home, Stephen." Without a word, Marsh rushed from the room. He knew of Sidney's prophecies, and dreaded lest this one should be true. He made for Beorminster as fast as he could go, and was met by Petronella. "My Padrona is dead," said the old woman. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A 9 Days' Wonder. Petronella made the terrible announcement with ominous calmness. Then, when she saw Stephen staring at her open mouth, her wild southern nature could no longer be controlled. With a choking sob, she flung her apron over her head, and began to lament loudly for her dear Padrona. Her voice ascended shrilling in a long wail, like that of a Corsican voceria. Luckily, there were few people in the street, and the sound was scarcely noticed. It was simply thought that the excitable Italian woman was in one of her tantrums, and Beorminster was used to Petronella's fits of rage. Stephen caught her suddenly, and dragging her inside by main force, closed the door. Before Petronella could recover her breath for another howl, she found herself on one of the dining-room chairs with Marsh standing over her. The young man was so shaken that he could hardly speak. The prophecy of Sidney, the hurried journey to Berominster on a grocer's cart, which he had met near Saxon, and now the terrible confirmation of the death, these things shook him to the soul. He hardly recognized his own voice. "Tell me everything that happened," he said slowly. "Do not make any mistake. I must know all." Petronella crossed herself. "Holy Virgin," she muttered. "His eyes are like coals." Then, after a muffled wail, she burst out into rapid Italian, which Stephen understood easily from his habit of talking to her and to Mrs. Marsh. "After you left at midday, Signor Stefano, the padrona tried to get a little sleep. When the postman came at 2 o'clock, he brought one letter for her. I took it up and woke her. Then I went out of the room. In a quarter of an hour the Signora called me. She looked white, so white. The letter was before her. She told me to give her the chloral, as she wanted to sleep. I asked her if she had bad news in the letter. She said no, but that she felt suddenly sick. I gave her the medicine in the little bottle, and went away. She took some, I think, for when I went up again, an hour later, she was asleep. I went again and again, and she was still asleep. Then I took up her tea, and wanted to wake her. Gran Dio, she was dead, dead." "What time was that, Petronella?" "At 5:30, Signor, the hour when I always take up the Signora's tea. Oh, she is dead, and I nursed her. Cursed be it that I live still." While the old woman wailed, Stephen shuddered. The hour was that which Sidney had named. "Are you sure she died at that time?" he asked. "Quite sure, Signor Stefano. When I went in before, she was only asleep. I saw her breathing. I was up at 5:15, and she still breathed, and had a color in her poor cheek. When I set down the tray, I turned to see that she was quite still, her face pale as snow. I put my hand to her heart. She was dead. Ah, Dio mio! She must have passed away when I entered the room. I heard a sigh at the door," said Petronella, beginning to embellish. "It was her spirit that passed. What could I do but open the window and let the soul go free? Ah, Holy Virgin!" And the old woman crossed herself again. By this time Stephen had somewhat recovered his composure. Without a word, he went up to the room. Petronella had drawn a sheet over the dead. He drew it down gently, and saw the waxen face beneath. Every wrinkle had been smoothed away, and there rested a peaceful expression on that once stormy countenance. As Marsh stood tearlessly looking at the dead, he heard a light step enter the room. Herrick appeared, almost as pale as the dead woman. After a glance at the corpse, he recognized that all was over, and looked at Marsh with a shudder. "Yes," whispered the young man, replying to the unspoken thought, "at 5:30. Herrick shuddered again, and drew a sheet over the dead face. Then he took Stephen by the arm and led him downstairs into the study. There he left him in a chair, and went into the dining-room, whence he returned with a decanter and 2 glasses. Pouring out 2 stiff glasses of brandy, he forced Stephen to drink one, and took the other himself. Both were in need of the stimulant, for the event had shaken them considerably. By and by, Marsh laid down his head on the table and wept quietly. He had been devoted to the dead woman, and was all unstrung. Moreover, the uncanny way in which the first announcement of the death had been made shocked him deeply. Herrick went out to see Petronella. He found her in the death-chamber. A genuine Romanist, she had placed candles round the bed, and a crucifix on the breast of the dead. On her knees she was praying aloud. Seeing that all had been done that could be done, Herrick returned to the study. Stephen was calmer, and inclined to talk. "It was 5:30, as Sidney said," he said in a low voice. "Oh, Herrick, what does it mean?" "I don't know," said the usually skeptical doctor. After you had gone, I asked the boy how he knew. He said that while he was asleep, he had dreamed, so he put it, that he was standing in your mother's bedroom. She was dying in a stupor, and he saw the breath gradually leave her body. He also said that he saw her spirit after she was dead. But, of course, that must be nonsense. After what he said, I can believe anything, said Marsh. What else? Well, said Jim uncomfortably, he described the bedroom exactly. Was he ever in it, Stephen? No, certainly not. And he described it? Exactly, and as being in the state in which it is now. He said that Petronella came in at the door with a tray and placed it beside the bed. She then put her hand on your mother's heart and found she was dead. Afterwards she opened the window. Why, what, Stephen? My God, cried the young man, now ghastly white. That is exactly what Petronella told me she did. Oh, oh, and he fainted. Herrick scarcely wondered at it. He felt deadly sick himself, and it needed another glass of brandy before he could recover himself sufficiently to attend to the unconscious man. Next day the news was known all over Beorminster, and Sidney's prophecy also. The Endicott family would fain have kept it to themselves, but Sidney himself had spread the news. For on the way home, and before the rumor could have reached Saxham, which it did not until late that night, he told several people of Mrs. Marsh's death, and the hour at which it had occurred. So the report spread, and that night Saxham, accustomed to Sidney's second sight, was in a ferment. Many believed, others doubted, and the upshot was that a few inquirers went over to Beorminster, whence they rushed back with the confirmation of the news. Mrs. Marsh was dead, and moreover, she had passed away at 5:30. Until a late hour that night nothing was talked about but this wonderful boy, and next morning a crowd collected about the Grange, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Ida was very angry at Sidney's indiscretion and told him so. He took it all placidly. Why should I not say that Mrs. Marsh was dead? He asked. She is dead, and she died at the time I said. But how did you know, Sidney, dear? Asked the perplexed sister. When I was on the sofa in the library, I dreamed I was in her room. I saw her die, and the white spirit get out of her body. The spirit pointed to a bottle on the table beside the bed, and then I forgot all till I woke on the sofa and saw Stephen looking at me. Then I told him to go home. There's nothing strange about it, Ida. You know I can see things. Ida shuddered and ran away to tell Bess that Sidney was a most uncomfortable person to talk to. The boy stayed indoors at the request of Bess all the morning, and then slipped off into the afternoon to go to his favorite haunt in the pine wood. When he came into the village the next day, he refused to talk of his dream or vision or whatever it might be called, and seemed quite cross when it was referred to. From that day Sidney was shunned as though he had the plague. Everyone was afraid of being told too much about themselves or their relations. This troubled the boy very little. He went on living in his usual dreamy way, and had no more visions for a time. Even at Biffstead he was regarded as something dangerous. But there, by tacit consent, the subject was dropped. What Dr. Jim thought of all this, it was difficult to say. Sidney's prophecy was thrown into the background so far as he was concerned by the discovery that Mrs. Marsh had died from an overdose of chloral. He had always warned her that she might make a mistake, and apparently she had done so at last. But when Petronella told him of the letter, he changed his mind. What if she had committed suicide? He recollected her vague allusions to enemies, and her persistent declaration that she might not live long. At once he set about hunting for the letter, Petronella helping him. But it was not to be discovered, although they searched high and low. At last Herrick spied ashes in the fireless grate, and found that some paper had been burnt. Without doubt, the letter Mrs. Marsh had received. "Was there a fire in the grate on the day Mrs. Marsh died?" he asked. "No, Signor Dottore, the grate was empty." "Of course, I need not have asked. This flimsy stuff would have been swept away with the ashes. She must have got up and burnt the letter, and then— well, we must wait for the inquest." It was Herrick who attended to all the details of the funeral, as Marsh was completely bewildered by the sudden catastrophe. The inquest resulted in a verdict that Mrs. Marsh had died from an overdose of chloral, but no one hinted at suicide. As Dr. Jim gave evidence of her use of the drug to alleviate pain and obtain sleep, it was concluded that she had miscalculated the dose. Even Stephen believed that this was the case, for Herrick said nothing of his suspicions. What Petronella thought, Dr. Jim could not find out. She was as secret as the grave. Mrs. Marsh was buried in the family vault of the Carrs at Saxham. A large number of people came to the funeral, not because the dead woman had been popular, but because they wished to attend the rites of a person whose death had been foretold in so curious a manner. In the vault, the coffin was laid beside that of the late colonel, and Herrick shuddered as he thought of these enemies lying side by side. Certainly, when the new vault was ready, the body of the colonel would be removed to it, in accordance with the terms of the will. But it would be some time before this was completed, and meantime Carr's body remained in the old sepulchre. Pending its removal, Stephen had had a new iron door put on the old vault, and kept the key to himself. It was quite safe in his pocket, and he never parted from it. After the funeral, Herrick made several attempts to discover something about the letter delivered to Mrs. Marsh on the day of her death, although he was careful not to hint that it had any connection with her sudden end. But although he questioned the postman and the postal authorities, he could gain very little satisfaction. It was a plain envelope stamped, so far as could be remembered, with the London postmark. Said Dr. Jim to himself, when he acquired this information. "Frisco's in London. I wonder if he wrote that letter." However, it was little use conjecturing. Mrs. Marsh was dead, and had taken her secret and the secret of Colonel Carr along with her into the next world. Herrick put the idea out of his head, as he had much to do in considering his future position. 3 or 4 days after the funeral, he was alone with Stephen in the Berominster house, and there spoke to the young man about his movements. "I must return to London, Marsh," he said. "I can do no more good here, and I must attend to my practice." "No," replied Stephen quickly, "you must not leave me like this, Herrick. I have grown used to you as a companion. I like you more than any man I ever met, and without you I should be lost. You must stay with me. Is your practice a large one?" "On the contrary, it is very small. I have been established in West Kensington only for 2 years. If I had not a small income of my own, I should starve." "Well, you must come to me. I hope you will, Herrick. I am rich, and I can allow you a good income, say 1,000 a year." "That is generous of you, Marsh. Did your mother speak of this to you?" "No, she did not. Why do you ask?" "Because she wanted me to stay with you, and proposed the same amount." "I am glad," cried Stephen, his face lighting up. "I can do this much at least for her memory. So she wished you to remain with me? You will, of course. I cannot do without you." Herrick smoked in silence for a few minutes. A man in my position has no right to turn his back on such good fortune. All the same, Marsh, if I did not like you personally, if I did not think I could earn my income by helping you, I would not take the position." "Then you will do so?" cried Stephen, stretching out his hand. The doctor grasped it heartily in token of acceptance. "But I am not without scruples as to taking such a large amount of money," said he. "I make only a couple of hundred a year by my practice. You rate me at a high value." "Not too high for the good you will do me," said Marsh heartily. "I have been a different man since you came into my life. You have shown me how to look at things in a broader spirit. I am less morbid than I was. No, Herrick, I have 8,000 a year, and you shall have the sum I name." "Very good. I am delighted. But for what period? You see, Marsh, some day you will marry, and then you will find in your wife the companion necessary to your existence, and you will not want me. I think we had better make an agreement for 3 years. By that time I shall have done you all the good I can, and you will be used to your position, and," continuing Jim, looking into the young man's eyes, "you will be looking for a wife." Stephen nodded. 3 years, then," he said. "If you want a document, the lawyers can draw it up. As to marrying, I dare say I shall marry. Already I have." Here he broke off abruptly. There are some things a man cannot talk about, even to his best friend. Let the subject of love and marriage be tabooed between us, Herrick. "Certainly," replied the doctor, rather stiffly. "I have no wish to force your confidence, Marsh." "It's not that, but I have an idea in my head. It may come to nothing. On the other hand, well," he dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "Time enough to talk about it when it ripens. Let us change the subject." In the face of this unwillingness on the part of Marsh, Herrick was obliged to do as he was asked. He wondered if Stephen really loved Ida Endicott, or whether it was Bess who attracted him. Time alone would reveal the truth. So Herrick, for the moment, thought no more about the matter. He had engaged himself to look after Stephen, and at once set to work to earn his income. The subject was introduced by Marsh. "I think you and I ought to go abroad for a year or two," he said, restlessly. "I feel that both Beorminster and Saxham are distasteful to me for a time. I have arranged to let Petronella live here on a small income. I thought she would like to return to Italy, but she begged me to allow her to stay here for a time. I asked her to go to the Pines, but she refused. So here she must stay. And you and I, Herrick?" "We will go up to London for a couple of weeks," said Herrick, promptly. "But I want to go further afield, and for a longer time." "Have you forgotten the terms of the will?" put in Dr. Jim. "You must pay a monthly visit to that vault, or your money goes to Frisco." Stephen nodded somewhat grimly. "I should have remembered," said he. "Yes, I cannot travel until the year is at an end. But even if it so happens that I did not go to the vault and lost the money, I do not think that Frisco would return to claim it." "Well, I don't know," replied Herrick musingly. "After all, we cannot be certain that Frisco killed his master. He may reappear and explain his flight and prove his innocence. On the face of it, it would seem he is guilty, but the evidence is all circumstantial. Better stick to the terms of the will, and not give him a chance of claiming the money." "Very good, Herrick. Then we will go up to London, and you can take me to tailors and all the other tradesmen whose goods I may need. I want you to educate me, Dr. Jim. You have had a varied experience of the world, and I have not. I am a country mouse, and you are the town one." "At 35, I must have had some experience, Marsh. Yes, I have travelled in my time. I have been round Europe with a man I was trying to reclaim from strong drink." "Did you succeed?" "Partly," replied the doctor, with a shrug. "He is a fairly decent member of society now. Nothing to boast of. Well, Marsh, I've also been a doctor on a liner to the East. Finally, I went with an expedition into the interior of Africa. Now I am settled in the dull quarter of West Kensington, and often wish I could be off again on the long trail. Civilized life is too respectable for me. When the year is out, we will go on that long trail together." "Well," said Herrick, "an exploration of our planet will do you no harm. Later on you can settle down and be comfortable with a wife. I beg your pardon, I am trenching on forbidden ground. However, Marsh, I am glad things are so arranged. It is a bit of good luck for me. And for me also, Herrick. You can do me nothing but good. I hope so, said Herrick cheerfully. The first thing I intend to do is take you out into the open air. You must hunt and shoot and golf and swim. Get yourself into a state of physical perfection. Your mind is all right. I like your poems, and you have it in you, to do great things, Marsh. But first of all, you must attend to the body. I have neglected these things, said Stephen, straightening himself. But my life was so narrow that I did not look after myself as a man should. Besides, to tell you the truth, Herrick, I am so much of the student that out-of-door life never attracted me. That is because you have never had a companion to interest you in the life, said Herrick, smiling. Now, I am devoted to athletic sports of all kinds. If I can infect you with my enthusiasm, you'll soon be able to take the deepest interest in them yourself. Not that I was fortunate enough to succeed with Joyce, finished Dr. Jim with a shrug. Ah, your friend, who is staying at the Carr Arms. I never met him. You will when we go to town. He is not a bad little chap, but his brain is too large for his body, besides which he is neurotic and intensely trying at times. I don't suppose I should have cured him altogether, but I could have made him twice the man he was, had he only taken my advice. But Robin was always as obstinate as a mule. He lives into himself and for himself. There is no hope for a man like that. I hope you will succeed with me, Herrick. I am certain to succeed with you. In the first place, your nerves are not diseased. In the second, you are less selfish. And thirdly, you are sensible enough to see sense. And that last is not given to many men. Well, we have had a long talk, Marsh, so we had better go to bed and begin our new life tomorrow. It was 3 days after this that the two went up to London. Herrick called at Biffstead and told Bess about his new relations with Stephen. She expressed herself greatly pleased. You will do him no end of good, she said. Physical exercise is what he needs. He is making good use of his money, she added emphatically. You have too good an opinion of me, Miss Bess. The girl laughed and blushed. In her heart she liked Herrick greatly. He was so big, so strong, so sensible. Exactly the sort of man she admired. Frank, her brother, resembled him in many ways, but he was not so worldly wise, nor perhaps so clever. However, she was too much the woman to make a direct reply to Herrick's speech and change the subject. When you come back, we must have our talk, she said. Meantime, I shall give you something to go on with in London. Do you know anything about cryptographs, Dr. Jim? No, I've looked into the subject once or twice, but I never did much good at it. Why? Bess went to her desk and fished out a bit of paper. I want you to see if you can solve this, she said. I have done my best and failed. It is a piece of paper I picked up in the Colonel's house when he was alive. I am sure it has to do with his secret, whatever that might be. Else why should it be in secret writing? Herrick took the paper she held out. It was a yellow kind of Chinese paper, tough and wrinkled. On it was written in red ink the following: uppercase S, period, G, period, D, period, space, uppercase K, period, uppercase Z, period, uppercase R, period, uppercase S, period, space, uppercase V, period, Z, period, Q, period, M, period, H, period, F, period, space, uppercase S, period, H, period, K, period, space, 1, period, 5, period, L, period, T, period, K, period, X, period, space, uppercase S, period, I, period, D, period, N, period, space, uppercase C, period, D, period, Z, period, S, period, G, period, space, uppercase T, period, M, period, K, period, D, period, R, period, R, period. This jumble of letters made Herrick stare. He could make nothing of them, yet here, no doubt, was the secret of Colonel Carr. Perhaps if the writing could be read, the reason of his death might be explained. Even the name of the assassin might be given. Bess watched him eagerly. "What do you think of it?" she asked. "I dare say it may help us," Herrick said doubtfully. "If the colonel had a secret—" "If he had," cried Bess emphatically, "I know he had." "Then it may be contained in this mixture of letters. You have failed, you say. Well, Miss Bess, I don't know that I shall succeed. However, I will try. You will let me have this? If you will take the very greatest care of it. I have a copy, to be sure, but that is the original. I'll bring it back to you safe and sound in 2 weeks. You will be back then?" she asked with a quick flush. "Certainly. I shall arrange about my practice and return for good." Bess looked down. "I'm glad," she said in a low tone. Then, thinking she might have said too much, she smiled in his face. "Of course I'm glad," she cried gaily. "Are we not pledged to find out who killed the colonel?" End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A curious discovery. It was now quite 2 months since the death of Colonel Carr, and all this time Robin had been in London. He had written to Herrick, telling him that he felt so much better that he would not go abroad. "I have a new idea for a novel," wrote Joyce, "and now that I have the leisure, I intend to throw myself heart and soul into it. I still keep on my flat." Herrick therefore determined that his first visit should be to the little man. Stephen and the doctor took up their abode in the Guelph Hotel in Germain Street. It was the first time the young man had been in London, and the novelty and excitement of town life did much to dispel the grief he felt for the death of his stepmother. It was not that he regretted her the less, but he was sensible enough to see that it was foolish to weep over an irremediable misfortune. He therefore took Herrick's advice, and threw himself with ardor into fitting himself out with a complete wardrobe for the first time in his life. The doctor took him to the best West End shops, instructed him in the topography of the fashionable locality, and when Stephen was fairly set going, found time to attend to his own business. He first went to his house in West Kensington, and saw that it was all right. Then he called upon the young practitioner who had nursed his practice while he was away, and made him an offer to sell it. The young doctor, who had only lately started in the district, was overjoyed at the chance, as Jim had got together a fair number of patients. Herrick made the terms of purchase as light as possible, and spread the payments over a considerable time. Dr. Grant asked 2 days for consideration, as being poor, it was necessary he should see his way how to pay the money. At once Jim consented to this, and after finishing this necessary business, he went off to Robin's flat. The arrangement and discussion with Grant had taken up the best part of the afternoon, and it was close upon 7 when Herrick found time to see his friend. At first he hesitated, and half made up his mind to put it off until the next day. But as he was in the neighborhood, he finally decided to go, and sent a wire to Marsh that he would not be home until 10 o'clock. He intended to ask Joyce for a meal, making sure that he would be welcome. Yet, strange to say, Robin was not so hearty as Herrick expected. Perhaps he had not got over his anger at the desertion of the doctor. But after his last letter, Jim could not think that such was the case. In spite of their severance, Herrick still wished to keep an eye on Robin, knowing that he was foolish in many ways. Therefore, when Joyce showed a disposition not to invite him to stay, Herrick at once determined that he would remain. There was a reason at the back of this confusion, and Herrick, in the interest of a weak man, resolved to find out what it might be. Seeing that he was bent on remaining, Robin made the best of what he evidently considered a bad job, and became more of his old self. "You are not looking so well, as your letter led me to hope, Robin," said Herrick, when the two were smoking in the study. "I am in the best of health," said Robin quickly, "but of course I have been working hard at my book, and that takes it out of a chap." "Read me some of the chapters," said Herrick, who once had been a kind of literary adviser to the author. Robin shook his head uneasily. "Not until the book is done," he said. "I want you to get an impression as a whole. This will be my masterpiece. Besides," he added, glancing at the clock, "we might be interrupted. At 7:30 a friend of mine is coming to dinner. I hope my unexpected coming will not upset your arrangements, Joyce." "Oh, of course not. How can you think so?" said Robin, with an air of constraint that did not escape Herrick. "You are always welcome. Will you stop the night? I can put you up." "No, I must get back to Marsh. I am his companion and doctor for the time being. A very good billet, I assure you, Robin." "What about your practice?" asked Joyce. "I am now selling it to Grant. It is such a small practice that it is not worth my while to stick to it as against an assured income of 1,000 a year." "Is that what Marsh gives you?" "Yes, I do not mind telling you, Robin, as you are such an old friend. But do not mention this to any one else. I stay with Marsh for 3 years. In this way I shall be able to save money and buy a practice in the better part of town. It is a wonderful bit of luck." "It is indeed, and I congratulate you," said Robin cheerfully, and shaking his friend by the hand. "Marsh must be well off to be able to afford your companionship at that price." "Yes, he has been left about 8,000 a year, more or less, by Colonel Carr, his late uncle. But that is his business, Robin. We will not talk about it." "Have they yet found out who killed Colonel Carr?" "Not yet. Of course it is supposed that Frisco killed him, but the man has disappeared. When he is caught we shall know the truth. You read the case, Robin. What do you think?" "It seems as though that man were guilty," replied Joyce slowly, "but I am not prepared to offer an opinion. The fact is, I am so busy with my book that I have put all these horrors out of my head. By the way, what about your Southberry Helen?" "Miss Endicott? Oh, I've seen a good deal of her." "Are you still in love?" "Not very passionately, perhaps, but I think a respectable affection is better to marry upon than a wild romantic adoration that will not resist the wear and tear of life. I hope some day, if Miss Endicott will allow me, to marry her. That is when I have a good practice. But if another man more worthy of her comes along, why—" "Ardent lover," laughed Joyce. "If you really felt any passion, you would not contemplate with equanimity the idea of an intruder. I believe you like that little journalistic girl better." A kind of dull anger stirred in the doctor's breast at hearing Bess so flippantly alluded to, but he saw that Joyce did not mean any harm, so he turned off the remark with a laugh. "She is a charming young lady, Robin, but she is better as a comrade than she would be as a wife." "A comrade is what you want," said Joyce shrewdly. "Your lukewarm affection will not win you the love of a woman." "Perhaps not. However, we shall see." Herrick was annoyed, for he felt there was some truth in this remark. He was glad when a ring came to the door and interrupted a conversation which was rapidly getting unpleasant to him. "There's your friend. Who is he?" "A Mexican called Don Manuel Santiago." It's not often one foregathers with that nationality in London. Where did you meet him?" "At the Apollo Club. Johnston introduced me to him. Here he is. I think you will like him." Herrick was not so sure. He had met with Mexicans on their native heath, and did not like the breed. However, as the man was the guest of Joyce, he felt compelled to behave at least politely. All the same, knowing Robin's weakness in picking up doubtful acquaintances, he determined to be observant of the Mexican. "Dr. Herrick, Don Manuel Santiago, and this senor is my very best friend." The little dark man clicked his heels together, foreign fashion, and bowed politely. Herrick looked at him from head to foot in one swift glance, and made up his mind that the man was a rogue, an adventurer, if nothing worse. He was not tall, and he was very lean. His face was swarthy. He had a hooked nose, a black mustache, and a pair of restless, shifty, dark eyes. Accurately dressed in an evening suit, he wore too much jewelry, yet, for all this, he did not look vulgar. There was a somewhat dangerous air about him. Herrick, watching his face intently, made up his mind that Don Manuel was a half-caste Indian. "I am pleased to meet you, senor," said Don Manuel, in good English, but with a foreign accent. "Dr. Herrick. Ah, I know the name." "Indeed," said Dr. Jim, looking surprised. Robin also shared his astonishment, and expressed it. "Why, Santiago, you did not tell me you knew Herrick," said he, as they took their seats at table. "Did I not?" replied the Don carelessly. "Ah, that was no doubt because his name was never mentioned between us. But if I am not mistaken," he said, addressing himself directly to Jim, "you are concerned in that strange case of my friend, Colonel Carr." Herrick almost bounded from his seat. That here, of all places, and in so unexpected a way, he should meet with a stranger who knew Carr, was like fiction. Had the incident occurred in a novel, he would have put it down as a freak of imagination on the author's part. Yet the thing had happened in real life, and to himself. "Was Carr a friend of yours?" he asked. 12 years and more ago," replied Santiago quietly. "We knew one another intimately in Mexico." "Mexico?" muttered Herrick, recalling what Bess had said about Frisco's tale of North and South America. "Not in Peru?" "We went to Peru together on an expedition." "What sort of expedition?" asked Joyce eagerly. "To make our fortunes. That is the sort of expedition we all are bound to undertake." Herrick thought of Colonel Carr's money. Was he on the point of learning sufficient of the man's wild life in the Americas to reveal what his secret was? "Did you succeed?" he asked. "I did not. The Colonel did. Afterwards he returned to England, and I lost sight of him. When I came over 6 months ago, I heard of him, and intended to pay him a visit. But I put it off and off and off until—" He made a rapid gesture. "Poor Carr! His was a sad end." "An unexpected one," said Herrick, fixing his eyes on the man. "Did you know his servant, Frisco?" "No," replied Manuel calmly. "Frisco was after my time, or before it, I forget which." Somehow Herrick felt instinctively that this was a lie. According to Bess, the ex-sailor had been with Carr throughout his wandering life. It was incredible that if such was the case, and Jim preferred to believe Frisco rather than Santiago, that Frisco should not have gone to Peru. He would be needed on an expedition such as Manuel spoke of. "Were you treasure hunting?" asked Jim. Don Manuel nodded. "Yes. The Peruvians buried a lot of gold and jewels at the time of the conquest. Carr got wind of a hiding place from someone, an Indian, I believe, and induced me to go with him to Peru. I was doing nothing at the time, so I went." "Carr found the treasure?" "I believe so. Colonel Carr was rich, was he not?" "Very rich," chimed in Joyce. "Do you remember, Herrick, how astonished we were at the magnificence of that house?" "I remember," said Herrick curtly. The interruption did not please him, as he wanted particularly to hear what Santiago had to say. "But, Senor Manuel, if you started on this search together, how was it that you do not know for certain if Colonel Carr was successful?" Don Manuel's face grew black, and his eyes flashed. "If you would know the reason, senor, Colonel Carr was a devil." "Ah," said Herrick with a short laugh, "that is no news. We shared the expenses of the expedition. We were to share the profits. But Carr treated me shamefully. The treasure was said to be concealed beyond Crusoe, where it does not matter. I know, but I do not intend to tell. I fell ill at the first stage of the journey, after we left Cusco, and we were amongst the mountains. What did Carr do? He left me to the care of the Indians, and pushed on himself. That was the last I saw of the devil. For 2 years I was held captive amongst the Indians, and barely escaped with my life. I hunted for Carr when I got to Callao, but he had disappeared. I traced him to Mexico. He had vanished from Vera Cruz. I was worn out and ill. I went back to my own family, and all these years I have thought nothing about the Colonel. But chance brought me to England, and chance led me to hear where Colonel Carr was settled. As I said, I would have seen him to reproach him for his treachery, but Don Manuel shrugged. He is dead. That is the end. A strange story, and not credible to Carr, said Herrick, wondering if all this was a lie. Who was it told you where Colonel Carr lived? I did not, said Joyce, on whose face Jim's eyes rested for a moment. I knew nothing of this until this moment. Where I heard the name, senor, can be of little interest to you, said the Don, with a sneer. It was in London. I'll tell you no more. I do not want you to tell me anything, retorted Herrick, the blood rushing to his face. So far, I'm interested in your story, but if you choose to be silent, you are at liberty to do so. Pardon, said Manuel humbly. I did not intend to provoke your anger, but as he spoke, there was a nasty glitter in his eyes. I cannot tell you who gave me the information without breaking confidence with a friend. Herrick grunted, but he said nothing. Santiago was evidently a dangerous little devil. For all he knew, the Mexican might have had something to do with the murder. Of all the strange circumstances that Herrick had stumbled upon, this surely was the strangest. To find the man who knew of the past of Colonel Carr in the company of Robin Joyce. As the meal was now at an end, the three adjourned to the study, where they began to smoke. Herrick had his pipe, Joyce a cigarette, and Manuel produced one of those long, lean Mexican cigars that only a hardened smoker can enjoy. As he bent forward over the spirit lamp, Jim saw by the touch of gray on his temples and the wrinkles down the side of his neck that the man was much older than he had thought. At the first glance, Santiago looked, if you want it to be disagreeable, say 35. Herrick was now sure that he was over 50, but the man was in wonderfully good condition. Having noticed him at the table, Jim saw that he was both abstemious and temperate. For some reason not apparent, Manuel desired to ingratiate himself with Herrick, and tried by picturesque talk to banish the disagreeable impression he had made by his last remark. He told the most wonderful stories of his adventures by land and sea. According to his own account, he had lived a life of hairbreadth escapes. South America he knew from Quito to the Horn, and had explored the unknown portions at the risk of his life. He had been captive to Indians. He had been tortured. Herrick noted that his left ear was missing, and he had been almost frozen while ascending Chimborazo. Then he had hunted for treasure, fought for it with knives when it was found, and by his own confession had more than one death to his account. All this he told in vivid, picturesque language, and with a wonderful command of the English tongue. Herrick complimented him on his capabilities as a linguist. "Oh, I know 7 or 8 languages," said Manuel boastfully, "not to speak of Indian dialects. I have been all over Europe. Yes, senor. When I made money, and I have made a great deal, I came always to Europe to spend it. That I did royally. Oh, they know me in every capital. Of all, give me Vienna. Oh, senor, I am known on the Prater."
and to the police, no doubt, thought Herrick, but for his own private reasons did not give vent to this opinion. He said aloud, "I suppose, Don Manuel, you were not surprised to hear of Colonel Carr's death." Santiago flashed a quick glance at the imperturbable countenance of the doctor. "Oh, but I was," said he. "To escape all the dangers of the tropics, and then to die in a quiet little English village? Strange. To be sure, though," added Manuel, with another glance, "he brought his murderer with him, and Frisco was capable of anything." "Oh," put in Herrick sharply, "I thought you did not know Frisco." "Nor did I, senor," said Santiago, covering his mistake with wonderful swiftness. "But I heard of him. He was a devil worse than Carr, if that can be possible. They were attached to one another, but quarreled. Oh, yes, senor, I assure you they quarreled. Once over a game of cards, Carr slashed Frisco across the face." "Oh, that was it?" murmured Herrick, as he recalled the criss-cross slash on Frisco's face, which had been described to him. "A queer couple. What was Frisco's real name?" "I do not know," snapped Manuel, with a surprising curtness, considering his late voluble talk. Shortly he took his leave, with a politely expressed hope that he would meet Herrick again. When the Mexican was gone, Joyce turned eagerly to his friend and asked what he thought of him. "If you want to know my real opinion, he is a thorough little blackguard. Cut him, Robin, or you will get in trouble." "I don't see why I should. He's a decent fellow. His only vice is gambling. He would sell his shirt to gamble." Looks a card sharper. Where does he gamble, principally?" "In a club down in Pimlico, the Parrot Club. Very few people know about it, but the play is very high." "Oh, so you met Santiago there," said Herrick lazily. But Joyce saw the trap and avoided it. "No, I told you I met him at the Apollo Club. That is respectable enough, I hope, and Archie Johnson introduced him to me. He is decent, isn't he?" "Oh, I have nothing to say," replied Herrick with a yawn, putting on his coat, "only that if that man gets you into trouble, don't blame me. He will probably induce you to gamble, and all your new income of $500 a year will go once and for all." A peculiar expression swept across Joyce's face as he opened and shut his hands nervously. However, he held his tongue, and having said good night, Herrick went away, sorry to see that his friend was in such bad company. He regarded Don Manuel as a rook and Joyce as a pigeon, but he knew the little man well enough to know that his interference was vain. Joyce could be as obstinate as a mule at times. When he got back to the Gullip Hotel, it was close on 11. All the same, Stephen was sitting up for him over a meditative pipe. The sight of his honest, handsome face was quite a relief to Herrick after the crafty looks of Manuel. And, truth to tell, Joyce had also fallen in Herrick's estimation, for as a man he could not compare with Marsh. Not for the first time Dr. Jim began to think that there was something sly and evil about Robin. Hitherto he had been too much taken up with a man's nerves to think much of his moral character. But after this long absence he saw plainly that Joyce was deteriorating rapidly. The company he had been in this very night proved it, if there were any truth in the saying that birds of a feather flock together. "Hello, Stephen," said Herrick, taking off his coat. "Why did you not go to bed, man, sitting up all alone like a maid on the eve of St. Agnes?" "I did not want to go to bed until you came home," said Stephen. "You know I always like a chat. Have some whiskey?" "Thanks. Shove over the tobacco jar. Well, Marsh, I have arranged about the sale of my practice. It is all right." "I am delighted. You are sure you do not mind giving it up?" "Not for $1,000 a year," replied Herrick with a laugh. "I never made so much in all my medical life, not to mention the delights of your society. What have you been doing?" "Shopping, mostly. Then I called in at Firth and Firth to talk about business. I heard of your friend Joyce there." "The deuce you did," said Jim, wheeling round. "I have just been dining with him, and I do not think he is improved. Firth and Firth are his lawyers, I know. How did his name crop up?" "In the course of my talk about the Colonel's business." Herrick stared. "What do you mean?" he asked roughly. "Well, you will be rather astonished," continued Marsh, lighting his pipe. "But the fact is, Colonel Carr allowed Mrs. Joyce, the mother of your friend, an income of $500 a year." "No," said Herrick, and thought that this was just the sum Robin said he had been left by his mother's will. "Yes, why, I do not know. Nor could Firth tell me. The Colonel never called to see Mrs. Joyce, and he never wrote her a letter. But he directed Firth to pay her an annuity of £500. "An annuity? Then it ceases at her death?" "Of course the son gets nothing. The reason Firth mentioned it was that he wished to know if I had found anything amongst my uncle's papers likely to show why the annuity had been paid, and whether it ought to be continued to the son." "Queer," said Herrick. He remembered that Robin had told him that he had interviewed the lawyer, and had been informed of his income. Why had Robin told a lie? "I suppose," said the doctor after a pause, "that Firth did not take it upon himself to promise Joyce the continuance of this annuity?" "Certainly not," replied Stephen. "He had no right. Of course I told him that I knew nothing about the matter, and would not pay anything to Joyce. Still, as he is your friend—" "Never mind that. I don't want you to pay him anything. Did Joyce call to see Firth, do you know?" "A week after his mother's death. He has not been since. They told him then that he need not expect any more money." "A week after his mother's death," related the doctor, "and it was 2 months later, when we were on that walking tour. Did not Joyce call to see Firth somewhere about the 24th of July?" "No, it was towards the end of April he called. He has not been near them since. You look rather pale, Herrick." "It's nothing," replied the doctor. "I have had rather a turn, that's all." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Herrick is suspicious. Dr. Jim slept very little that night. He was turning over in his mind Joyce's strange conduct. Now that he remembered, Robin had been very particular as to the details of his whereabouts. He had gone to town on a Tuesday, leaving Herrick at the Southbury Railway Inn. According to his story, he had seen Firth and Firth the same afternoon, and again the next morning. The intervening night he had slept at the Hall Hotel in a side street off the Strand. Then on Wednesday afternoon he had rejoined Dr. Jim at Southbury, and on Thursday morning had started to cross the heath. It was on that same night that the two had discovered the body of Colonel Carr. So far, Herrick had believed this story. But now the fact that he had not called on the lawyer had put a different complexion on the affair. Also his statement concerning the money left to him was proved, by the evidence of the solicitors who paid the annuity, to be a lie. Robin, therefore, had not been so deeply plunged in grief as he appeared to be when he could call a few days after his mother's death to see if he was to inherit the money. Herrick considered that probably, when alone in the flat, he had found some paper stating that the $500 a year terminated at his mother's death, and he had gone to Firth and Firth in order to ascertain if this were true. Besides, his mother might have told him this on her deathbed. But what else had she told him? Colonel Carr was not the man to pay out money for nothing. Mrs. Joyce must have had some hold over him. However, the main point, and that which vexed Dr. Jim most, was the fact that Robin had not called on the solicitors as he said he had done. At Southbury he had received a letter calling him up to town. Jim had not read the letter.
But since Robin had told him the contents, he never doubted that it was from the firm of Firth.
If he had not called on them, why was the letter sent, and where was he during the 2 days he was in town? Herrick reckoned back the dates. It was Thursday, the 26th of July, when they arrived at Saxham. Robin had gone to town on the 24th, and on that same night Colonel Carr, according to the medical evidence, had been shot. "Good heavens," said Jim, when this came into his mind. "Can it be possible that Joyce killed the man? There's no reason why he should. I'm a suspicious fool. He was in London, even though he did not call on the solicitors. There's no proof that he was at Saxham. He said himself, when he went through the pine wood, that he did not know the country." Then Jim recollected that it was Robin who had selected the route for the walking tour. Could it be possible that he knew of the existence of a house in the pine wood, and had designedly led Herrick that way in order that the murder should be discovered and suspicion averted from himself? "No, no," cried Jim, tossing and turning. "He could not have contrived so damnable a scheme. Besides, he slept at the Hull Hotel."
In this way he kept arguing out the situation.
But by the morning he had come to no conclusion. The evidence against Robin was not strong enough. But while shaving, Dr. Jim made up his mind to call on Firth and Firth, and also to look in at the Hull Hotel. Nevertheless, whatever he found, he was resolved to hold his tongue so far as Robin was concerned. Joyce was far too intimate with Don Manuel to please Herrick, and Don Manuel, as the doctor remembered, professed a hatred of Carr. He also might have something to do with the matter. "Stephen," said Herrick at breakfast, "I want you to look after yourself again today. I have business to do." "All right," replied Marsh. "I can amuse myself. There is the National Gallery to see, and the Tower, and Westminster Abbey. I should only bore you taking you to these places." "I'm never bored in your company," said Jim absently, his thoughts intent on what he had to do. "But I shall be at your service tomorrow." "You have to see about your practice, I suppose, Herrick?" "Yes, also some other business. How long do you want to stay in town?" "A week is enough for the present," replied Marsh. "We came for 2, did we not? I have got all the clothes I need. They will be ready by the end of this week. Then we can go back. You want to return?" "Yes, I have an idea in my head. Later on I will tell it to you." Marsh turned to ask what Herrick meant, but seeing that his friend was taken up with his own thoughts, he said nothing. After breakfast, Jim left Marsh to look over the morning paper and went out. The first place he sought out was the lawyer's office. Mr. Firth, the junior partner, received him all the more readily when he heard the name. On the previous day Stephen had been enthusiastic on the subject of his new friend. Firth junior took to Jim at once. "I'm glad to see you," he said, pushing forward a chair. "Mr. Marsh Carr told us all about you. I am glad he has had the good sense to select you as a companion. He needs shaking up." "Marsh is a good fellow," replied Jim, "and anything I can do to make a man of him shall be done. But the material is there, Mr. Firth." "Yes, but that stepmother of his did a great deal to ruin him. He could not call his soul his own. I do not think her death is much to be regretted," finished Firth with a dry smile. "She was rather stormy, but I think she really loved her stepson. What are you smiling at?" "I was recalling 1 or 2 interviews I had with the lady in question," said the young lawyer. "She was, as you say, stormy. Even the colonel was afraid of her, so he sent her up to us." "What did she come about?" "An annuity for herself and an income for her son, the present owner of the estate. Colonel Carr refused to allow her 1 penny. He said that he had made his will in favor of Stephen Marsh, and that both he and Mrs. Marsh could wait until his death. I tried hard to persuade him to allow her something, but he refused. Mrs. Marsh used to come up and make scenes in this office. Stormy, chuckled Firth. I should think she was. What was your opinion of Colonel Carr? Well, drawled the lawyer, with a quick glance, that is rather a leading question. The man is dead, and he was good client to us. But speaking as man to man, and in confidence, Doctor, I think he was the greatest scoundrel in the 3 kingdoms. That's rather strong, Mr. Firth. Yet it falls short of the truth, Dr. Herrick. However, the man is dead, so we may leave him at rest. He met with a terrible death, and his own familiar friend put an end to him. The colonel had not much human feeling, but when dying he must have felt a pang at the thought that the only creature he had been kind to was putting him out of the way. Said Jim, using his favorite ejaculation. Do you believe that Frisco did kill him? I do not know anyone else who could have done so. And if he did not, why did he run away? Why does he keep hidden? Yes, Dr. Herrick, I think the crime can be safely put down to his account. Queer man, too, added Firth, reflectively. He was slangy and a good bit of a brute, yet there was something of the gentleman about him. He could speak good English when he chose, which was not often. The colonel brought him from South America? Did he now? Said Firth sharply. I never knew that before. Frisco at times came up about Carr's business, but he was careful to say nothing about himself. He seemed fond of his master. That is why it is so strange that he should have killed him. But then we know that the collie, which is the most faithful of dogs, goes mad at times and attacks his master. I expect it was something of the same kind with Frisco. Do you know how the colonel made his money? Asked Herrick. No, nor does anyone else that I know of. I am certain of one thing, that it was made in some shady way. Carr was an out-and-out bad lot, a kind of Captain Kidd. Strange that you should mention his name in conjunction with Kidd. He had a treasure, likewise, had he not? What do you mean by had a treasure, likewise? Herrick considered a minute before replying. As a rule, he was not a man given to loose speaking, and preferred to do his own work without the assistance of anyone. But he saw that Firth was a shrewd and capable man, and that in case of need his advice was not to be despised. So far as Joyce was concerned, Jim did not intend to say anything at present, but he was not yet sure of his ground, and even had he been sure, he would have hesitated to betray his friend, however guilty he might be. Concerning Don Manuel, he had no such scruples, so he then and there told the lawyer all that had passed at the flat. Firth listened attentively, but seemed in no way astonished. It is the sort of thing one would expect from Carr, he said. The man was a bad lot, and I dare say, if we knew all the details of that expedition, we should find it less innocent than this Mexican has depicted. Still, leaving the man amongst the Indians was bad enough. So that was how he made his money. I always knew it was not made in any respectable way. Few fortunes are, said Herrick dryly. That is true, but some methods may be more damnable than others, as in this case. Carr, I know, went away many years ago, as poor as a rat. I've heard my father speak of him. He came back 10 years ago with no end of money. We helped him to invest it. As the income is 8,000 a year, Dr. Herrick, you may guess what the principal amounted to. Treasure hunting sounds innocent enough, even romantic. But in Carr's hands, I can guess what a piece of rascality it was. The man could not run straight. If there was a possibility of going the wrong way, he took that in preference to following the right path. Still, said Herrick, approaching the main object of his visit, the man had some good points. For instance, he was charitable to Mrs. Joyce. Of West Kensington, said Firth with a stare. How did you know about her?" "Joyce is a friend of mine. I was with him on a walking tour when he received your letter asking him to call." "Nonsense. We never wrote the man a letter in our lives." "Not on or about the 23rd of July?" "No, I am positive. I should have known. It is true that he called to see us a few days after his mother's death about the annuity which Carr ordered to be paid to Mrs. Joyce. He wanted to know if he would have it also. We communicated with Colonel Carr, who replied in his characteristic way that Joyce could go to the devil. Afterwards, Joyce called a second time, and we told him the message." "The second time was on the 24th of July?" "No, it was toward the end of April. We have not seen him since, nor, as I say, have we written him any letter." This concise explanation showed Herrick that Robin, for reasons of his own, had told a deliberate lie. Whatever he had come to London about, it was not to see the solicitors, as he had alleged to Herrick. Dr. Jim pulled his moustache reflectively. "Why was an annuity paid to Mrs. Joyce?" "I don't know," replied Firth, "and even if I did, it would be a breach of professional etiquette to tell you. A year after the Colonel came back to England, about 9 years ago, he ordered my father to send a monthly cheque to Mrs. Joyce at an address at Hampstead. She sent a receipt every time, but she never came to see us, and we had absolutely nothing to do with her. When she changed her address, which she did several times, she notified the fact, and we sent her allowance to the new place. That is all I know of the annuity, and as I say, the Colonel stopped it when she died. What it was for, I don't know. The Colonel was dark in many ways." "He was evidently a most dangerous person," said Herrick, rising to take his leave. "However, he has received the reward of his crimes. By the way, I suppose all the business of Marsh is in your hands?" "Yes, it is all in order. The Colonel was a most methodical man, and he left his estate in the best of conditions. We are now arranging for letters patent for this change of name. Our client has arranged to call himself Marsh Carr. I suppose he did not like the idea of Carr alone." "Can you wonder at it, considering the reputation of the name?" "No, not a very nice name to give one's wife," laughed Firth, rising. "Well, good-bye, Dr. Herrick. I am glad to have seen you, and still more glad to think that our client has so excellent a friend at his elbow." Herrick laughed at this praise and departed, very pleased that he had been received in so friendly a way. He fancied at one time that Firth might have looked upon him as an interloper, and it was a great compliment to him that these shrewd lawyers should be so satisfied with Stephen's choice of a friend. From the city Herrick went to the Strand in search of the Hull Hotel. He was now very doubtful of Robin's honesty. If the man had lied in one thing, he would in another. Jim was quite prepared to find that Joyce was not known at the Strand public-house. But in this instance he proved to be wrong. Directed by a friendly policeman, he soon found the place. It was a small pot-house of anything but reputable appearance. Herrick stepped inside, and was confronted by a stout woman with a squint. In answer to his inquiry for the landlord, she announced that the house belonged to her, and demanded his business. Herrick, seeing the necessity for caution, went about his task in an artful way. "There was a friend of mine who stayed here on the night of the 24th of July last," he said. "Wrote to me from this place on that date, and as I have received no letter since, I have come to inquire if he is still to be found here." "What is his name, sir?" "Mr. Robin Joyce." "Don't know it," grunted the landlady. "Robin Joyce." She rubbed her nose and then shouted, "Tilda!" "Do you know a party has stayed here called Robin Joyce? Look up the books, 24th July." A smart-looking girl, dressed in a tawdry manner, made her appearance and requested her mother The stout lady was her mother, it appeared, not to make such a noise. Then she addressed herself to Herrick. "I need not look at the book, sir. I remember Mr. Robin Joyce quite well. A little man, is he not, clean-shaven, with rather long hair and big, black eyes. Nervous manner, sir." "That is him," replied Herrick, thankful to hear that his friend was known at the address he had given. "He slept here on the night of the 24th of July." "Beg your pardon, sir, but he did nothing of the sort. He came here after midday with a black bag and engaged a room. Then he went out almost at once, promising to be back to dinner. It was ordered, but he never came. No, sir, I did not see him until midday next morning." "You are certain he did not sleep here on that night?" "Quite certain, sir. You remember, mother, he told both of us, when he came back, that he had been staying with a friend." "Yes, I remember now. Then he paid his bill and went away to catch a train, he said." "The Paddington train," put in the daughter. "I heard him tell the cabby to drive to Paddington." Herrick thanked the two women for their information, and asked if Mr. Joyce had been there since. Both were positive that he had not. "I saw him only once, sir, and he did not sleep here," were the last words of the daughter. So Herrick departed fully convinced that Robin had told him a second lie. Naturally, the little man never thought that anything would happen likely to induce Herrick to make inquiries, nor would such have been the case but for Stephen's remark about the annuity. "The question now," said Herrick to himself, "is whether he was at Saxham on that night. If I can prove that—" Then he shook his head and acknowledged that things were beginning to look black against Joyce. For the moment he almost made up his mind to go at once to West Kensington and tell Joyce the whole story, demanding, at the same time, an explanation of these apparently unnecessary lies. But on second thought he resolved to wait until he could make certain that Joyce had gone down to Saxham. Robin would probably take the afternoon train to Beorminster. In that case, however, he would have had to change at Southbury Junction, and as Herrick was at the junction, he might not risk doing so. There was Heathcroft, of course. That was 6 miles from Saxon, and could be reached by another line. He might have gone that way and walked the 6 miles. But I cannot say anything for certain until I make inquiries, thought Herrick, and so resolved to wait until he returned to the Pines with Marsh. The next 2 or 3 days Herrick spent with Stephen. Not a word did he say about the business he had been employed upon. He did not even speak of Joyce, tried not to think of him, but gave himself up to the enjoyment of the moment. Owing to his recent bereavement, Stephen would not go to any theatre, but the two managed to find amusement in exploring London. With the greatest of good humour, Herrick permitted himself to be dragged to the Tower, the Abbey, and to several other places which Stephen had already visited. Also, there was much shopping to do, clothes to be tried on, and all kinds of fascinating things to be bought. Stephen purchased a selection of presents for the Biffs, and made Herrick help him to choose them. They arranged to go back at the week's end, when the Pines would be ready to receive them. "I expect it is all in order by this time," said Stephen, "and Ida promised to see after the servants for me. Bess is superintending the whole business. I have told her to do exactly as she pleases, and there is nothing she likes better. We shall find the place in apple pie order when we go back." "Why do you not marry Miss Bess?" said Herrick, laughing. "I like Bess very much, but she is not the wife for me," said Stephen seriously. "Ida is better suited to me." Herrick felt a pang of jealousy. What chance had he against this wealthy favourite of fortune? Then he rebuked himself for the ungrateful feeling, and swore that if he saw the least love existing between Marsh and Ida, that he would at once crush down his own passion. As yet, as he had told Joyce, it was not very strong, but in the sunshine of Ida's beauty and charm, it might easily assume gigantic proportions. If it did, and Stephen loved her, why then good-bye to his income. For Herrick felt, under the circumstances, the situation would be so unbearable that he would be forced to leave Saxham. If Stephen would only say definitely if he loved the girl, Herrick would know how to act. At the present he was quite in the dark. Still, until he could be quite sure, he judged it wiser to hold himself well in hand. Later on it occurred to him that he would see Joyce and ask him to come down to Saxham. If he had really committed the murder, and of this there was yet no proof, he would naturally refuse to come. On the other hand, he might dare as much. However, on the whole, as straws show which way the wind blows, and he knew what a nervous man Joyce was, Herrick thought he would be able to decide by his manner if he really had any dislike to Saxham. He therefore one afternoon went to West Kensington. By this time he had settled with Grant about his practice, and arranged the manner of payment. His sole business was with Robin, and he went at once to the mansions. The servant said that Mr. Joyce was absent, but was expected in soon, and that another gentleman was waiting in the drawing-room to see him. Herrick had his suspicions at once, and was not at all surprised to meet the smiling face of Don Manuel Santiago. "Ah, you have come to see our friend," said the Mexican, shaking Herrick's hand in the most hearty manner. "I also. He will be back shortly." "How are you, Don Manuel?" said Herrick politely. "Well, I hope." The speech was obvious, but the fact is Herrick was observing the Mexican from under his eyelids. When Santiago thought himself unobserved, he stole glances at his visitor. Apparently, he had neither liked nor trusted Herrick. The doctor wondered what bond bound Robin and the scamp together. Joyce was a scamp also, and worse, if his visit to Saxham could be proved. Manuel answered the inquiry with a careless speech and a puzzled look, evidently wondering why it was made. After a time he began to walk restlessly about the room, exclaiming that he wanted a cigarette, and he had exhausted his own. Herrick politely offered his case, as he wanted to put the Mexican at ease and get him to speak, in the hope of learning something from him, but Don Manuel refused the offer. "I smoke only my particular kind," he said. "Ah, now I remember. I left some in Joyce's study. I will go and look for them. Will you come also, Senor? We had better smoke in the study. Joyce does not like the smoke in this room." He cast a look around and shrugged. "This ugly room," said Don Manuel spitefully. Herrick followed rather because he wished to keep the shifty creature in sight than because he wanted to smoke. Manuel went to the writing-table and shifted the papers about. He searched the mantelpiece, and then casting his eye on a tobacco cabinet, walked towards that. He had found them and put them in there, said Manuel, and pulled open several drawers. The cabinet was at Herrick's elbow, and he could see into all the drawers as the Mexican opened them. In the lowest drawer was a pistol. Don Manuel took it out. "A strange place to keep a revolver," he said. "No, it is not a revolver. What can it be? So large, so clumsy, Senor." Herrick took the weapon handed to him, while Manuel continued his search for the cigarettes. A frightful suspicion flashed into his mind as he saw the old-fashioned weapon in the Mexican's hand. He remembered that the death wound had been inflicted by a roughly cast bullet, and that at the inquest it was said such had been fired from an antique pistol. Here was the very thing in his hand, an old pistol, silver-mounted, and clumsy in the extreme. The muzzle was large, and could well fire the big bullet that had passed through the heart of Carr to bury itself in the opposite wall. And this was in Joyce's house. Herrick felt sick. Manuel turned to him with a shrug. "There are no cigarettes here," he said. "Joyce has smoked them. Senor, you look ill, pale." "It is nothing," replied Herrick, replacing the weapon in the cabinet. I am subject to attacks of faintness. I think, Don Manuel,
that you had better say nothing to Joyce about our finding that pistol.
He might not like us to be prying into his cabinet. As you please, said Santiago with a shrug, but Joyce would never be angry with me. What is the pistol, senor? Oh, some old-fashioned weapon that Joyce brought in a curiosity shop, very probably, replied the doctor carelessly. It certainly is not the kind of thing one would use. No, replied Don Manuel, equally carelessly. An ugly thing. I will say nothing. A cigarette? Senor, I will take one of yours. Ah, there's my dear friend Joyce. While the Mexican was lighting the cigarette, Robin entered, and greeted Herrick rather stiffly. It was all Jim could do to bring himself to shake hands with a man he now believed to be a criminal. Yet in spite of all he had learned, in spite of the discovery of the old-fashioned pistol, he could not yet bring himself quite to believe in Robin's guilt. He still hoped for the best, and talked easily enough. "How pale you are, Jim," said Joyce abruptly. "What is the matter?" "I am so much of a countryman now that London does not agree with me." Joyce laughed at the joke. "I prefer London myself." "That is a pity," said Herrick, "for I am returning to Saxham tomorrow, and I want you to come down for a few days next week." "I shall be delighted," said Robin at once. "I can put up at the Carr Arms. I do not know Marsh, you know." "I dare say, when he meets you, he will ask you to stay at the Pines," said Herrick. "But you will come down, Robin? I have seen so little of you, and I do not want our friendship to end so abruptly." "Certainly, I will come with pleasure," replied Joyce so warmly that Herrick's heart smote him for his treachery. But when he remembered how Joyce had deceived him, how he had led him to the very house in which, to all appearances, he had committed a crime, the doctor's heart grew hard, and he was quite prepared to play his part and trap this man. He was now beginning to regard Robin as a little reptile, extremely dangerous, who needed to be crushed. "I shall come next week," said Joyce gaily, "and if Marsh likes me, he may, as you say, ask me to the Pines. You might come also, Manuel." "Perhaps if I have a day to spare," said the Mexican. "I should like to see the place where my dear friend Carr died." He glanced at Herrick as he spoke, but the doctor was not attending to him and did not see the look. Tea was being brought in, and Herrick wanted to get away at once. He felt that, knowing what he did, he could never break bread with Robin again. He fervently hoped that the man was innocent, but things looked black. "I must go now, Robin," said Herrick hurriedly. "Remember, you must come." "I promise. Won't you have tea?" "No, thanks. Marsh expects me. Good-bye until we meet at Saxham. Don Manuel, adieu." "Till we meet at Saxham," said the ready foreigner, and Herrick hurried out of the room and down the stairs. Not until he was in the train did he remember that he should have been wise enough to have secured the pistol as evidence. "But he may not be guilty after all," said Jim hopefully. His heart told him that he was wrong. The circumstantial evidence was too strong. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Secret Writings. Dr. Jim could not conceal from himself that he was rather jumping at conclusions with regard to the guilt of Joyce. The man had deliberately lied about his visit to Firth, and had not slept at the Hull Hotel, as he had stated. Herrick could not account for Robin's movements on the night of the 24th of July, and on that same night Colonel Carr had met with his death. Then again, Robin was connected indirectly with Carr through his mother, although there was nothing to show the relations which had existed between the Colonel and Mrs. Joyce. Finally, Joyce was in possession of an old-fashioned weapon, firing a round bullet of the antiquated sort, and Carr had been killed with just such a bullet.
This was all the evidence Jim could find which was likely to inculpate Robin. On the other hand, there was no reason why Joyce should not be able to defend himself. He certainly could not explain away the lies he had told Herrick about the visit to the solicitors and the pretended income, but he might be able to account for his doings on the night of the 24th, and for the possession of the pistol. After all, he had shown no hesitation in accepting Herrick's invitation to Saxham. If he were guilty, he would be afraid to venture there, lest he should be met by someone who had seen him on the night of the murder in the vicinity of the Pines. His determination to come to Saxham looked like innocence, and Jim granted as much. The most important link to be discovered in the chain of evidence was the way in which Robin, if guilty, had come to Saxham. Owing to the presence of Herrick at Southberry, he would not have risked going by that line, and seeing that he had the change at the junction. The other line branched off from the main trunk before it reached Southberry and touched at Heathcroft, 6 miles from Saxham. Herrick made up his mind that when he got to Saxham, he would go to Heathcroft to make inquiries. If he could prove that Robin had alighted at that station, there would no longer be any doubt of his guilt. No doubt Joyce, if he had come to Heathcroft, had disguised himself, but he might not think of increasing his stature by artificial means, and he was so exceptionally small that even the most casual observer would remark upon it. I shall give him every opportunity of defending himself, thought Herrick. If I find that he came to Heathcroft, he will have to account to me for his doings. I must know the truth, or else part with him as a friend forever. Then the doctor thought with a qualm that if he did learn the truth, the parting might be more complete than he imagined. If Joyce were indeed guilty, he would find himself in a dilemma as to whether he should hold his tongue or denounce the man he had been so friendly with. It would not be a pleasant position. It was when he was in the train that Herrick thought of this. With Stephen he was returning to Saxham, and the two had provided themselves with newspapers and magazines to beguile the tedium of the journey. For some time Herrick had been concealed behind the Daily Telegraph, pretending to read, but in reality he had been thinking over the case of Robin Joyce. Marsh was in good spirits and inclined to talk, so Dr. Jim yielded, for after all, his thoughts were anything but pleasant. "You are glad to go back to Saxham, Stephen," he said. Marsh Carr, as he must now be called, nodded and smiled. "Very glad," he said. "I find a little of London goes a long way. I want to be in my own country amongst my own friends." "You will have a large circle soon, Stephen. When you are settled at the Pines, all the county will call. They will be delighted that in that beautiful house there will be someone they can know. You must make the Carr family once more important in the county." "I'm afraid I am not ambitious," said Stephen. "My nature is a somewhat retiring one. I fancy I shall attend to my estates and write poetry." "You have no desire to go into Parliament?" "Not the least. Books and friends, those are what I want. Of course I shall try and do good in my own way, but I do not wish to take part in public life. There will be plenty for me to do in a small way, Herrick." "I think you are right," responded Herrick soberly, "and you have had such a wretched life hitherto, that it is but fair you should have a few years of enjoyment. But you must travel for a time before you settle down." "I shall be pleased to, but of course, as you know, I shall not be able to leave Saxham until the end of the year. I want to be certain of holding the property. I wonder why my uncle left instructions that a new vault should be built, and should be visited, and why for a year." "I cannot understand myself," replied Herrick. "Your uncle was a man of mystery." "But I have learned something of his past, Stephen," and Herrick related his meeting with Don Manuel, and what he had been told about the doings of Carr in South America. Stephen looked uneasy and grave. "I hope this money was obtained in quite a proper way," he said. "Otherwise, I should be afraid to use it. If it is what the gypsies call red money, that is obtained by bloodshed, I would rather give it up, for it can bring only a curse." "I do not think you need trouble on that score," replied Jim, with a shrug. "Heaven knows that Carr was not scrupulous, but with regard to the fortune he brought home, if it was taken from some treasure chambers of those Inca monarchs, the spoil was legitimate enough. If I came across such a treasure, I should have no hesitation in taking it. The worst feature of the expedition was the leaving of Santiago with the Indians. But as he is still alive, no harm has been done." "Do you think I ought to give him some money?" asked Stephen. "Certainly not," was Herrick's emphatic reply. "In the first place, we do not know that the story is true. In the second place, I am convinced that the Mexican is a scoundrel. And in the third, it is not your place to impoverish yourself for the sake of other people." "I wish I could find out the story of my uncle's life." "Well, Don Manuel is probably coming down to Saxham on a sentimental pilgrimage to see the grave of a man he detested. He may tell you all he knows if you question him." "Probably he will tell me a very pretty story," said Stephen dryly. "But will it be true? I do not want the Arabian Nights." Herrick shrugged his shoulders. "I should not care to take Santiago's word myself," he said. "Still, amongst his lies there may be some grain of truth. But where the real truth will be found is in the secret writing which Bess gave to me." "Bess?" cried Marsh Carr with a smile. Dr. Jim colored and apologized. "A slip of the tongue," he said. "I hear you talk of Bess so frequently that I am apt to fall into the same habit. But this writing," he added hurriedly, to avoid further explanation, "as you know, we can make nothing of it. Yet, if we could read it, something tangible might be discovered." "I really do not see why I should trouble at all about my uncle's villainy," said Marsh Carr, rather impatiently. "The estate is mine now, and I want to enjoy it without worrying my conscience. Of course I do worry as to the writing. There is a cryptogram in the Telegraph which resembles the paper you showed me. Here it is, in the agony column." Herrick took the newspaper and looked at the paragraph indicated by Stephen. The jumble of letters did indeed resemble that on the piece of Chinese paper. In print the cryptogram was as follows: uppercase E, Q, H, R, B, N, space, uppercase G, X, C, D, space, uppercase O, Z, Q, J, space, uppercase B, N, Q, M, D, Q, space, 1, 5, space, uppercase N, B, S, N, A, D, Q, space, uppercase R, O, D, Z, J, space, uppercase S, N, space, uppercase A, K, T, D, space, uppercase B, K, N, S, G, D, R, space, uppercase V, G, H, S, D, space, uppercase G, Z, S, space, uppercase F, K, N, U, R, space, uppercase R, G, N, D, R, space, uppercase D, Z, Q, Q, R, space, uppercase L, N, M, D, X, period. Dr. Jim read this over twice, then took out the Chinese paper and compared the two cryptograms. "I believe the secret writing is the same," he said, with some excitement. "See, Stephen, in each there are figures, and in each the figures are the same, 15. I believe that this was inserted by someone who knew Carr. It may be from Frisco, communicating with a third person about the murder." "True enough," replied Stephen, "yet it might merely be a coincidence. If the figures were not the same, I might think so. But that in both there should be 15 is strange, to say the least of it. Perhaps 30 is the key to the cipher."
"It might be so," said Herrick, studying the telegraph.
"But I am hanged if I can see how to apply it. Oh, that Edgar Allan Poe were at hand! He could unravel any cipher in 10 minutes. The man had a marvelous gift in that way. "I once read a book on cipher writing," said Marsh Carr, after a pause. "It said that to unravel a line of secret writing, it was best to search for the character that represented E, since that letter is used more frequently than any other in the English language." "There you lay a finger on the weak spot," said Jim quickly. "This cipher may be written in Spanish for all I know." "Why in Spanish particularly?" "Because if it applied to Colonel Carr and his doings, that is the most likely language he would use other than English. He was mostly in Mexico and Peru, if Manuel is to be believed, and there Spanish is spoken, as you know, Stephen. This may be a writing in that tongue." "Well, Herrick, you know Spanish, so you might—" "Yes, I might," interrupted Dr. Jim sarcastically, "if I were acquainted with secret writing. But this is Dutch to me, and worse, for I have some knowledge of Dutch, and absolutely none of this. Let us try your E idea, Stephen, and see what we make of it. The Chinese paper cipher is the shortest. We will count the letter that is most frequent, and call it E. Something may come of the attempt." Herrick counted, and Stephen checked his reckoning. 4 D's, said Jim, 5 K's, 3 Z's, and 3 R's. Seems to me that K is the predominant letter, and once it comes KK, which might stand for double E. Well, we'll call it E. "But here are 2 R's together," said Stephen. "That might stand also for double E." "Yes, but you forget that there are 5 K's to 3 R's. We agreed to call the letter which predominated E." "All right, fire away, and see what you make of it." For the next hour the 2 men, with pencil and paper, did their best to extort sense from the jumble of letters on this basis. At the end of the time they were both out of temper, and had not succeeded in obtaining even one reasonable word. "Hang it," said Stephen, throwing his paper to the other end of the carriage,
"I don't believe it makes sense at all."
"Nonsense," replied Herrick, wiping his face. "It is sure to make sense. All ciphers do. And I dare say this is an easy one. The easiest are usually the most difficult to unravel. That is an epigram, Stephen." Stephen had taken up the paper again, and was studying the cipher. 15. Uppercase I, period, uppercase T, period, uppercase K, period, uppercase X, period, he said musingly. "The figures and the letters run together here." "So they do in the telegraph cipher," said Herrick, and read out 15, uppercase N, period, B, period, S, period, N, period, A, period, D, period, Q, period. What of that?" "I thought it might be a date," said Marsh Carr apologetically. Dr. Jim laughed. "It might. On the other hand, it might not." "You forget the figures are concealed the same as the letters," said Stephen. "How do we know that?" retorted the doctor. 15 may be the key to the cipher. You may count 1, or count 5, or add the two together and count 6, or subtract the 2 and count 4. Then again, you may have to count from left to right or right to left. And after all, the cipher may be in Spanish or English or in the Indian tongue, for the matter of that. Carr was mixed up with the South American Indians, as you know. We'll never discover it, Stephen. But I tell you what, added Jim, struck with a sudden thought, this Mexican devil may know what it means. In that case, he must have put it in the paper, said Stephen. He knew Carr, and the cipher was used by Carr. What is more likely? Herrick frowned. There is some conspiracy on, he muttered. I do not see what it all means. We must learn what these ciphers mean, Stephen. It is a serious matter. Do you think the key might be found amongst your uncle's papers? He left no papers, replied Stephen. I have looked. Dr. Jim shook his head. The thing was beyond him. He replaced the Chinese paper in his pocket-book and cut out the notice in the telegraph. I say, Stephen, he said, while thus employed, did your uncle take in the Daily Telegraph? Yes. He used to pass it on to Bess when he had done with it. There, you see, cried Jim triumphantly, another link. This cipher has been put in the newspaper your uncle usually read. Oh, be sure it has to do with his business, perhaps with his death. Well, we shall see. Nothing more was said about the matter, as the two were a trifle exhausted by their efforts to read the ciphers. When the train arrived at Beerminster Station, they were met by Frank Endicott, who came towards them in a state of excitement usually foreign to his nature. Glad to see you fellows back, said Frank, shaking hands. Bess got the wire you sent, Steve, and insisted that I should meet you here. I have brought a cart, borrowed it from Pentland Corn. He wanted his groom to come too, but there was not enough room for 4. Got much luggage? No, only a couple of portmanteaux. The heavy baggage is coming by a goods train, laughed Stephen. I have been buying up the whole of London. I say, Frank, how are the Biffs? All right, replied Frank, as they put up the portmanteau on the dog-cart. Up you get, Steve. Will you drive, or you, Herrick? No, replied the doctor grimly. You have undertaken the responsibility of that horse. If I kill it, Corn will blame me. Drive yourself. I'll stick on behind. No, no, protested Stephen. Get up in front, Herrick. Certainly not. The lord of the manor of Saxon must have the first place. He swung himself up to the back seat. Send her along, Frank. In a few minutes, they were rattling home along the Southbury Road, and Frank was telling Marsh Carr all that had been done at the Pines. It seemed that Bess and Ida had engaged a moderate staff of servants, the most indispensable, that is, as they left the choice of the others to Stephen. The house had been cleaned from top to bottom, food had been got in, and a good dinner awaited the travelers. Bess, Ida, and I are coming over later on, explained Frank. We want to hear of your adventures. I'm afraid we've had none, said Marsh Carr with a laugh. Herrick said nothing. He was thinking if he told all he had discovered and talked about his suspicions, he might create a sensation. However, the time was not yet ripe to take the Biffs into his confidence. Bess was the one he would consult if necessary. Frank deposited them at the Pines and then drove away to the rectory to restore the cart. Stephen found the house in admirable order, and a good dinner waiting for him and his friend in the dining-room. Herrick felt rather a qualm as he sat down, remembering that ghastly meal which had waited for the dead colonel. However, he was too healthy a man to give way to such morbid fancies, and made an excellent meal. Afterwards, he and Stephen had coffee in the library, and as the evening was chilly, Marsh Carr ordered a fire to be lighted. In a state of comfort, they sat in comfortable armchairs, smoking luxuriously. Hitherto Stephen had smoked only cigarettes. but lately, by the advice of his doctor, had begun pipe smoking. After a time, he found it much more satisfying than the cigarettes. "I suppose they will be here soon," said Stephen, glancing at his watch. Herrick grunted. To tell the truth, he felt so comfortable that he did not want to be disturbed. There was a good deal of the bachelor about Herrick, however. Just as Stephen replaced his watch, one of the new footmen announced the Biffs. Not by that name, certainly. "Mr. Endicott and the Misses Endicott," said Phillips. He had been in the service of the Bishop of Beorminster, and prided himself on knowing the manners of good society. "Well," said Bess, when the first greeting was over, and they were all seated comfortably round the fire, "what do you think of the house?" "It is splendid," said Stephen. "I have to thank you and Ida heartily. But I won't stop short of thanks." And then the presents were produced. They took the form of jewelry, and both the girls were delighted. "Oh, lovely, lovely!" cried Ida, looking at the emerald ring which Stephen had placed on her finger. "I do so love jewels." As she spoke, she caught the eye of Marsh Carr fixed significantly on her, and blushed. She knew very well why the ring had been bought, although Stephen had not placed it on the engagement finger. Herrick did not notice this byplay, which might have enlightened him. He was busy talking to Frank about the new gun which he was examining. Frank had always wanted a gun, and was in the seventh heaven of delight. Bess also was pleased with a bangle, but she would rather have had books. However, she did not say so, as she did not wish Stephen to think she was disappointed. "I have something for Flo and Sidney, but those can wait," said Stephen. Frank was so taken up with his new gun that Stephen devoted himself to Ida. Herrick was thus thrown into the society of Bess, who asked him if he had solved the cryptogram. "No, I have not," he replied, "and here is another of the same sort which appeared in the Telegraph today." Bess glanced at it with interest. "I have seen something like that before," she said thoughtfully. "Several times a cipher like that has been in the Telegraph. I never thought it had anything to do with the Colonel." "I am sure it had," said Herrick eagerly. "Have you the cuttings?" "No, I did not think it was necessary to keep them. They all appeared within the last year." Said Herrick. "I'll send for a file of the newspaper. But this cipher, I wish we could read it. I believe it has some connection with Carr's death, or at all events, with the secret of his life." "I can't make it out," said Bess, looking at the cutting and the scrap of Chinese paper, "unless—" She hesitated. "Well, unless what?" "I was talking to Frisco one day," said Bess. "He had been drinking rum as usual, and was rather drunk. The Colonel had sent him to the post office for the letters, and he held one in his hand, the only one which had come that day. It was about 3 months ago, shortly after I picked up that piece of Chinese paper. This one." She shook it at Herrick. "I understand. Go on." "I noticed that the envelope of the letter Frisco carried was of the same paper." "Ha!" cried the doctor. "This is interesting. Yes?" "Frisco was shaking the letter, waving it over his head, and singing. I stopped to tell him that he ought to be ashamed of himself being in such a state when he knew perfectly well how to behave." "1 minute," interrupted Herrick, remembering what Firth had said. "Was this Frisco a gentleman?" "Yes and no," replied Bess. "He had a refined way of speaking in spite of the frightful American slang he used. At times, when he was quite sober, he would speak to me in the most refined way. At other times he was just awful." "A large fat man, was he not?" "Yes, immensely stout, but his face was rather handsome. He was about the same age as the Colonel. There was something attractive about Frisco," finished Bess with a sigh. "He was his own worst enemy." "Well, about this letter. He was waving it and singing. I met him in the pine wood, where I had been to look for Sidney. I told him that he might lose it since he was so drunk. He laughed and said no one could read it. He knew the letter by the envelope. "Ah," said Herrick, "by the Chinese paper. It is noticeable. Well?" I asked him what he meant. He laughed again and went away singing, "Move on one, move on one." I took no notice of the words at the time, but as he had a cipher letter in his hand, I have often wondered if he applied the words to the cipher. "Move on one," repeated Herrick excitedly, and glanced at the Chinese paper cipher. Stephen thought that 15, uppercase I period, uppercase T period, uppercase K period, uppercase X period, might be a date. If this cipher has to do with the murder— "A date?" interrupted Bess eagerly. "Well, Colonel Carr was murdered in July, Dr. Jim. In the word July there are 4 letters, and—" "I see what you mean. And here are 4 letters, uppercase I period, uppercase T period, uppercase K period, uppercase X period, colon. Also the number 15. "Move on one," said Bess, repeating the cry of Frisco. "That is, take the next figures to the 1 and 5. 2 and 6, said Herrick. "By heaven, that must mean the 26th. Move on to these 4 letters. I stands for J, T for U, K for L, and X in the place of Y. "July," cried Herrick, dashing down the pen. "Here is the solution to the cryptogram." "The 26th of July," repeated Bess, "and the colonel was murdered on the 24th. I do not see the connection." "We have not worked out the whole cipher yet," said Dr. Jim. "Here, take a pen and write down the alphabet." Bess did this as rapidly as possible, as she saw what the doctor meant. "Now, place A under B, place B under C, and so on to the end of the alphabet." Bess did this also. "I can put Z under no letter," she said. "Yes, you can. Z goes under A. I have heard of this cipher. It is written with misleading letters. You simply take the next letter for the one that is down. Come, we will apply the result to these ciphers." This is what they got in the Chinese paper cipher. "The last warning, period, till July 26, period. Then death, period, unless—" And in the printed cipher of the Daily Telegraph, "Frisco, period, High Park Corner, period, 26 October, period. Speak the blue clothes, comma, white hat, comma, gloves, comma, shoes, period. Car's money, period." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Settling down. The cipher was so simple that Herrick wondered that he had not solved it before. It merely consisted of the alphabet arranged in 2 lines. The first line being written in the normal way the alphabet is written, the second line being written as previously explained. The cipher was written by using the second line as though it were the first. All that had to be done was to write out the alphabet, and use the first line in place of the second. Nothing could be more ingenious, or, when it was known, more simple. But for all that, Herrick would not have found the key, had he not recollected Stephen's remark that the number 15 might be a date, and had not Bess related Frisco's apparently meaningless words. However, here was the reading of the riddle. Colonel Carr had been warned to do a certain thing, and was threatened with death if he did not do it. He was given up to the 26th of July, but the punishment, vengeance, or whatever it was, had been executed on the 24th. Jim could see no reason for this anticipation of the cipher letter. As to the cryptogram in the agony column of the Daily Telegraph,
It would seem that someone knew that Frisco was in London, and wished to see him about Carr's money. This rather bore out Herrick's belief that there was a conspiracy in progress to rob Stephen of his inherited wealth. Was Captain Manuel striking in the dark? Or had Robin Joyce anything to do with the matter? Herrick asked himself these questions, but he did not seek an answer from Bess. Until he was absolutely sure of Robin's guilt, he did not wish to say a word. And if he told Bess about Santiago, he would have to reveal what Joyce had presumably done. At all events, the mere mention of Santiago's name and where he met him would invite questions regarding Joyce. "If I were you, Dr. Jim," said Bess the next day, when they met to talk over their discovery, "I should go up to London and wait at Hyde Park Corner. It will be easy for you to see a person dressed as noticeably as the man who put in the cipher intends to be. I should think a navy blue serge with white hat, gloves, and boots would attract attention. You can then see if the person meets Frisco and give Frisco in charge," finished Herrick. "No," said Miss Endicott decisively, "I should not do that. At present public opinion and circumstantial evidence is so much against Frisco that he would not have a fair trial. If he did murder Colonel Carr, which I don't believe, you can prove it by watching him. See where he and the man who meets him are going. Follow on, and be guided by circumstances how to act. Have you any idea who put this in?" Dr. Jim suspected Don Manuel, but he did not think it wise to say so. "I really cannot be sure," he said, shirking the question. "Of course, we're all in the dark about this business. Again, I notice that no time is mentioned in the cipher." "Oh, I can understand that," replied Bess, producing a slip of paper from her pocket. "When I got home last night, I looked through the file of the Daily Telegraph, given to me by Colonel Carr. I thought there might be a third cipher. See, here it is. It appeared about the beginning of August." Herrick looked at the third cipher. It was worded exactly the same as the one that had appeared in the newspaper at the later date, save that in it the hour 3 o'clock was mentioned as the time of meeting. Said Dr. Jim. "I wonder if Frisco obeyed this first request." "I am sure he did," answered Bess readily. "If he had not, the time of the meeting would be put into the second. No, Dr. Jim, it is because the person who wants to meet Frisco met him the first time that he has omitted the hour. He knows that Frisco will be there at 3 o'clock if he comes at all. You go up and see what you can do." "It is now the 22nd, said Herrick, after a moment. "All right, I'll go up. But I should say nothing of all this to Stephen." "Nor to anyone," replied Bess warningly. "Let us work out the thing ourselves, and put an end to the conspiracy. I am sure it is one," she added, "for you see Carr's money is mentioned. I hope poor Stephen will not be murdered next." "I hope not," said Herrick, rather gloomily. He was recalling what Mrs. Marsh had said to him about Frisco, and of a possible danger to her stepson. "At all events, I shall look after him carefully. But all this seems to show that Frisco is not the good man you thought him." "It does look bad for Frisco," admitted Bess dejectedly. "Still, he may be able to explain, if he can only summon up courage to take his trial. I should not like to be mistaken in Frisco. There was something I liked about him." "Well, I'll go up to town and watch," said Herrick. "By the way, my friend Joyce is coming down here next week to stay for a time." "I am so glad," said Bess eagerly. "I only saw a glimpse of him last time. He's an author, and we shall have so much to talk about." Herrick was rather annoyed by her enthusiasm. He did not like the idea of Joyce, whom he suspected, being too great a friend of this girl's, yet, when he came to think over the matter, his annoyance was ridiculous. He was jealous of Stephen with Ida, and now irritated at the prospect of Bess getting on well with Robin. "I do not love the two of them," said Herrick to himself, with a vexed laugh, "yet I like both.
At all events, if Joyce does come down, I'll keep them apart as much as possible. I must know the truth about Joyce before I let him again into my circle of friends. In any case, he is a liar, if no worse." This was an unsatisfactory frame of mind into which to renew a friendship, but Jim had no such intention. Finding that Robin had told him two deliberate falsehoods, he made up his mind that all was at an end between them. Herrick had a very high opinion of the sacredness of friendship, and was in addition, as Dr. Johnson said, a good hater. He either liked the man greatly or disliked him immensely. With that utmost calmness he went to work to get his quondam friend by his side in order to learn the truth. If Joyce had murdered Carr, if he was mixed up with Frisco and Don Manuel in a conspiracy against Stephen, there was no punishment he did not deserve. But although Herrick was hard, he was also just. Every chance would be given to Joyce to prove his innocence, and if in the end he proved to be guilty, Jim knew in his heart of hearts that he would let him go free, much as he might deserve the punishment of the law. Jim felt that for the sake of their old friendship, he could not be the one to hand him over to justice. It must not be thought that Herrick took his discovery calmly. He suffered greatly on learning the worthlessness of the man he had so trusted. He had saved Robin's life by nursing him through a dangerous illness, and had been attracted by his ambition to become a great novelist. He had also tried to make a man of him by strengthening his will and mending his nerves, being sorry for the tortured creature. But since the man was so inherently bad, Herrick sternly cut himself off from him. He waited only to be certain of the worst to cast Robin out of his life. But until he was certain, he gave him the benefit of the doubt. It was a painful position, but Jim set his teeth and stuck to it. The journey to town was a complete failure. Herrick watched at Hyde Park Corner all day, and thereby incurring the unjust suspicions of the police. But he saw neither the eccentrically dressed individual who had described himself in the cipher, nor the ex-sailor whom he hoped to recognize by his monstrous stoutness, and, if chance offered, by the scar on his forehead. Neither one of them came to the rendezvous, so Dr. Jim returned to Saxham a sadder, but not a wiser man. Bess consoled him. They must have got some suspicion that they were being watched, she said. Sooner or later, another of these ciphers will appear in the paper, and you will have a chance of catching them. Said Jim, disbelieving. If they are suspicious, they will make some other arrangements, for you see, they must have guessed that in some way I had solved the cipher. It is all darkness and mystery, said Herrick vexedly. For the time being, at all events, I intend to put it out of my head. This he did, and with considerable success. There was much to do at the Pines, and with its new master. The estate had to be put in order, more servants had to be engaged, with the assistance of Ida, and the walls and fences had to be put up again. Also, the new vault was rapidly approaching completion, and Stephen hoped to have his uncle's body removed into it before Christmas. In the meantime, he did not neglect to go monthly and even weekly to the family sepulchre to see that all was safe. As yet, nothing had been disturbed. Stephen began to think that the necessity of protecting the body of the wicked colonel was all moonshine. But Herrick knew better. He still believed in the existence of a conspiracy, and kept his eyes and ears open. It was well in these days that Marsh Carr had so watchful a guardian. Joyce arrived at the Carr Arms with Don Manuel, and the two made themselves very agreeable. Herrick did not approve of their calling at Biffstead, but he either had to quarrel openly with them or tolerate the acquaintance, as a row would have spoiled his plans and perhaps, if his suspicions were correct, exposed Stephen to danger. Herrick held his peace and made himself agreeable. Indeed, neither Robin nor Santiago had any idea
that he was their enemy, so well did he play his part. Dr. Jim hated to wear a mask, but much could be done by guile, and nothing at all could be gained by force. So he consented to do violence to his usually open nature. Meantime, he devoted himself to educating Stephen out of doors. Horses were bought, and the two rode daily. Herrick taught Stephen how to swim, to fence, to box, and to golf. Indeed, the Biffs also took to golfing, for Herrick obtained permission to lay out part of the heath as a links. Then the young men and maidens of the county came to play, and Saxon became quite busy. Even the Bealeminster people contrived to learn the game, and the clerical society there, curates, dean, and even the canons played with zest and judgment. Herrick, as the original starter of the game, was voted an acquisition to the county, and made much of it. He and Stephen were asked everywhere, and as the weeks went by, Marsh Carr became a different man. He lost his air of shyness, became straighter in the back, spent less time poring over books, and more in the open air. Needless to say, he was warmly attached to the doctor, and it was now Jim and Steve between them, and the Biffs approved of the friendship. Since he had lost the friendship of Robin, Herrick paid more attention to Ida. He never paused to analyze his feelings toward her, and foolishly believed that he loved her. She knew better, and smiled at the attention paid to her by Dr. Jim. Herrick was no wiser than his neighbors when it came to a question of sex, and because he admired Ida, thought that she was the only woman in the world for him. He had never been in love before, and mistook the affection he felt for a beautiful and kind-hearted girl for the genuine passion spoken of by poets. If it was, Jim did not think it was so bad as they made out. He had not himself felt the wound, so he jested at the scars of others. Ida was amused at the dear large stupid creature, and played the role of Omphale to his Hercules. But she knew quite well when to pull him up. When his attention became too pressing, she did so in her own quiet way. Strange to say, Stephen did not notice his friend's folly, or if he did, he made no remark. One day the Biffs took afternoon tea in the pine wood round the mansion. Stephen and Herrick were there, the Biffs themselves, and Don Manuel with Robin. The latter was much excited, and chattered on in a merry way, which amused everyone save Herrick, who looked at him rather sourly. Bess was too attentive of Joyce to please the doctor. "Come and sit by me, Mr. Joyce," she said, making a place beside her, when they sat on the grass for tea. "You shall feed me." "Ah, what a privilege," put in Santiago, and Bess frowned. She did not like the Spaniard. "I am so hungry," announced Robin. "Jim, you sit over there by Miss Endicott, and Mr. Marsh can sit beside Miss Flo." Santiago placed himself beside Sidney, who at once got up and walked away to the other side of the circle. Sidney hated the Mexican, and openly said as much. There was a bad feeling about him, said Sidney, and he sometimes shivered and turned pale when in Don Manuel's company. The Mexican did not seem annoyed. He understood Sidney better than did the others, or he said he did, and explained his reasons to Herrick. The doctor laughed at him when these were explained, and declined to argue such nonsense. At this Don Manuel smiled, but did not take offence. He had his own reasons for remaining on friendly terms with Jim. "How pleasant it is here," said Bess, looking at the green boughs overhead. "So solitary, one would think we were miles away in the country." "So we are," said Robin, amidst a general laugh. "How many more miles do you want us to be, Miss Bess?" The girl laughed herself. "You know what I mean perfectly well. Of course, nothing could be more absolutely rural than this. But Saxham is the same. What I meant to say is that no human habitation can be seen hereabouts." "No, the tower has disappeared," said Stephen gravely.
It used to be visible from here, just over those 2 pines. Santiago chimed in. Ah, that is where my poor friend met his death. I wonder you are not afraid to live in the house, senor. Why should he be afraid? Put in Ida, rather indignantly. Ghosts are not pleasant things, said the Mexican with a shrug. Do you mean to say that the wicked colonel walks? Asked Robin. You are talking nonsense, said Herrick, who was beginning to find the conversation disagreeable, and in the presence of Stephen not in good taste. There are no such thing as ghosts, and the room in which Colonel Carr died has been demolished. If you talk like this, the ignorant country people will be inventing some legend. Sidney, who had been listening to all this very quietly, looking first at one speaker and then at the other, let his grave blue eyes fall upon the doctor. How do you know there are no such things as ghosts? He demanded. There are. I have seen them myself. Everyone shuddered, and Santiago looked at the boy with a curious smile. Where have you seen a ghost? Asked Herrick quietly. In the wood, in the village churchyard, all kinds of shapes and forms. They do not frighten me. Only bad people are frightened. You would be, he added, looking at Santiago. Yes, responded that gentleman, you are quite right. I am glad I have not your gift of seeing things. You laugh at it, I suppose. Pardon me, I know too much about it to laugh. The tower, said Sidney, suddenly turning to Stephen. I know you can see it from here. Often and often I have sat in the darkness under yon tree and watched the shapes in the light that streamed from the windows. All bad shapes, all wicked spirits, said Sidney. The colonel was so wicked that nothing good would come near him. Ida thought that this conversation had gone quite far enough, and when Herrick glanced at her, interposed, Sidney, you are talking nonsense. The boy got up in kind of a cold rage. Always nonsense, said he, because you're all blind and stupid, and he walked away. Is he mad? Said Robin, his mouth open. Bess was about to contradict him rather indignantly, when Santiago interposed. He is far from mad, said he, but he has a wonderful gift denied to us who are of common clay. Of course the doctor does not believe in this. He is a materialist. No, I am not, replied Herrick, rather nettled, but I do not believe in things that cannot be proved by the senses. I said you were a materialist, replied Santiago, and refused to speak further. It was on another occasion, and when no one was present, that Jim renewed the conversation. Meanwhile, the doctor was angry at the attention paid by Joyce to Bess. The little man had now known her some weeks, and had taken a violent fancy to her. He haunted her like a shadow, and she did not seem to dislike it. Herrick did, but as he had no right to interfere, he was obliged to look on in silence. More than ever, he regretted his folly in inducing Robin to come down to Saxham. Not for all the schemes in the world would he have Bess Endicott lose her heart to Joyce. Until this day such an idea had never entered his head, but now he saw more clearly. Bess was distinctly pleased with Robin's attentions. Should she really get to care for him, and Robin was attractive when he liked, Herrick knew that he would be forced to interfere. Even if he had to denounce Joyce to the law, he would put an end to such a possibility. He could not even see the two together without annoyance, and rose abruptly to walk away. As he went in the direction of the heath, and by almost the same path as he and Joyce had come on that terrible night, he heard a light step behind him and turned to see Ida. She looked more lovely than ever, for having followed him rapidly, her face was somewhat flushed. Just as he was on the edge of the heath, she laid her hand on his arm. A thrill ran through the strong frame of the doctor. He thought this was love, but indeed any man would have felt as much had Ida Endicott touched him. She was beautiful, and moreover had a magnetic attraction, which drew the most sullen under her charm. How much more than Herrick, who frankly acknowledged that she was what he rather obviously called an angel. "Don't follow him, Dr. Jim," she said breathlessly. "Believe me, he is better alone. I know his moods." "Are you talking of Sidney?" asked Herrick in surprise. "Yes, I thought you followed him." She cast a look across the moor, where the slender figure of the boy could just be seen, disappearing on the horizon. "How fast he walks, here, there, and everywhere, like a ghost." "I did not follow Sidney," said Herrick gravely, "but I see that I must take the boy in hand. His brain is too excitable." "You don't think he is mad," said Ida, turning pale. "I assure you that he is very shrewd in many ways, and looks after himself thoroughly. But he was always a delicate boy, with strange habits." "He is a poet," said Herrick decisively. "That is why he sees things as he puts it. His imagination and brain power are too strong for his weak body. If he went in for exercise and took pleasure in sports, he would soon lose these unhappy fantasies. They would pass away in verse." "Do you think he ought to go to a public school?" "Certainly not. The boy is too peculiar, too rare a spirit. The other boys would not understand him, and he would be as unhappy as Coleridge and Lamb. No, he needs looking after privately. I like Corn, but he does not understand the boy. Let me see to it, Miss Endicott." "Indeed," faltered Ida, "I should be very glad. We are all very fond of Sidney, but he is peculiar, as you say. And you have done wonders with Stephen, I can see that." "I have only induced him to take an interest in healthy things," said Herrick. "The rest follows as a matter of course. But I am glad you are pleased. You know that I am anxious to please you, Ida." Miss Endicott blushed and drew back with a look of surprise. Then she seemed to make up her mind, and instead of leaving him, as seemed to be her original intention, she walked on beside him towards the moor. "You are very kind," she said simply. "You are not angry at my calling you Ida?" "Not at all. I call you Dr. Jim. You seem to be kind of a brother to us all. I am glad that Stephen has so good a friend." "But I do not want to be a brother," said Jim in a deep voice, trying to take her hand. "You must understand." She drew her hand away quietly. "I do understand," she said in low tones, "but I beg you not to go on talking like this." "But Ida, you must have seen I love you." "No, you do not love me, Dr. Jim." She laid her hand on his shoulder and looked gravely into his flushed face. "If you had really been in love with me, I should not have waited. You saw how I turned to go and changed my mind. That was because I wished to put matters right between us." "I do not understand, Ida." "I know you don't, and that is why you speak. If you were in love with me, Dr. Jim, you would know that I am in love with someone else." "In love with someone else? Not Stephen?" "Yes, Stephen, and he loves me. Oh, you look astonished. I said you did not know what love meant. Had you really felt the passion you believe you feel, you would have guessed. You like me because we get on well together, because you think I am pretty." Here she blushed and laughed. "I am talking foolishly, I fear. But what I mean to say is that it is only Ida Endicott you love, not the real woman. If you did, if your heart was filled with a true passion, you would have seen that Stephen and I understand one another." "Has he asked you to?" stammered Herrick. "There was no need that he should ask," replied Ida. "I am quite content to wait until he speaks, because I know, and he knows that I know. That is true love, Dr. Jim. We do not need mere words." Jim looked down rather shamefaced, but Ida took him by the arm and forced him to face her. "Confess," she said, with a laughing face, "you are not quite broken-hearted that I will not marry you." "No," replied Jim, rather astonished at the calmness of his feelings. "I can't say I feel suicidal." Ida shrugged her queenly shoulders. "You see," was her remark, What I said was true. You do not love the true woman. No, Dr. Jim. She put her hand into his. I am glad we have had this talk. The moon can never be yours, so do not cry for it. When you are really and truly in love, you will feel very different to what you do now, I assure you." Jim Moore himself laughed. "Where did you learn all this lore?" "Mother Nature taught it to me," laughed Ida. "I needed no teaching. I knew years ago that Stephen and I were born for one another. Yet we have always been merely friends, nothing more. He has not even said to me as much as you have done. We understand, both of us. That is why I have refused so many good offers. Other people could not understand, not even Bess, clever as she is. But I knew, so did Stephen. It is for this reason I refuse you, Dr. Jim. Not that you have asked me," she finished, laughing. Jim laughed too, for he was now once more at his ease with her. "I have been making a fool of myself," he said, "and you are a dear good woman to take me in such a spirit. I suppose it was not really love after all. My dear Jim, you do not even know the meaning of the word. But if I had chosen, you would have learned it. Do you know," she added with another laugh, "you remind me of the cook, who was of that happy disposition that she could marry anyone. You had better be careful, Dr. Jim, for any clever woman who lets you believe she loved you could become Mrs. Herrick." "I do not think so," said Jim grimly. "I do, and I'm sure of it. Well, I have been a traitress to my sex, and have warned you. I could say something more, but I shall leave you to find it out." "Find what out?" "Ah, that is the part of the finding. You are a great big stupid wise man, Dr. Jim, and I love you for your folly. But some day you will be happy. You do not understand what I mean at present. Don't try to understand. It will come upon you unexpectedly. And now," she held out her hand like a queen, "we are friends. We are brother and sister." "Brother and sister, Ida," said Jim, kissing that white hand. This time he did not feel the slightest thrill. "You are right," he cried, rather vexed. "I do not know what love is." "But you will some day, and soon. I see it coming." Thus spoke Ida, and refused to explain herself further. But Jim understood her, dimly. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Second Sight. Herrick was much happier now that his relations with Ida were properly adjusted. He recognized how true was her woman's instinct, which had gone at once to the root of the matter. He had never truly loved her, as a woman demands to be loved. The very fact that he had been blind to her feelings for Stephen showed that what he had mistaken for true passion, if it could be so called, was wholly false. He had been attracted by her beauty, by her kindly spirit, by that sympathy which every genuine woman can give to a man whom she finds pleasant company, but of the sacred feeling, which is named love, yet which has no name, he had not felt one thrill. With feminine cleverness she had taken his gimcrack passion in the right way, and had shown him, in the kindest of words, how poor a thing it really was. There was no ill feeling in his heart now that he had lost her. He could regard her as a dear friend, and even be glad that she should marry Stephen. So far Herrick was quite content, yet there was a vague yearning in his breast for companionship and sympathy. Certainly he had both from Stephen, but Stephen was a man, and could not be to him what a woman could be. Herrick had lived a life so active and full of interest that he had never found time to think of love or of womankind. Now that there was, so to speak, a pause in his life, the vacuum thus created required to be filled up in some way. For man was woman created, and Jim was simply yearning, although in his materialistic blindness he did not know it, for the other part of himself. Ida had hinted that what he wanted would come to him, yet so blind was Jim that he could not see the advancing vision. He looked to all 4 points of the horizon, and saw nothing. It was a wonder to him, in after years, that it had been so with him. But it was but that dense gloom which heralds the dawn, and the glory of day was at hand. In this unsatisfactory mood, wanting something, yet not knowing what it was he wanted, Jim was anything but a pleasant companion. Formerly he had been serenely strong, never out of temper, and always sufficient in himself to himself. Now he was easily irritated. He smoked more than was good for him. He looked upon his fellow mortals with jaundiced eyes. In vain he rode, he boxed, he fenced, he swam, he took long tramps in the country. External nature could do nothing for him. The secret of his redemption was within him, yet he did not know how to learn it. Poor Jim! Those dark days took much of his pride from him. He learned then how poor a thing is man, how dependent upon forces which, although within himself, he is unable, through weakness or through ignorance, to control. One form of Herrick's unrest took the shape of being almost openly rude to Robin. The little man was in the habit of haunting Biffstead. He was by this time desperately in love with Bess, and took no pains to conceal his feelings. Manuel encouraged it, for the Mexican was his confidant. Robin would have told Herrick had the doctor shown any sympathetic disposition to listen. But Jim avoided him on all occasions. Perhaps Robin guessed the cause, for he let sleeping dogs lie, and never asked what it was that had come between them. He knew that it would be wiser for him to leave Saxham, yet so deeply was he in love that he could not tear himself away from so dangerous a neighborhood. Jim felt that if he spoke to Robin, he might say too much, so he sounded Manuel on the subject of their leaving. He wished both men to go, conspiracy or no conspiracy. The mystery of the affair was beginning to exasperate Jim, and as had been said before, he was not in his usual good-tempered frame of mind. One day he encountered Santiago on the common. The Mexican was in good spirits, and expressed his pleasure at the meeting. The doctor nodded grimly, but did not return the compliment. "When are you two going away?" he asked. Manuel looked up at the hard tone, and saw at once that Jim had made up his mind to be disagreeable. But the Mexican was not lacking in courage, and had no thought of retreating. "I do not quite understand what you mean, senor," he said with coldness. "I am talking of you and Joyce. When are you going?" "When it suits me to leave, senor. I have every right to stop here if I so choose, and I do choose. As to Joyce, you had better ask him yourself." Jim saw that he had taken the wrong tone with the man, and by a great effort of will became more friendly. "You need not be angry, Santiago," he said. "I only asked because I see that Joyce is attracted to Miss Bess Endicott. That is wrong." Santiago shrugged his shoulders. "Why should it be wrong? She is a most charming lady, and your friend Joyce loves her." "Ridiculous! He can never marry her," said Herrick angrily. "There's no reason why he should not. Of course, it is none of my business, senor, and I fail to see why you should speak to me about it. See here, Don Manuel, I speak to you because I know that Robin has come under the power of your will. You do what you like with him, and I want you to take him away. He must not ask Miss Bess to marry him, for the very simple reason that he has no income and no position. Such a marriage would be a bad one for the girl." "Are you in?" "Drop that!" cried Herrick so fiercely that the Mexican cowed. I'm responsible for Joyce, and for you also, seeing that I asked you both to come here. You must go away. So far as Joyce is concerned, I shall use the influence you are pleased to talk about to get him to leave. As for myself, the Reverend Pentland Corn has asked me to stop with him for a week or so. I have accepted. Pentland Corn, said Herrick, surprised. What can there be in common between the rector and you? Oh, I know that I'm a bad man, replied the Mexican smoothly, but perhaps this priest may improve me. I believe it did his best with Colonel Carr, but with me he may not fail. We are friends, great friends. I do not understand, muttered Herrick, eyeing the man curiously. Is there any need you should? Retorted Don Manuel, working himself into a rage. Senor, I do not understand that you talk to me so. That's all right, replied Jim coolly. He did not want to quarrel with the man as yet. We need not lose our tempers like schoolboys. You can stay a century with Corn for all I care, but Joyce... If I have any influence with him, he shall go. Very good. I would have spoken to him myself, but your influence over him is stronger than mine. Santiago shrugged his shoulders. You ascribe to me more power than I possess, said he. I do not wish to obtain influence over anyone. To me Joyce is a pleasant friend, nothing more. When I go back to London, probably I shall see little of him, and I return to Mexico in 2 months. Herrick was pleased to hear this. If there was any conspiracy, and Don Manuel was mixed up in it, the thing would, at all events, come to a head within 8 weeks. It was time it did, for Herrick was weary of fighting with shadows. Once he had something definite before him he could fight, and a vague threat in the Mexican's tone assured him that he would not have long to wait. As he had no excuse for leaving Don Manuel, the doctor was forced to return to the village with him. On the way they passed Sidney, who was walking towards the moor. Herrick called to the boy, who merely waved his hand and passed on. Jim noticed that his face was singularly colorless, of a hue resembling that which it had assumed when he had slept on the library sofa prior to his announcement of Mrs. Marsh's death. "How ill that boy looks," muttered Herrick. "Pardon me," interposed Manuel. "He is not ill, but he is in that frame of mind which brings him into contact with spiritual intelligences." "How do you know?" "By his rapt look and his fixed eyes. That boy, Dr. Herrick, is clairvoyant." Herrick was angry at once. "You are talking the jargon of the spiritualists," he said roughly, "all trickery and fraud." "Believe me, nothing of the sort, senor. I myself have seen the most extraordinary things." Herrick looked at him with a disdainful smile. "I know you are not a good man, Santiago, nor do you wish to be thought one, but I credit you with more intelligence than to believe in hallucinations." Don Manuel, not at all offended, laughed. "Truly, I am not a good man," he said, "and more is the pity. I'm afraid to go where that lad can go, into the astral plane. You do not understand. No, you are, as I said before, a materialistic being. But I am not a fool, Dr. Herrick, and I can tell you that I know something of the psychic faculty. In Mexico I have seen the most wonderful things." "Tell me all about it," said Jim, humoring the man. "I'm a skeptic, you know. All the spiritualism I've ever seen is humbug." "This of which I talk is not spiritualism," rejoined Manuel coldly. "It is the occult science. What is the good of my explaining anything to you? You would only laugh. You cannot see, you never will see. The prison of the flesh is too strong for you to break through." "I'm a healthy man, if that's what you mean," retorted Jim. "But about this boy, he is queer, I admit." "Ah, you can see that," said Manuel sarcastically. "I congratulate you. Ah? He foretold the death of Mrs. Marsh, is that not so?" "Yes, but that was a coincidence. Of course, these things are always coincidences to you, but to me it is a proof that the boy can enter the astral plane. He does not know what it is. He is not instructed, but he can go. I don't know what it is myself. It is another world that is all around us, said Manuel, waving his hand. It interweaves itself into our world, but having only limited senses, we cannot see it. That boy has senses finer than ours, and he can see. If you gave him a crystal, a blob of ink, any shining surface with depth, he would see the most wonderful things. Have you read Zanoni, senor? Bulwer Lytton's romance? Yes. Of course, you call it a romance, but there is much truth in it. Well, it is useless for me to explain. Besides, I am not a good man, and to tell you all, I should be good. That boy, however, you want to make him like yourself. Well, then make him eat plenty of meat and take exercise. Make him fat, place him amongst boys who will laugh at him, and he will be like the rest of the world. He will not lose his power altogether. It will come to him at odd moments, but he will not be the dreamer you see him. No, and he will not be able to see. I have thought of that myself, said Herrick lazily. The boy is half-starved and queer, a poet in temperament. I will take him in hand, and make him like yourself. Did I not say so? Manuel paused, then laughed. Tonight, if I am not mistaken, he will astonish you, he said. I know the look he had on his face. Something is in the air. He sees it. He will tell you about it, and you will laugh. Tell me about what? I do not know. I am not clairvoyant. Wait and see. And Manuel, turning on his heel, went into the Carr Arms, which they had approached during their conversation. Herrick looked after him with a smile of contempt. A charlatan, he muttered, and I thought he was only a villain. I do not think one needs to be afraid of him now. All the same, in spite of his openly expressed skepticism, the conversation haunted him. He determined to keep Sidney in his company and see if anything happened. Herrick scoffed at the thing Manuel had been talking about, yet he could not deny the incident of the prophecy of Mrs. Marsh's death was very remarkable. Indeed, Jim shuddered as he wondered if this uncanny boy was about to prophesy something similar. However, he put the gruesome thought out of his mind, and went to Biffstead. Here he met Joyce coming out of the gate. The little man looked quite joyous, and greeted Herrick gaily. Are you just going in? I was coming to you. Miss Endicott asked me to take a message to you. What is it? Said Herrick, forcing himself to be civil. It was most important that he should not quarrel with Robin at present. He hated himself because he was obliged to wear this mask, but the circumstances of the case and the interests of Stephen required it. Miss Endicott wants you and Marsh Carr to come to dinner. She has asked me also. I am going back to dress. And to invite Don Manuel, I suppose, sneered Herrick. No, replied Joyce simply. He either did not notice the sneer, or wished it to appear that he had not perceived it. Manuel dines with Pentland Corn tonight. I hear he's going to stay with him. Yes, Corn and he have taken to one another. Curious they should, and not creditable to Corn, said Herrick, and went inside, leaving Joyce staring after him. The little man frowned, and his face assumed a most unpleasant expression. I wonder if he knows anything, he thought, biting his fingers. He is quite different to what he used to be. I don't care. I can hold my own. And with this defiant declaration, he marched away, holding his head in the air. Certainly Dr. Jim was not wrong in suspecting Robin to be other than he seemed. Then you won't come to dinner, said Ida, when Herrick presented himself. What a pity. Bess will be disappointed. I think not, replied Herrick dryly. I understand Joyce is coming, but that is neither here nor there. I shall tell Stephen that you want him, and so shall be left alone in the house. Will you send over Sidney to dine with me? I want him particularly." "But he's only a boy. He will bore you." "On the contrary, I find him a very interesting study. You know I promised to take him in hand. Well, I want to have a talk with him." "I'm sure it is very good of you to take so much trouble, Dr. Jim," said Ida gratefully. "Certainly. I will send him when he returns from the moor. He went out for a walk. And you will tell Stephen to come over?" "Yes, as soon as I get back. He has been writing poetry all the day, and needs to be taken out of himself. I'm very glad you have asked him." Herrick bowed himself out and returned to the Pines. Of course Stephen was delighted at the idea of a dinner with Ida, but did not want to leave his friend alone. "That's all right," said Herrick. "Sidney is coming to keep me company." Stephen shuddered. "Then I am glad I'm going away," he said. "That boy is most uncomfortable, so uncanny." "You will certainly find more pleasure in Miss Endicott's society," laughed Herrick. Stephen laughed too, and looked sharply at his friend. But true to his reticent nature, he said nothing. In due time Marsh Carr departed, and Sidney arrived. The boy had more color in his cheeks, and his eyes had lost the fixed expression noticed by Don Manuel. He and Dr. Jim were on friendly terms, and Sidney was pleased that he had been asked to dine. All the same, he made a bad meal. The dinner was excellent, but the boy restricted himself to the plainest of the dishes, and very little of them. He did not touch meat, but seemed to prefer vegetables. Herrick noticed this abstinence. "You will never grow strong if you don't eat beef, Sidney," he said, with a smile. "All English boys should eat beef." "I never liked it," replied the boy abruptly. "I do not like any meat. It is disagreeable to me." "And you never touch wine, I notice." "No. Once I drank a glass of beer. Ugh!" Sidney made a wry face and shuddered at the recollection. How can people like such things? "What do you live on, then?" asked Herrick. "Fruit, vegetables, and plain water. I do not often touch tea." "Don't you think that's unhealthy?" "No, I feel all right, Dr. Jim. I'm never ill. Ida is always fussing over me, but I am much stronger than I look." "Appearances are deceptive, then," said Herrick dryly, and rose to go to the library. "I suppose you do not smoke, Sidney. You are too young to indulge in that. Perhaps you do, though." "I never smoke. I never will. I suppose I am different from other boys, but all the things they like to do, I dislike." Herrick thought that this was the queerest lad he had ever met, but for the moment he dropped the subject. After a time he began to talk sport to see if Sidney would take any interest in it. The boy answered politely, but was obviously bored. Not even the account of a tiger hunt, with which Herrick strove to rouse him, had any effect. The doctor, more puzzled than ever, recollecting what Santiago had said, changed the tone of the conversation. He spoke of the fakirs in India, of their self-mortifications, and the visions they asserted they had. This was a strange conversation for a boy of 16, but then Sidney was a freak. He woke up upon the topic and began to talk brightly. His face became animated, a look of interest came into his eyes, and he talked in a way so far above his years that Herrick was astounded. "I seem to know India," said Sidney. "Oftentimes I see pictures of it in my mind. The bright blue skies, the brilliant vegetation, the queerly dressed people, and the long range of mountains," he continued as in a dream. "Peaks of snow against a cold sky. Those must be the Himalaya mountains." "You have read about India," said Herrick, "and so it has impressed itself on your mind." "No, I know more about the country than I have read. It is just as if I had once lived there." Dr. Jim had a smattering of the theory of reincarnation. He did not believe in it, but on questioning Sidney, he really began to believe that the boy must have been in India in some former life. Else, how did this country-bred youth know about the gorgeous East. He said things which he could not possibly have read in books. For 2 hours Herrick drew him out on the subject, and was fairly astounded at the mind which laid itself out before his gaze. Later on, Sidney began to grow restless, and again his eyes took on that fixed look. Rising, he walked up and down the library. Dr. Jim asked what was the matter. "I'm going to see something," said Sidney, in a most matter-of-fact tone. "The feeling is always the same. I feel as if I were not myself, as if I did not belong to my body." "Do you want to sleep?" asked Herrick anxiously, and with a thrill. "No, I feel particularly wide awake. I wish Stephen were back." Jim sat up alertly. "Why do you wish that?" "There is something bad going to happen to him. I feel that he is in danger. I don't know." Sidney passed his thin hand across his eyes. "There's a dark cloud, but bad, bad." Herrick felt half inclined to go with Sidney to Biffstead and walk home with Marsh Carr, but he was ashamed to give way to what seemed a foolish impulse. He laughed at the boy, and began to question him on other subjects. "You are fond of wandering about at night?" he said. "I go to the pine wood very often," replied Sidney, still uneasy. "It is so amusing to watch them." "Them? Who? What are you talking about?" "I suppose you would call them fairies," said the boy. "They are real people to me, little men and women, so busy about their work." Herrick stared. This sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. "There are no such thing as fairies," he said roughly. "I have seen them," replied Sidney obstinately. "But we will not talk of them, Dr. Jim. You would not believe me if I told you what I have seen." "See here, Sidney," said Herrick after a pause, "I believe you do see things in a way. You have a most vivid imagination, and a strongly poetic temperament. The way in which you described India shows me that. I believe you think of these queer things so much that you make yourself see them, a kind of hallucination. If you ate meat and took to sports, these unhealthy visions would pass away." "I dare say," replied Sidney indifferently. He apparently did not wish to argue the matter, but he held to his own opinion nevertheless. There were a few moments of silence, then the boy exclaimed, "It is coming nearer, the danger to Stephen, Dr. Jim. Let's go to Biffstead. I'm sure there is danger." Herrick the materialist, however, would not give way on this point. He thought it would be weak for him to yield to the boy's folly. "Nonsense," he said roughly. "You are giving way to your imagination. Nothing can happen to Stephen. If there is danger," he added in a joking manner, to make Sidney ashamed of himself, "why don't you go to sleep and see what it is? There's the sofa." "No, I feel wide awake, and yet I feel. Sidney clenched his hand. Herrick reflected for a moment. Santiago had said that the boy was clairvoyant, and could see visions in any shining surface or in a blob of ink. There was a large silver ink pot on the table. More as a joke than in earnest, Herrick pushed this across to Sidney. "Look there, and see what is the matter," he said. Sidney looked offended. "If you do not believe me, you need not laugh," he declared. "I shall go to Biffstead myself. It is 11 o'clock, quite time I was home." "No, no, look in the ink first," said Herrick, now much more in earnest. He really wished to see if the vivid imagination of the boy would see a picture in the black pool. "Have you ever looked into a crystal, Sidney?" "No, I can see things without looking into anything." "When you are asleep, vivid dreams?" "Perhaps," said the boy quietly, "but in the dark I can. No matter. Do not let us talk, Dr. Jim. You only laugh at me, and I want to go home." "To warn Stephen," said Herrick angrily. "Yes," retorted Sidney doggedly, "to warn Stephen. He is in danger." "Well, I'll go with you, Sidney. It seems that you must be humoured. But to oblige me, See if you can discern the Arabian Nights in the inkpot. I'm sure you will see Stephen seated quietly in your drawing-room, talking to your sister with Joyce." Very unwillingly, Sidney did what he was asked. He knew that Herrick was laughing at him, and was particularly sensitive to ridicule. With a look of reproach which made Dr. Jim feel rather ashamed, the boy drew the big silver inkpot towards him and stared into the black oval. The chimes of the clock striking 11 had just died away, and there was absolute silence, broken only by the faint crackle of the fire. All the lights in the room had been turned off early in the evening at the request of Sidney himself. The boy disliked the full blaze. Only on the writing-table was a green-shaded lamp, and close to this, but in a position that the light did not fall into the inkwell, stood the silver pot. Herrick, half vexed with himself for encouraging this folly, watched the boy quietly from an armchair. Sidney bent over the ink and stared into it hard. After a minute or two, Herrick saw a quiver pass through the boy's frame. "What is it, Sidney?" "I see the drawing-room at Biffstead," said Sidney quietly, "but Stephen is not there. Mr. Joyce is talking to Ida and Bess." Herrick laughed. "What nonsense! Stephen is certainly there. If he is not, had you not better look for him?" "I see him now," continued Sidney, taking no notice of the ridicule. "He is walking in the churchyard." "Rubbish!" declared the sceptic in the armchair. "What should take Stephen out to the churchyard at this time of night? It is not on his way home." "He is in the churchyard," insisted Sidney, "and there he walks amongst the tombstones. He is going to the new vault. For a time he looks at it." "How can you see that when the night is dark?" cried Herrick, rising. "There is no moon. Come away, Sidney. This is bad for you." "Wait, wait," said the boy hastily. "The danger, the danger! Stephen has left the new vault. He is gone to the old one. He is being followed by a man in a dark cloak. The man has a big stick. He comes behind Stephen. He... "Stop, stop!" the boy almost screamed. "No, don't hit him, don't hit him! Stephen, help!" "Sidney," cried Herrick, catching the boy by the arm, and now thoroughly frightened, "don't go on in this silly fashion." "I tell you the man has struck Stephen," said Sidney passionately. "He is lying by the old vault, unconscious from a blow on the head. The man is gone, I don't know where. Let me go, Mr. Herrick. Stephen is—" Sidney wrenched himself away from Herrick and went staggering towards the door with his hands held out. Dr. Jim followed him to stop him from leaving the house in this state, but the boy gained the hall before he did. Once there, he seemed to gather strength. He caught up his cap, and pulling open the massive door, passed outside. Herrick, taken by surprise, did not wait to put on his own cap. He went after the lad bareheaded, thinking he had been seized with a fit of madness. In spite of the darkness of the night, he followed on Sidney's heels so closely that he was enabled to keep him in sight. Jim wondered where he was going, but still skeptical of harm to Stephen. Sidney passed swiftly beyond the belt of pines and down the lane which led to Biffstead. "He is going home," thought Herrick with relief, but the lad did not go home. He turned off sharp to the left and entered the churchyard through a side lane. Herrick, now awestruck at this strange experience which he did not understand, ran after him, stumbling over the graves. Sidney never fell. He passed swiftly to the old vault of the Carrs. Beside it was a dark body on the ground. "Stephen! Stephen!" cried the lad, and then sank exhausted beside the body. Herrick came up thunderstruck at that cry, struck a match, and held it close to the ground beside the face of the unconscious man. He started back with an irrepressible cry and let the match fall. It was Stephen Marsh Carr who was lying there, and he was bleeding from a wound on the back of the head, and beside him, also unconscious, lay the lad who had foreseen the accident. "Or crime," said Herrick aloud in a shaky voice. "This is the work of Frisco." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wooing of Robin Joyce. Bewildered as Herrick was by the strangeness of this discovery, he had nerve enough to pull himself together and go for assistance. In spite of the lateness of the hour, the Carr Arms was full of labourers drinking and smoking. A number of these came at once to the churchyard when they heard of the accident, for so Herrick put it, and Stephen was carried to his house. Herrick had ascertained before seeking assistance that his friend still lived. Meanwhile, Sidney had revived, but was in a drowsy state. "I want to go home," he said. Herrick, after whispering to him to say nothing of the vision he had seen in the inkpot, sent him to Bifstead in charge of the landlord Nepper. Then he accompanied the body of his friend to the Pines. Herrick could not help thinking of it as the body, though he knew Stephen still lived. But it was quite probable that he would be an actual corpse before the dawn. "Mr. Marsh Carr has met with an accident," was the explanation the doctor to his helper, and they went away. But they knew very well that it was no accident, and moreover, the presence of Sidney besides the body hinted that another wonderful event had taken place. "Master Sidney said that his mother was dead," remarked the wiseacres, "and he has found the dead body of Mr. Marsh himself now." "He is not dead," said the others. "Ah, but he will die. Master Sidney never makes a mistake." And by the next morning a legend had been circulated that the uncanny boy had foretold the death of the new squire. When those who called at the Pines heard that Marsh Carr had lived through the night, they were quite disappointed. It seemed a reflection on Master Sidney, yet the boy had held his tongue, and no one knew really what had happened. In the default of the truth, then, they took refuge in a fable. There was absolutely no authority for what was said, but Sidney had been found unconscious beside the unconscious squire. That was enough material out of which to form a wonderful story, and it lost nothing in the telling. Meanwhile, Herrick fulfilled his duties of medical attendant to his friend, smiling grimly the while that the need should come so comparatively early in their acquaintance. He had known Marsh Carr but a little over 5 months. The meeting had taken place in July, and it was now near Christmas. The doctor examined the wound on the back of the head. It was a nasty, jagged cut, evidently made by some blunt instrument. "A big stick," as the boy said, no doubt, mused Herrick, as he plastered and bathed and bound it up. "Stephen is stunned for the time being, but I do not think that the brain is injured. His head is pretty hard. Frisco had good intentions, but not sufficient judgment to strike hard." For of course it was Frisco who had done this. Dr. Jim remembered what Mrs. Marsh had said, and regretted that she had passed away without informing him more fully of what she knew about Frisco. That the ex-sailor should dare to come down to the scene of his first crime in order to commit a second, for at that moment Herrick credited Frisco rather than Joyce with the Carr murder, was wonderful enough, but his reason must be more wonderful still. It was impossible that he should be able to get the fortune even if he put Stephen out of the way, for he was a proven murderer, and if he showed himself, would be at once arrested. Certainly he might explain all suspicion away, but that was doubtful in the face of such strong evidence. Yet apparently he had made up his mind to remove Stephen and get the money. "But he won't if I can help it," muttered Herrick. "The beast! I'll carry Stephen to the vault myself, so that the terms of the monthly visit may be fulfilled. Not that I don't think he will be on his feet sooner than Frisco expects. The job had been badly done." He sent in a message to Beorminster by a groom, telling Bridge of the new outrage, and advising a search to be made for Frisco. Then the patient having been attended to, and the would-be assassin recommended to the attention of the police, Dr. Jim could do nothing more. He sat before the library fire and smoked, thinking deeply the while. I wonder if Joyce attempted this murder, he thought. There is something queer about this stopping here. But that boy said Joyce was at Biffstead talking to his sisters. If I believe one part of that vision, and I am bound to do that, I must believe the other. Not Joyce, then. But there's Don Manuel. He is connected with Robin in some underhanded way. Besides, he professed to hate Carr, to regret the loss of the treasure. It might be he. If he has been with Corn all night, well and good. If not, he will have to account to me for his time. I do not believe in the little reptile. His meditations were ended by a sleepy servant, who announced Ida, Bess, and Frank. With them came Joyce, wide-eyed with wonder. But so far as Dr. Jim could see, there was no sign of terror or guilt on his face, and Robin was not the man to conceal his feelings. Napper brought home Sidney, and told us of this dreadful thing, said Bess, who seemed the most collected of the party. Is he? Is he? No, he is not dead, nor do I think he will die. The blow was badly aimed. Who could have done it? Asked Frank, frowning. I have my own opinion, but I prefer not to express it at present, said the doctor, somewhat curtly. I want you to take me to him, doctor, said Ida, looking at him with imploring eyes. Let me watch beside him. You can do no good, Miss Endicott, replied Herrick. Better let me look after him. Tomorrow you can come over and watch if you like. I think he will recover consciousness before dawn. Thank God for that, cried Ida devoutly, and then she wept. The strain on her had been very great, and she was glad of the relief of tears. Have you looked for the man who did this? Asked Joyce. I have sent a message to the police at Beorminster, said Herrick, without looking at him. You can do no good, Joyce. Better go back to the inn. By the way, your friend Santiago? He has been with Corn all the night, said Frank. We met them coming here. They had just heard the news, but Bess persuaded them to stay away, thinking they would only bother you. I think it's best to keep the house as quiet as possible. Has Sidney said anything? He asked, looking at the sisters. Ida clasped her hands in terror. Did Sidney say this would happen? Yes. He looked into yonder ink-pot and foretold the assault. I cannot understand the thing myself, but we can talk of it tomorrow. In the meantime, all of you hold your tongues about Sidney. This they all promised to do, and now, being more at rest in their minds about Stephen, they went away. Herrick drew Bess aside at the door. Come over with Ida tomorrow morning, he muttered. I want to speak to you. She nodded and ran after the rest, who were disappearing into the darkness. Herrick, with a frown, returned to the library. It was not Joyce, he muttered. It was not Manuel. After all, it must be Frisco. Well, if the police are clever, they will catch him before he can leave the district. Ha! I'll send a message to Southbury. It was that way he escaped last time. Herrick hastily wrote out an explanation. He did not need to add a description of Frisco, as the handbills had sufficiently described him. This he sent off with another groom, and then went to pass the night beside the bed of his patient. All that night Stephen lay as still as a corpse. It was towards morning when he moved and showed signs of returning consciousness. Herrick was assiduous in his attendance, and success crowned his efforts. Gradually Stephen came to himself, with a dull pain in his head, weak, but quite himself. Where am I?" were his first stammering words. "In your own house," said Herrick quickly. "Don't talk, my dear chap. You have had an accident." "I remember," muttered Stephen. "At the vault, a blow. Yes, and—" "Be quiet," said Herrick sternly. You must not talk, I tell you." And after another attempt, Stephen obeyed. Shortly he fell asleep. Herrick drew a long breath. The worst was over. For once the villainy of Frisco had failed in its object. Several people called that morning, amongst others Mr. Corn. The clergyman did not look well, and hurriedly asked after the sufferer. "I hope he is better," he said. "A terrible affair, Dr. Herrick." "A cowardly crime," said Herrick sharply. "However, we can talk of that when Marsh gets better. Meantime, Mr. Corn, will you tell me if Don Manuel was at your house last night?" "Dear me, yes," replied Corn, surprised. "He came to dinner, and stayed with me up till midnight. I was walking with him to the Carr Arms, when we met the Miss Endicotts, who told us of this terrible business. Why do you ask me the question, Dr. Herrick?"
"I have no special reason," replied Herrick mendaciously,
"save that being in a sense responsible for the visit of Santiago to this place, I wish to warn you that I know nothing about him." "Have you anything to say against his character?" asked the rector sharply. "No, I know nothing about him. All I can say is I do not like the man, and I think he's a bad lot. If you like to tell him this, Mr. Corn, you are at liberty to do so." "I am not a man to make mischief," said Corn hotly. "So far as I can see, Don Manuel appears to me to be perfectly respectable. If he is not, I can look after myself, Dr. Herrick." "I beg your pardon," said Herrick ceremoniously. "I did not wish to infer that you could not. All I have to say is that Mr. Marsh is better, and that in a week he will be about." Pentland Corn murmured something about being pleased, and took his departure. Herrick did not quite know what to make of the rector. He was a good preacher, a kind-hearted man, and, in his own way, clever. But he seemed to be weak, and usually had a haggard look on his face for which there was no apparent reason. Sometimes he went away to the seaside for his health, and invariably returned looking worse than ever. Although the man was a mystery, and Herrick could not make out what was at the back of his timidity and his restless behavior. "I seem to be surrounded with mysteries," said Herrick to himself. "I wonder if I shall ever get to the bottom of any one of them. If I do, the rest will be easily unravelled. I suspect the whole lot are of a piece." Ida came that morning, and Bess. The latter young lady waited in the library, while Herrick took Ida up to the room of Stephen. She had insisted upon going up to watch beside him. "It is my right, you know," she said to Dr. Jim, and he silently admitted that it was. Stephen had just opened his eyes when they entered. He tried to speak, but Ida placed her hand on his mouth, and Herrick frowned. Marsh obediently held his tongue, and Ida sat by his bedside. However, the patient managed to kiss Ida's hand. Then Herrick went down to see Bess, warning Ida that Stephen was not to speak. Marsh did make another attempt, but Miss Endicott would not allow it. "The doctor says you are to be quiet. If you say a word, I shall go away." "The ring," murmured Stephen, looking at her. She knew what he meant. Drawing the emerald ring he had brought her from town off the finger it was on, she put it on the engagement finger. "Will that please your lordship?" said Ida gaily, but the tears were in her eyes. Stephen looked again. Thus was the situation adjusted between them without words. They were engaged to be married. Stephen fell asleep again, holding the hand of his promised wife. Both were happy. Meantime, Bess and Herrick were in consultation. Herrick told the girl what Mrs. Marsh had said about Frisco, and how Stephen had been struck down from behind. "So it looks to me," he said, "as though this man were trying to get the money." "It does," admitted Bess reflectively. "But why should Frisco do all these dreadful things to get the fortune? If he had Colonel Carr in his power, he need not have killed him, nor need he now try and get Stephen out of the way. I don't understand it. However, as you have told the police both at Beorminster and Southberry, I am sure the man will be caught. I hope so, I'm sure." "Ah, then you champion Frisco no longer?" "No. If it were really he who attempted the murder, Stephen, I hope he will be caught and punished. All the same, I do not think he killed Colonel Carr." "What can be your reason for saying so?" Bess hesitated. "Some time ago I promised to tell you something about the Colonel," she said. "I will do so in a week from today." "Why not now?" She shook her head. "Please do not ask me. But as far as this assault on Stephen goes, I am quite with you about Frisco. I hope he will be caught and punished." "You're a strange girl," said Dr. Jim, "and a mystery like the rest." "Who are the rest?" asked Bess, smiling. "Well," replied Jim after a pause, "Mrs. Marsh was one, you are another, and Pentland Corn is a third." "Pentland Corn!" she echoed, turning pale. "You don't suspect him of—" "I don't suspect him of anything, but I do not understand why he is so intimate with that Mexican." Bess opened her mouth to make a remark, then she changed her mind. "I can say nothing now," she said abruptly. "Later on. Ida is with Stephen. Oh, well, I need not wait. I must go into Beorminster. They will be asking for news of this for the paper. I might hear something about Frisco there. If I do, I shall let you know. Good-bye." And before Herrick could stop her, she was off like a swallow. Evidently Bess knew something about Corn, which she did not want to admit at present. Herrick wondered what it could be. Surely she did not think the clergyman had liked Carr so much that he was working for the discovery of his murderer. "But she is doing some detective business on her own account," thought Jim, rather vexed. "She will get into trouble if she does not take care. I wish she would let me know what she's up to. I'll wait a week, no longer. After that she must speak out." But before the week was ended, accident brought about a confession from Bess, which Dr. Jim was far from expecting. It arose out of the wooing of Robin Joyce. Whether Manuel had used his influence or not to induce Joyce to leave Saxham, it is impossible to say. If he had, one would have thought that Robin would have resented the interference of his former friend Herrick. But several times during the week he met Dr. Jim, yet made no sign that Santiago had told him of the doctor's wish. He continued to haunt Biffstead, and Dr. Jim hardly ever went there without meeting Robin, coming or going. This did not make Jim any the more amiable. The accident to Stephen caused great excitement in the country. Bridge came over to see the squire and to interview Dr. Jim. But nothing came of his talk or so-called vigilance. The police, both at Southbury and Beorminster, failed to find any trace of Frisco, although the railway stations were watched carefully. Thanks to Herrick's prompt action, it was impossible that the man could have left the district without the knowledge of the police, yet he was not even seen. Bridge went to Heathcroft, but failed to learn that anyone resembling the ex-sailor had boarded a train at that station. To all appearances, Frisco had not been in the neighbourhood. Yet if Frisco was not the culprit, who was? Herrick knew that Joyce had been at Biffstead on the evening of the assault. According to the evidence of Corn, Don Manuel had been at the rectory till midnight. As the assault on Stephen took place shortly after 11, both these men must be held guiltless. Stephen himself could give no help. He had left the Biffs at 11:15, with the intention of coming straight back to the Pines. Then, as the night was fine, he thought he would go and have a look at the vault. He went into the churchyard, and after seeing the new vault, went on to the old one. While he was looking at it, he received a blow at the back of his head, and remembered no more till he found himself in bed with Herrick bending over him. He had heard no footsteps behind him. The blow had been struck in the most unexpected manner, and he had been taken completely by surprise. All this puzzled Herrick greatly. However, he determined to wait for another week to hear what Bess had to say. She might tell him something tangible, likely to lead to an explanation of these mysteries. But even if she did not, Dr. Jim made up his mind to move in the matter. He would first have a talk with Robin and learn if he had anything to do with the death. He would have to explain away the evidence of the old-fashioned pistol being in his possession. It might not have been the weapon used. On the other hand, Herrick felt convinced in his own mind that it was. To unravel the puzzle, therefore, Robin was the man he intended to begin with. He was assisted to make a start by the folly of Joyce himself, and this incidentally brought about the confession of Bess. One afternoon, towards the end of the week, Herrick went to Biffstead. Ida was at the Pines with Stephen, and Bess was alone. Hearing this, Herrick volunteered to fetch her, and started off. As he approached the house, he heard the voice of the girl raised in anger. She appeared at the French window of the drawing-room, which looked out on the front of the house, and seemed in a state of alarm. The moment she saw him, she passed rapidly through the window, and caught him by the arm. At the same moment, Robin, greatly excited, appeared at the window. Come back, Miss Bess. I did not mean it," he said. What is the matter?" asked Dr. Jim, astonished. Come inside, panted Bess. That man. I want you to thrash him. Oh, the coward. Dr. Jim took Bess by the arm and drew her into the room. Robin winced and shrank aside as the doctor entered. Bess had evidently been typing at her work-table, for it was drawn near the window, and some manuscript lay open on the table. Before this stood a chair, and near it was another chair, in which to all appearances Robin Joyce had been seated. "Now then," said Herrick, when he had placed the girl in her chair, "what does this mean?" "Nothing," said Robin, very pale, but trying to speak calmly. "Only that I asked Miss Endicott to be my wife, and she refused." "Quite right," flashed out Herrick angrily. "What right have you to ask her to be your wife?" Before Robin could answer, not that he showed any inclination to do so, Bess started to her feet. "Yes," she said indignantly, "he did ask me to be his wife, and because I refused to marry him, he threatened me." "Threatened you?" Herrick turned on Joyce with a dangerous look. "No, no," implored Robin, very white. "Forget what I said. I did not mean any harm. I shall go away." Herrick seized him by the wrist. "You'll do nothing of the sort," he said quietly. "You must wait until I've heard all about this." Robin winced again and looked cowed. His lips were dry, his face was pale, and he cast an imploring look upon Bess. The girl returned that look with one of defiance, and addressed herself to Herrick. "Do you know what that little coward has accused me of?" she cried fiercely. "He said that I murdered Colonel Carr." Dr. Jim laughed. The accusation was so absurd that he could not help laughing. "Of course the man is mad," he said briefly. "I did not say that you had murdered Colonel Carr," cried Robin. "I only said that you were near the house at the time of the murder." "Ah!" cried Herrick, turning on the little wretch. "And how do you know that, Mr. Joyce? Come out with it." "He said he saw me," put in Bess. "I did see you," said Robin, making a clean breast of it. "You were near the house, and for all I know—" "So you did come to Saxham on that night," interrupted Herrick. "Oh, you liar! You went to see Firth and Firth. You slept at the Hall Hotel, did you? And all the time you were down here. I believe you killed Colonel Carr yourself." "I swear I did not," shrieked Robin. "She did, if anyone." "Don't you dare say that again," cried Bess. "You are telling a lie." "Were you not on the lawn in front of the house?" asked Robin. "Yes, I was, and I can account for my presence to Dr. Herrick, not to you, little toad that you are," cried the angry girl. "Send him away," she added, turning to Jim, "and I'll tell you all." "Go back to the Carr Arms," said Herrick to Joyce sternly, "and wait for me there. If you try to run away, I shall have you arrested." "You cannot arrest me," blustered Robin, looking desperately afraid. "I can. I have evidence you know nothing about. Go." Robin seemed inclined to dispute the order, but when Herrick made a step in his direction, he caught up his hat and fled through the window. "He will run away," said Bess. "Let him try," remarked Herrick grimly. "I can have him arrested at once, and I will. Insult you, did he, the hound?" "It was my own fault for being so kind to him," cried Bess excitedly. "As if I cared for him. It was only because he was a writer that I let him come and see me so often. But I shall not have anything more to do with him. He sent me a manuscript. I shall send it back. Where is it?" And she began to pull out the drawers in the writing table. "Don't get excited, Bess," said Jim, using her Christian name, in his hurry. "I will put it all right." But Bess, in a rage, kept turning over the papers and scattering them on the floor in her search for the manuscript. Suddenly, she tossed aside a pile of writing paper in the left-hand drawer. Underneath was an old-fashioned pistol. She looked at it in astonishment. "Where did that come from?" she asked in dismay, taking it up. Herrick took it from her. He recognized it at once. It was the very pistol that Manuel had showed him in Joyce's flat. "What does it mean?" asked Bess, quite amazed at the discovery. "It means that Joyce is even more of a hound than I thought he was." End of chapter 13.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.